Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 601 Life History. This is a fairyland light palace, which seems to be located on an ancient peak. The starlight from the sky sprinkled down, adding some ethereal colors to the palace. In front of a pavilion, there were two figures. Just one look can engrave the figures in your mind and cannot be erased. These two figures are a pair of lovers. Although the man does not have a handsome face, his masculinity is rare in the world. He just stands there quietly, giving people a feeling of admiration. However, his eyes at this time are as deep and gentle as water. Beside him, a gorgeous woman leaned gently on his shoulder. The woman seemed to be shrouded in a faint halo, gorgeous and incomparable. Although she was dressed casually, she could not cover up her peerless elegance. Such a pair of men and women, like a fairy couple, live in this fairyland, like an eternal picture, revealing unparalleled beauty. A baby cried out, and the woman quickly stood up and showed a flawless smile to the man beside her. Then, she disappeared in a flash. A moment later, she came to the man with a swaddled baby in her arms, her beautiful eyes full of maternal radiance. You could have gone up to the sky to embrace the sun and the moon, but you followed me to wander around the world. I feel ashamed of you. The man looked at the woman who was holding the baby and was a little lost in thought. Her eyes that could support the world showed a trace of shame. Why are you saying these things? Back then, you broke through the 13th chasm alone, just for me to look back. At that time, I was destined to be with you all my life. The woman's voice was very clean and soft, with a faint smile in the corners of her eyes. If I knew what would happen today, I would rather not have done those things back then. The man shook his head and said, "This is not like you in the past. What I like is always the Qin Wentian who stood tall and upright, rebelled against the ancient gods in anger, and killed the world and demons with his own strength." The woman smiled lightly, and her beautiful eyes still had deep friendship and tenderness. Qin Wentian looked into the distance and sighed in his heart, as if his edges and corners were smoothed. The woman gently rested her head in his arms, put the baby between them, and said with a smile, "For me and the child, you have fallen to this place today. If there is any guilt, it should be me. Look at her child. In the future, he will also be a good man who stands tall and upright. Like you, he dares to hold the magic weapon and ask the sky, and the sky, who'll decide the fate? Ask the sky, ask the sky." The man murmured, and then smiled and said, "Let's call our child Wentian." A glimmer of light flashed in the woman's beautiful eyes, and then nodded gently, teasing the fair baby in her arms, and said with a smile, "If you are mediocre in the future, I hope you will live a plain life. If you stand tall and upright, I hope you can seize the fortune of the 9 heavens, control the sun, moon and stars of the world, step on the vast mountains and rivers, and step on the immortals, demons and gods. Do you really think so?" The man turned his head, looked at the woman, and asked softly, "Yes." The woman still nodded gently. "Well, I will give him everything," the man said calmly, as if he didn't know what kind of uproar his casual words could cause. The woman's body trembled violently, and then returned to normal. A tear slid down her cheek and dripped onto the face of the baby in the cradle. The baby showed an innocent smile on his little face and stretched out his little hand to grab the air, unaware of the determination his parents made for his birth. The bright light suddenly shone, lighting up the palace and the tower. The woman slowly broke free from the man's arms. Her body was blooming with thousands of feet of rosy clouds, like a goddess of the sky, and the brilliance was comparable to the light of the sun and the moon. Bathed in the halo, the woman seemed to be wearing a layer of gorgeous clothes and a crown on her head. At this moment, she was soft and beautiful, but full of a kind of enchanting beauty. This enchanting beauty made people dare not look directly into her eyes. The man's body trembled violently when he saw this scene. He wanted to speak, but heard the woman laughing, "Since you have made up your mind, then of course I will accompany you, even if it means eternal damnation. I only hope that our child can truly stand tall and proud, rather than relying on our halo. Wentian, you can do it, right?" The woman's smile was enchanting and unparalleled. At this moment, she seemed to have turned into that peerless and elegant woman again. Qin Wentian stared at her in a daze. After a moment, a very determined smile flashed in his eyes, and then his body also bloomed with a 1,000-foot-long brilliant light, as if a ray of fire of life was burning on his head. This ray of fire seemed to burn out his life and his blood. The breath from the ray of fire broke through the sky. The two looked at each other and smiled, very calmly. All the blessings and hopes would be left to the baby in the cradle between them. At this time, a figure flashed over. The man was dressed in black. Seeing the scene in front of him, he knelt on the ground, tears immediately flowed down, and he shouted loudly, "Master, Madam, why do you have to do this? Hey Bo, you should have heard our conversation just now. If he is mediocre, let him live a dull life and never let him rely on my halo. My son Qin Wentian must rely on himself to stand tall. Now, the only people who know that I have an heir you. Take him away and don't let others know that he is my son," the man said calmly. He and the beautiful woman opposite, the light on both of them continued to penetrate into the body of the baby in the cradle. The two still stared at each other, with infinite affection in their eyes. The baby between them was the crystallization of their love. Everything they had would be dedicated to him. This would be the continuation of their lives. At this moment, a tear clearly slid down from the corners of the man and the woman's eyes. Similarly, the figure kneeling on the ground had already burst into tears. He knew what would happen next. This was the end of this memory, as if someone had forcibly stripped off the latter part. Boom! Qin Wentian's aura became turbulent. In the boundary monument of the immortal martial realm, his eyes suddenly opened, and a tear appeared in the corner of his eye. The eyes of the people in the boundary monument were all focused on Qin Wentian. The wandering star power and the turbulent aura seemed to be in an extremely unstable state. They were all very surprised. What happened when Qin Wentian was practicing? Why did this happen? Father, mother. Qin Wentian whispered in his heart. The scenes just now were deeply imprinted in his mind and could not be forgotten. He was finally able to confirm that the man in the memory of the little star man was his father, and he finally saw his mother. They were so gorgeous and extraordinary. The man who dared to rebel against the ancient gods and killed the immortals and demons was his father, and the woman who was as outstanding as the goddess of the 9 heavens was his mother. They pinned everything on him, hoping that he could rely on his own strength to stand tall and trample on the immortals and demons. Qin Wentian wanted to continue watching what happened next, what his parents did for him, and he also wanted to know what kind of power forced Fifan's father and mother into such a situation, and even forced Heibo to take him away. Just from this memory, Qin Wentian seemed to be able to see the thrilling story behind his parents. It was a pity that he could only see this. At this moment, Qin Wentian's previous doubts about his parents completely disappeared. "What's wrong with you?" A crisp voice came, and Qin Wentian finally sobered up a little, his breath gradually stabilized, and he glanced at Lu Bingyu beside him. Lu Bingyu couldn't imagine that Qin Wentian would have tears in his eyes. Such a young man, he was strong, confident, and tolerant. What kind of pain did he experience just now to have tears? Nothing. Qin Wentian said indifferently, and then closed his eyes again to practice, communicating with the boundary stone wall. Soon, the terrifying star power surged in his body again. Lu Bingyu was stunned, and a hint of loss flashed in his beautiful eyes. Then he walked away and sat cross-legged on the ground and began to practice. After some time, Lu Bingyu seemed to be flowing with bright starlight, which made everyone's eyes tremble. Did Lu Bingyu also see the power in the boundary stone wall? Qin Wentian once again entered the star man with consciousness, and continued to go deeper and found the deep memory fragment. Then he gathered powerful star energy and rushed towards another star fragment, and continued to bombard it. This time, the star fragment seemed to be more solid, and the endless star power was all swallowed up, but the memory still could not be opened. However, Qin Wentian wanted to know everything his parents had experienced. He now had such an opportunity with the help of the power of the boundary monument. If it were any other time, he would not be able to shake these memory fragments with his current state. After a long time, the star fragment was finally unlocked, and Qin Wentian's consciousness suddenly exploded. Then a terrifying memory rushed into his mind, shocking Qin Wentian's consciousness back abruptly. The light on the star man dimmed and became silent again. However, at this moment, Qin Wentian's mind had some more memories, but they were not the memory scenes of his parents' experience, but a map with many scenes engraved on it. Immortal Demon Refining Body. 4 big words floated in Qin Wentian's mind. Immortal Demon Refining Body, a super powerful method of refining the body with the power of immortals and demons, unfathomable. Obviously, this spell was left in the deep memory fragments. It was the cultivation method that Qin Wentian's father left for him after he reached a certain level of strength, But now he had broken it in advance. The immortal demon body refining is just right to practice at the same time as the heaven-suppressing immortal demon art. They complement each other and can achieve a more heaven-defying method. Qin Wentian understood his father's good intentions. The star figurine and the vast memory he left for him were real treasures. At this moment, Qin Wentian's state of mind was more resilient than before. He would never forget those two stunning figures and their conversation. Chapter 602, Meishan Swordmaster's Complex Feelings. Qin Wentian, who grew up in the Qin mansion with Heibo, never thought that he would have such an extraordinary life experience, nor did he think that his parents would be so dazzling. The man who stood tall and made the immortals and demons cry, and the woman who was like a goddess of the 9 heavens but gentle as water, Qin Wentian was proud of such parents. If I can't trample on the immortals and demons in this life, I will be ashamed of you. No matter what you have experienced, I will understand it. Qin Wentian seemed to see a farther direction. Although he yearned for strength before, he was still hazy about the future. Now, he has his own direction. This time, he can only unlock these memories with the help of the power in the boundary monument. If he relies on himself, I am afraid that he will have to reach the legendary realm to open all the memories left by his father. Opening his eyes, Qin Wentian's deep and dark eyes have a breathtaking look. He has no sadness, no loss, and no decadence. He only has an indomitable belief. Time flies so fast. Qin Wentian sighed in his heart. He took the wine prepared by Lin Xianer and poured it into his mouth. He drank it all in one breath, but he still felt unsatisfied. He stood up and walked to the table. Lin Xianer looked up at Qin Wentian. She felt that Qin Wentian seemed to have changed a little. It was a change in temperament. It seemed that he was even more unfathomable now. His deep eyes gave people the illusion that he was going forward and wanted to trample on the immortals and demons. This look made Lin Xianer's heart tremble slightly. Maybe I saw it wrong. Lin Xianer thought in her heart. Qin Wentian's realm improved, and his temperament would naturally change. I just don't know why he was crazy and shed tears yesterday. Could it be that there was some strange power in the boundary monument that made Qin Wentian fall into an illusion? I'll help you pour the wine. Lin Xianer smiled at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian didn't hesitate and handed the wine glass to Lin Xianer. Lin Xianer held the wine glass in one hand and the wine pot on the other, and poured wine for Qin Wentian seriously, which attracted many people to look at her. Thank you, Xianer. Qin Wentian looked at the faint smile between Lin Xianer's eyebrows. The weak and boneless little hand held the wine glass and handed it to him. He took it with a smile. Lin Xianer's eyelashes moved, revealing a stunning smile, as if every line on her face was so bright and soft. If you like, how about Xianer pouring wine for you every day in the future? Lin Xianer said in a teasing way. While speaking, there was a faint blush on her face, which was breathtakingly beautiful. I can't meet your conditions, Xianer. Qin Wentian smiled and sat down and took a sip. The condition he was referring to was naturally Lin Xianer's words that night that she wanted to find a proud and ideal husband who only loved her in this life, otherwise she would never marry. Lin Xianer showed a coquettish look and said coquettishly, what if Xianer is willing to serve you with others? Ahem. Qin Wentian almost spit out his wine. He felt countless eyes falling on him. Obviously, everyone was shocked by Lin Xianer's words, especially the coquettish and shy look of Lin Xianer at this moment, and said such bold words, which was enough to make any man crazy. Puff. Seeing Qin Wentian's embarrassment, Lin Xianer smiled sweetly. Qin Wentian knew that he was being teased. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Lin Xianer's charming face was already amazing. When she deliberately showed her charm, it was even more difficult to resist. She was indeed a natural beauty. Who would marry such a woman in the future? You are here enjoying fine wine and delicious food, and being affectionate with each other, but the people inside are miserable. They have been locked up for 7 days. I should let them out, haha. Wu Mu, the master of the Xian Wu realm, glanced at Qin Wentian with a smile, and then looked behind the ancient monument of the Xian Wu realm. Yes, junior sister Ling Shuang and the others are still in the Xian Wu realm. They must be so anxious these days. Duan Han looked behind the ancient monument, and then heard a rumbling sound. The crowd saw that the boundary monument they were on seemed to be rising. Then, one figure after another rushed out. In the past 7 days, the people trapped in the Xian Wu realm were really suffocated. What's more depressing is that they still don't know who the top 3 are. Qin Wentian and others looked forward through the boundary monument. Those Xianjiao figures who had recovered their cultivation showed excitement. They gathered together with the people from the sect and the family, and then looked in the direction of the ancient monument. When they saw the top three in the ancient monument, they were all shocked. Although they had witnessed Qin Wentian's strength with their own eyes, they still couldn't help but tremble in their hearts when they saw his name appear at the top. Qin Wentian also saw Fanla and Yiling Shuang. Yiling Shuang held her head high, and her beautiful face showed undisguised excitement. Fanla was so excited that he jumped and danced, as if he was still demonstrating to someone. Even the cold beauty Yun Mengai's beautiful eyes seemed to melt, revealing a thrilling smile, although it was only for a moment. Qin Wentian saw all these scenes. Perhaps because of their practice, they would drift away from him, but these people were his best friends, and this friendship would not fade with time. But soon Qin Wentian frowned slightly. He saw some people outside confronting Fanla and others. Those people were from the D family. They had friction with Fanla and others inside. Behind them, strong men appeared one after another. They were strong men from the D family and strong men sent by Yu Qingyan to follow them. The two sides also formed a faint confrontation posture, and the battle did not break out after all. Qin Wentian narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He had heard that if it weren't for Lin Xianer, Emperor Shi would have killed Fan Li and the others in the Xianwu realm. Well, it's time for you to leave. I hope we'll have a chance to see each other again in the future. Wu Mu, the master of the Xianwu realm, said, which made many people look puzzled. However, Qin Wentian, Gu Lifang and Hua Taxa understood that this sentence was meant for them. The three of them had received an invitation from the master of the Xianwu realm. As long as they were willing, they could come to the Xianwu realm. A loud rumbling sound was heard, and the ancient monument fell to the ground again. Then the envoys of the Xianwu realm put away the banquet and evacuated. Wu Mu also left here. Soon, only the people were left in the monument. Then, the monument opened to both sides. There appeared a staircase leading to the outside of the Xianwu realm. In an instant, countless eyes looked inside, and those eyes were full of burning meaning. Once every 10 years, this trip to the Xianwu realm finally came to an end. It's over. Qin Wentian took a deep breath. The moment the gate of the boundary monument opened, he found that the beautiful woman biting her lips and with infinite affection in her beautiful eyes was staring at him. Her eyes never left him. For several months, she stood there motionless, waiting for him to go out. Figures in the boundary monument flashed out one after another. Qin Wentian raised his feet and walked out with a gentle smile. The sun fell on his body, bringing a trace of warmth. He was so dazzling among the crowd. He is Qin Wentian, the number one in the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm. So young, he is not even 30 years old, but he is the number one in the immortal martial realm. It's incredible. Someone trembled. Sister, do you believe in love at first sight? I'm in love, what should I do? A beautiful girl in red said to her sister. I didn't believe it before, but now I believe it. Her sister beside her stared at Qin Wentian motionlessly, revealing a crazy look, and her sister was stunned. Sister, you are too old, so don't fight with me. I have decided to have a baby with him. Get lost, I'm only 24 years old, and a 16-year-old girl like you is a child herself, how can you give birth to a baby? The fierce conversation between the two beautiful women completely dumbfounded the elders behind them. At this moment, countless eyes focused on Qin Wentian. Before he came out, although many people had heard of his name, very few people had actually seen him. They had imagined Qin Wentian's appearance many times in their minds, but they had never thought that Qin Wentian was such a young and handsome young man, and that young and handsome face also had a bit of strong and resolute color. At this time, he was smiling lightly, and the sun was shining brightly. It was hard to imagine how strong his lethality to young women was. Of course, all this was based on the first place in the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm. If he was just a mediocre person, even if he was handsome and unparalleled, there would still not be many outstanding women who would be moved. After all, there are some differences between men and women. I feel a lot of pressure. A woman noticed that Lin Xianer and Lu Bingyu, who were smiling lightly beside Qin Wentian, were both stunning beauties in the world. Meishan Swordmaster also saw this scene. She frowned slightly, and then saw Lu Bingyu walking towards her. When he came to her side, he lowered his head slightly and said softly, I'm sorry to disappoint Master. When Meishan Swordmaster saw Lu Bingyu's expression, she felt vaguely that her emotion seemed to be a little wrong. That stern face couldn't help but soften. He rubbed Lu Bingyu's head and whispered, Bingyu, You've been very good. Lu Bingayu's body trembled slightly. She raised her head and looked at Maishan's swordmaster. Seeing the soft light in the other's eyes, her eyes instantly turned red. For some reason, she had the urge to cry at this moment, which made Maishan's swordmaster sigh secretly. After all, she was just a child. Reaching out his hand and gently hugging Lu Bingayu, Maishan's swordmaster said softly, "Your talent and cultivation is already outstanding. After all, you are younger than those 8 people. Master is too harsh on you." Lu Bingayu's tears rolled down, and she said softly in Maishan's swordmaster's arms, "Master, I fought him head-on, and I lost to him. He did not make things difficult for his disciple, nor did he take the treasures in my body. He also treated his disciple as a friend." Maishan's swordmaster was stunned, and immediately knew who Lu Bingayu was referring to. He looked at the young man in the sun, and Maishan's swordmaster's eyes were a little complicated. Chapter 603 Family Matters. Qin Wentian naturally would not try to understand the feelings of the Maishan swordmaster. He walked with a faint smile, and the beautiful woman also walked towards him. The two met in the middle. Then Mo Qingchang stretched out her hand and held Qin Wentian's hand tightly. She seemed to be a little nervous, and she squeezed Qin Wentian's palm. The handsome and unrestrained young man and the beautiful and charming woman, the two held hands and stood side by side. The breeze fluttered their clothes. At this moment, it seemed that the heartbreak of many young women could be heard. When Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang stood together, everyone couldn't help but feel that the two of them seemed to be a pair of lovers made in heaven. They were so perfect that people couldn't bear to disturb them. Even the women in Yaohurong Valley felt that the two were particularly well matched at this moment, just because their moods had changed. They cast their eyes on the two with a little blessing. Lin Ziner looked at the two figures with her beautiful eyes, with a gentle smile in her eyes, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. Mo Qingchang took a step forward, took Qin Wentian's hand and walked in the air, and came to the front of the Medicine Emperor. She seemed to hold Qin Wentian's hand tighter, and looked at her master with her smart and beautiful eyes. Although she didn't say anything, the meaning she wanted to express was self-evident. She wanted to tell her master that this was the man she liked. Qin Wentian had seen the Medicine Emperor in the Boundary Monument. Now seeing Mo Qingchang's actions, he naturally understood the other party's identity. He must be the predecessor of the Medicine Emperor of the Medicine Emperor Valley. Qin Wentian was somewhat grateful to the Medicine Emperor. After the battle in the Dangwon Palace, he fell into coma. He thought Qingchang was dead. It was not until King Er told him that Qingchang might still be alive that he ignited a glimmer of hope. When he saw Qingchang in the Yi Kingdom Palace that day, he was really surprised. And the person who brought Qingchang back to life was the old man in front of him. Qin Wentian was naturally grateful in his heart. The Medicine King also looked at Qin Wentian. His slightly narrowed eyes showed no emotion, which made Mo Qingchang even more nervous. "Why are you so proud of getting the first place in the Immortal Martial Realm Ancient Monument? Are you showing off in front of me, an old man?" After a moment of silence, a voice came out of the Medicine King's mouth, which startled everyone. Could it be that the Medicine King didn't like Qin Wentian's attitude? But it seemed that Qin Wentian didn't mean to show off. "Master." Mo Qingchang pouted, with dissatisfaction engraved in her beautiful eyes, which made Medicine Emperor glare at her. "You are such a good guy, you just want to kidnap my precious disciple like this. Being the first in the Xianwu realm is good, but there will be one more every 10 years. There is nothing to be proud of." Oh. Qin Wentian was ashamed. He could feel that Medicine Emperor had no ill intentions, but the tone made it sound as if he had kidnapped his precious daughter. Qin Wentian couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. "Senior, you know I didn't mean that. Why, you dare to talk back?" Medicine Emperor said again, "The Xianwu realm is rotated once every 10 years. I have seen too many people rise and fall in the Huangji Holy Land. The names engraved on the ancient steel are rotated every 10 years. How many people can stand at the top? Even if they are in the top 3, they may still fall in the future. They may also be surpassed by others because of complacency. The weight of the ranking on this ancient steel is not as heavy as you think." The people around were stunned. When Qin Wentian came out, he was the focus of everyone's attention, but Medicine Emperor attacked him with words. Was he trying to intimidate Qin Wentian? "That's right, so what if you are the first in the Immortal Martial Realm? If you die, everything is false." A cold voice came, and the person who spoke was Di Shi, who had joined the Di family. He could feel that the momentum of the family members was low, and it was obvious that they were hit by his ranking. Dishi was holding back a grudge in his heart. "Shut up." A loud shout suddenly came, as if it was a wake-up call, which made Dishi tremble all over, and his feet could not help but take a step back. Then he saw Yao Wang turned around, his beard fluttering, and his squinting eyes opened at this moment, with a powerful majesty coming from his body, which made him feel suffocated. "This is my family business, when is it your turn to interfere?" Medicine Emperor raised his hand and slapped him. With a loud bang, Emperor Shi's body was thrown out. This sudden change made everyone stunned on the spot. At this moment, the violent and domineering old man was completely different from when he faced Qin Wentian just now. At this moment, he really showed his terrible majesty. The strong men of the D family looked livid, but when they thought of the other party's identity, they didn't dare to fart. Although Medicine Emperor had a tone of teaching Qin Wentian just now, he obviously didn't have such coldness. Just as Medicine Emperor said, it was his family business. Family business. When everyone thought of these meaningful words, they immediately showed a look of understanding. Medicine Emperor was Mo Qingchang's master after all. He said that Qin Wentian was afraid that he would be proud and complacent, so of course he could teach him at will. Although Emperor Shi was one of the 8 prodigies of the suppression era, he had no right to talk to Medicine Emperor. If he interrupted, wouldn't it be indiscriminate? Qin Wentian was also stunned by this scene. Looking at the arrogant old man, a smile appeared on his face. He thought to himself, what a lovely old man. If Medicine Emperor knew his thoughts, he would slap him. Master. Mo Qingchang's eyes were red, but she smiled, and her heart was filled with warmth. As for Dishi next to him, his face was ashen, with a finger mark on his face. He stared at Medicine Emperor with anger. He was so proud that he had never suffered such humiliation. He wanted to kill Medicine Emperor on the spot. That murderous intent even appeared directly in his eyes. However, Medicine Emperor just glanced at him casually and ignored him. Although these juniors had some talent, with his status, there was really no need to take them seriously. The people in Medicine King Valley sighed in their hearts when they saw the scene in front of them. It seemed that the Medicine King's doting on Mo Qingchang had reached a point where no one could shake it. It was ridiculous that there were still people in Medicine King Valley competing with Mo Qingchang for status. They just couldn't understand why the mysterious Medicine King, who rarely asked about external affairs, would be so doting on Mo Qingchang, whom he had only known for a short time, as if she were his own daughter. Qin Wentian. At this time, a voice came, and Qin Wentian turned his eyes and then he saw a group of figures walking over. This group of people was faintly filled with a noble temperament, and seemed to have an extraordinary identity. Moreover, Qin Wentian saw several figures wearing gorgeous robes standing next to him, among whom, one was Shuangtong, the prince of the great Shuang dynasty. This made Qin Wentian vaguely understand the identities of these people, people from the royal family of the great Shuang dynasty. The one who spoke was an elderly man standing in the front. He looked over 50 years old, but in fact he was obviously much older. There was an innate kingly aura in his eyes, and his eyes were full of arrogance, as if it was engraved in his bones. Qin Wentian, I heard that you are just an ordinary disciple in the Sword Sect. You became a disciple of the Sword Sect in order to enter the Royal Saint Sect in the future. Now, I formally invite you to join the Royal Saint Sect and accept you as a disciple. As long as you agree, I can guarantee that I can give you the best training resources and let you become the core disciple of the Royal Saint Sect. The future will be smooth. The man spoke slowly, and the words immediately caused an uproar. As expected of the person ranked first in the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm, the people of the Royal Saint Sect have directly begun to invite him to join. The Huangji Holy Sect is the absolute overlord of the Huangji Holy Domain. The most outstanding geniuses in this area will gather in the Huangji Holy Sect, but their status is different. Those who can be listed on the ancient monument of the Xianwu realm have already proved their potential and can be recommended to the Huangji Holy Sect without assessment. Moreover, they can become the most core disciples. As for Qin Wentian, it goes without saying. I remember that when Qin Wentian first heard about the Huangji Holy Sect, he was quite yearning for it. At that time, the Huangji Holy Sect was still unattainable to him. Junyu was a disciple of the Huangji Holy Sect and could be the king of Daxia. But now, after experiencing the journey to the Xianwu realm and seeing the memories left by his father, Qin Wentian's state of mind has long changed. Even when facing the invitation of the Huangji Holy Sect's strong men, he is still very calm and indifferent. As long as he wants, he can tell the envoy of the immortal martial realm, and then leave the royal Holy Land and join the power of the Master of the Immortal Martial Realm, which will surely not be worse than the Royal Holy Sect. This is the elder of the Royal Holy Sect, Qin Wentian. I know you have some grievances with our royal family, but those are all trivial matters. I can compensate you. A strong man in a gorgeous robe next to him spoke again. Obviously, he is a royal figure of the great Shang dynasty and has an extraordinary status. Brother Qin, if you agree to him, it is equivalent to joining the great Shang dynasty. My Jiutian sect also has a lineage in the Royal Holy Sect. I can easily recommend you to join the Royal Holy Sect. The old sect master will definitely take care of you. Duan Han said to Qin Wentian in a voice transmission. Qin Wentian took the first place in the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm as a disciple of the Jiutian sect. The people of the Jiutian sect are also proud of this. As fellow disciples, Duan Han and Qin Wentian also have some friendship. Of course, they don't want Qin Wentian to be poached by others. Yiling Shuang was a little nervous. Her lips moved as if she wanted to speak, but she didn't say anything in the end. She and Qin Wentian were not only from the same school, but also Qin Wentian's sworn sister. She respected Qin Wentian's decision. Boss, when you were fighting at the ancient monument, Shang Tong, that bastard, attacked us and injured Ling Shuang. If it weren't for a Fairy Lin's help, I don't know what the consequences would be. Fatty Fanel didn't care about that. He had a close relationship with Qin Wentian, so he could say anything. He couldn't help but send a voice message to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the grudge between him and Shang Tong was not just about the grudges of Zhuanwang City. Shang Tong was eliminated in the Battle of the Ancient Monument, and he actually bullied Sister Ling Shuang and the others. Qin Wentian was a little grateful to Lin Xianer in his heart. This woman helped him twice, but he never mentioned it. Of course, Yiling Shuang didn't mention it at this moment. Qin Wentian also understood what she meant. This was a respect for him and she didn't want to affect his decision. Qin Wentian, opportunities like this don't always come around. I have very few disciples. The strong man from the Huangji Holy Sect saw Qin Wentian hesitate and spoke again. He had a special status in the Huangji Holy Sect, and he had never taken the initiative to invite others to be his disciples in public. With his arrogance, he was able to do this, which showed that he respected Qin Wentian very much. Chapter 604 Are you joking? The status of the elders of the Huangji Holy Sect is extraordinary. In the Huangji Holy Land, they can treat the leaders of the great sects as equals. Some powerful elders are so high and mighty that they even dare to ignore the ancient emperor and the leaders of the great sects. They are naturally very arrogant. There are countless disciples who want to become the disciples of the elders in the Huangji Holy Sect, and they are all geniuses, otherwise they can't enter the Huangji Holy Sect. And now, he invited Qin Wentian to become his disciple in front of everyone, which naturally gave Qin Wentian enough face. Beside this elder, there were several young-looking people. One of them said to Qin Wentian, Master is not only powerful, but also a great weapon refiner. He has an extraordinary status among the elders of the Huangji Shengzhuang. If you can become Master's disciple, your status will be incomparable to that of ordinary elders and disciples. Moreover, you can also practice divine patterns with Master. As for divine weapons, you don't have to worry about them. The people around listened quietly. Such temptation was indeed something that ordinary people could not resist. After all, although Qin Wentian had now achieved the first place in the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm, he was just an ordinary disciple of this Jiutian sect before. There were still many uncertainties in the future in this Jiutian sect, but right now, there was an opportunity to soar to the sky. As long as he nodded, it would be fine. Sorry, I don't have the idea of joining the Huangji Shengzhuang for the time being. Qin Wentian wanted to refuse, but he didn't expect the other party to keep talking. The conditions they proposed might seem to them to be looking down on Qin Wentian, but in Qin Wentian's eyes, there was really no temptation at all. Moreover, the conflict between him and Shang Tong is not an ordinary conflict. Even if he thinks of the kindness of the sword sect in Zhuanwang City, he is now abandoning the sword sect and joining the great Shang dynasty. Isn't it unkind and unjust? In Zhuanwang City, the people of the great Shang royal family wanted to kill him, but the sword sect protected him. Even if he joins the royal extreme holy sect in the future, he will only join the sword sect. Rejected. Everyone was stunned when Qin Wentian's voice fell. Although it was reasonable, Qin Wentian's decisive refusal was surprising. People secretly thought that this person's heart was really extraordinary. As for the people of the Great Shang dynasty, their expressions were not very good. The elder had a cold face. He took the initiative to invite others to become his disciples for the first time, but was rejected in public. It was not very good for his face. However, if he was asked to target a younger person, it would be too ungenerous. Don't know what's good for you. His silence didn't mean his disciples wouldn't stand up for their master. The young man who had just spoken said to the elder, "Master, although this boy has won the first place in the immortal martial realm, he is only a momentary success. In the future, he will naturally understand that there is always someone better than you. How can a reptile on the ground understand the vastness of the sky? This person doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. He is not worthy of being your disciple." That's right. He is just a sparrow, not ambitious. He is proud and complacent. Master, don't want such a disciple. Another young man spoke up, as if trying to save some face for the elder. Qin Wentian felt that these words were a bit harsh. If the other party invited him to be a disciple, did he have to agree? It was really eye-opening to hear them slander and ridicule him after refusing. It was ridiculous that these two young men flattered their master by humiliating him. Mo Qingchang still held Qin Wentian's hand and stood side by side with him. Her eyes were cold as she looked at the two young men. The cold light dancing in her beautiful eyes was so sharp that the two young men felt a chill all over their bodies. The eyes of that beautiful woman were like sharp blades. The two men frowned and looked at Mo Qingchang. One of them smiled sarcastically, as if mocking Qin Wentian for not having the courage to refute them, but still asking such a beautiful woman to stand up for him. It was ridiculous. Fortunately, I didn't agree just now. At this time, Qin Wentian smiled lightly, which made the two men's eyes sharp again. They looked at Qin Wentian. What did this mean? Qin Wentian looked at them, his face full of pride, revealing a strong sense of irony. Otherwise, if I become a fellow disciple with people like you, it would be a shame. After saying that, Qin Wentian ignored their ugly faces and pulled Mo Qingchang to the side of Yao Wang. He turned around and ignored the murderous cold light shot towards him. He looked directly in the direction of Shuang Tong and uttered a voice, "Get out." Shuang Tong frowned, and then his face gradually turned into a sullen color. Qin Wentian's arrogant eyes looked at him as if he was looking down on an ant, piercing his arrogant heart. Thinking back to the past in Zhuanwang City, he sat high up in the main seat, watching Qin Wentian's battle below like watching a play. At that time, the two of them were not from the same world at all. He thought that as long as he wanted, he could easily end Qin Wentian's life, but in this way, the person he looked down on in the past has already won the first place in the Xianwu realm, and said to him in front of countless people, "Get out." Although Shuang Tong has now entered the 7th level of Xiangang, he does not have much confidence in facing Qin Wentian, who is also at the 7th level of Xiangang. Qin Wentian has comprehended the power of the 7 ancient tablets. "What do you mean?" Shuang Tong said coldly with an ugly face. His voice made Fan Li and others laugh. "What does it mean?" In the Xianwu world, Shuang Tong bullied them who were suppressed in cultivation. How do you think he is so domineering? What does he mean by asking Qin Wentian now? Prince of the Great Shang. The sarcasm in Qin Wentian's mouth became even stronger, and his finger pointed at Shuang Tong without hesitation. "If you have forgotten what you said in Zhuanwang City that year, I will repeat it for you. You killed my men, and I should have killed you personally, but this is the assessment battlefield of the 9 major sects. If I take action, I will lower my status. Who doesn't speak arrogantly? I once fought my way out of thousands of troops and underwent hellish training. The people I killed were all at a higher level than me. If you can survive today, you may be qualified to become my opponent in the future, and then I will kill you." Qin Wentian looked at Shuang Tong and said coldly, "At that time, my cultivation was several levels weaker than yours, but you said these words in person, and also said that whoever kills me will be rewarded with a Butian. This is an old grudge. In the Xianwu realm, you were kicked out of the ancient monument, and then bullied my friend who was suppressed in cultivation and injured my senior sister. This is a new grudge. Now I am still alive, and my cultivation is equal to yours. Don't you want to kill me? Why are you still standing there?" Countless eyes fell on Shuang Tong, and Shuang Tong felt his face burning in an instant. Everyone showed an interesting look at this moment. Qin Wentian, is he going to deal with Shuang Tong, the prince of the Great Shang dynasty? What Qin Wentian said was an ironclad fact. If Shuang Tong hides and dares not come out to fight at this time, then he may not show up in public in the future. This prince of the great Shuang dynasty will become a shame. This is sad. Such a person is actually a prince. He only knows how to bully those who are weaker than him. His father's face is probably lost because of him. Fatty Fannel did not forget to instigate a few times and said sarcastically, "Are these people from the same lineage as him? No wonder you, Wentian, refused to join. The character of these people will be known to the entire Huangji Holy Land soon." Shuang Tong clenched his fists with red eyes. The faces of those who were from the Shuang dynasty also looked very unhappy. The ironclad facts were before them. If Qin Wentian's cultivation was stronger than Shuang Tong's, it would be nothing if he did not come out to fight. However, the two of them had the same cultivation, and Shuang Tong had said those words and done those things. Now he is hiding and not coming out. I am afraid that everyone will despise him. Shuang Tong. The elder of the Huangji Shangzong looked at Shuang Tong and said lightly, "Go, what if you lose? Just start over." His expression was a little ugly at this time. It would be fine if Qin Wentian refused to become his disciple, but he was so aggressive and forced Shuang Tong. Shuang Tong was standing behind him and was his junior. Isn't this a slap in his face? Since he wants to fight, then let Shuang Tong accompany him. Not daring to fight is more shameful than losing. Yes. Shuang Tong nodded. He didn't dare to refute the old man's words. Moreover, with his words, even if he lost, he still had a chance to stand up. Qin Wentian didn't dare to touch him. Since you want to fight so much, I will fulfill your wish. I will remember what happened today. Shuang Tong walked out and walked in front of Qin Wentian. His expression was cold. The aura on his body suddenly became violent and bloomed wildly. His pupils seemed to turn into gold, with terrible penetrating power. The killing chill was extremely cold. Buzz! The wind swept past, and in an instant, Shuang Tong only felt an overwhelming and domineering aura coming at him, and the terrifying martial arts will rushed into his mind. Then he saw the vague figure of Qin Wentian, and the talisman light shone brightly in the sky. In an instant, it seemed that many figures of Qin Wentian appeared in front of him, and a series of extremely huge palm prints could pick off the stars and cover the entire void. In just a moment, Shuang Tong's face turned pale, his blood burst out crazily, and he roared, and powerful magic formulas and magical powers violently blasted out, but only heard a terrible rumbling sound of shock, and an overwhelming force crushed his body. He only felt a sweetness in his throat, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his bones were broken. The terrifying palm print directly lifted him up, and in just an instant, his body appeared in front of Qin Wentian, caught by the big handprint and lifted in the air. Instant kill. The prince of the great Shuang dynasty could not withstand a single blow, which made everyone witness Qin Wentian's fighting power for the first time, strong. Shuang Tong felt pain all over his body, but his heart hurt more. It was just one blow. He looked at Qin Wentian, who was staring at him, and felt an endless sense of humiliation. Qin Wentian stared at him and lifted him up in the air. His contemptuous eyes were enough to crush all of Shuang Tong's pride. As you said, everyone can say arrogant words, but I didn't expect you to be so useless. Qin Wentian said lightly. Let him go. A voice came from a strong man of the great Shuang dynasty, staring at Qin Wentian. Shuang Tong could lose, but he couldn't be humiliated. Let him go. Qin Wentian looked over there with a sarcastic look. Are you kidding? As soon as these words came out, the whole space fell into silence again. According to Qin Wentian's words, could it be that he dared to kill the prince of the great Shuang dynasty? Chapter 605 Death Threat. Let go? Shuang Tong wanted to kill him when he was in Zhuanwang City. He also attacked Yerling Shuang and others in the Xianwu realm. Now that he fell into his hands, he let him go so easily? Then he was not mocking Shuang Tong, but mocking him, Qin Wentian. If Shuang Tong was released, would Shuang Tong be grateful to him? The pupils of the strong man of the great Shuang dynasty shrank and stared at Qin Wentian. At this moment, Qin Wentian grabbed Shuang Tong with his hand. As long as he had a thought, he could put Shuang Tong to death. From the voice he just said, it was clear that he wanted Shuang Tong's life. The old man of the Huangji holy sect also showed a trace of anger. Just now, he asked Shuang Tong to go and fight Qin Wentian. The meaning of his voice had already clearly told Shuang Tong that if he lost a battle, he would start over. No one dared to touch his life. Although the latter sentence was not said, the people around him should have understood it, and Qin Wentian should have understood it too. If Qin Wentian's provocation to Shuang Tong was a sign of not giving him face, then if he really killed Shuang Tong in front of him, it would not only be a sign of not giving him face, but also a slap in the face of him, the elder of the Huangji holy sect. For many years, he had not met anyone who dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. All the famous figures in the Huangji holy domain were silent in front of him, but now, the young man treated him like nothing. Moreover, he wanted to invite him to join his sect and become his disciple. The two disciples beside him stepped out, and a violent aura suddenly rushed towards Qin Wentian. The eyes with murderous intent fell on Qin Wentian's body like a blade, and said coldly, "Do you know what you are doing?" Qin Wentian glanced at the people in front of him. In fact, his dealing with Shuangtong had nothing to do with these people from the Huangji holy domain. Whether the other party was here or not, he would take action. "I can't let go of someone who wants my life." Qin Wentian looked at the old man and said. The old man's eyes were cold, staring at Qin Wentian, and uttered two words, "Let him go." Only two words, arrogant and indifferent. He didn't care what grudges Shuangtong and Qin Wentian had, he only knew that Qin Wentian had to let him go, and let him go intact, just because he was here. Shuangtong's expression was extremely ferocious, and his golden pupils stared at Qin Wentian, wishing to tear Qin Wentian into pieces. His face was completely lost today. Everyone around looked at Qin Wentian, waiting for his decision. Shuangtong, the prince of the great Shuang dynasty, had an extraordinary identity. Moreover, there was pressure from an elder of the Huangji Shengzong in front of him. Did Qin Wentian really dare to touch Shuangtong? Time seemed to have stopped, and the space was silent. "Qin Wentian, do you dare to kill him?" Medicine Emperor also looked over here. Mo Qingchang turned back to look at Medicine Emperor. There seemed to be a ray of hope in her watery eyes. Qin Wentian was facing an elder of the Imperial Holy Land. If there was anyone who could suppress him, then it was probably only Medicine Emperor. Otherwise, no one could stand up for Qin Wentian. Seeing Qin Wentian facing such a situation, Mo Qingchang was of course worried, but Medicine Emperor seemed not to see her gaze. He smiled and looked ahead, as if it had nothing to do with him. He also wanted to see whether Qin Wentian would kill him or not. The old man beside Medicine Emperor had been standing there quietly, as if he didn't exist and had never spoken. At this time, he squinted his eyes and looked in the direction of Qin Wentian. He still didn't reveal any aura, but people who knew him would know that when he squinted his eyes, it was absolutely dangerous. Seeing that Qin Wentian was still holding Shuangtong, the two young men from the Huangji Shengzong took another step forward, and the monstrous murderous aura madly strangled out, as if Qin Wentian didn't listen to their advice, they would kill Qin Wentian on the spot. Their master was actually ignored by the younger generation here. If the two of them didn't know how to take advantage of the opportunity to show off at this moment, it would be too foolish. If he loses a hair, you can't bear the consequences. One of them said coldly. He didn't care about Qin Wentian's identity as the number one in the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm. It had nothing to do with him. He was a disciple of the Huangji Shengzong. He only cared about his master's opinion of him. As for Qin Wentian, even if he had good talent, could he still reach out to the Huangji Shengzong? Qin Wentian looked at the murderous intent that permeated the two people, and then glanced at the elder of the Huangji Shengzong. The other party was indifferent and calm, indifferent and without any emotion, as if he had expected that he would not dare to kill. No one here dared to disobey him. Facing the elders of the Huangji Shengzong, no one dared not consider the consequences, and Qin Wentian was no exception. He released Shuangtong today. Although the elders of the Huangji Shengzong still had resentment towards him, they would not embarrass him. After all, Qin Wentian was a junior to him. As for whether he would order the great Shuang dynasty to do something, it was unknown. Besides, there was no need for his orders. Today, whether he released Shuangtong or not, the hatred had already been made, and the great Shuang dynasty would definitely deal with him. When Shuangtong wanted to kill him, the hatred had already been made, but at that time Shuangtong was high and mighty and bullied him, so the great Shuang dynasty would not care. But now it was different, and he was dealing with Shuangtong. No matter what the consequences are, today, I want his life. Qin Wentian's voice spread out, revealing a sense of determination, and then he raised his hand and slapped it, and an extremely terrifying attack fell towards Shuangtong. Shuangtong's eyes showed despair. He did not expect Qin Wentian to really dare to kill him. Boom! With a loud bang, everyone's heart trembled violently. The crowd saw Shuangtong's body falling to the sky, his head exploded, and he was killed on the spot. There seemed to be a cold wind whistling in the void, and everyone's eyes were all fixed on Qin Wentian. The man who took the first place in the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm actually killed the prince of the great Shang dynasty in public. The prince of the great Xia dynasty, he was related to the face of a vast dynasty, a super terrifying force in the Huangji Holy Land, and at the same time, he was the son of the emperor of the great Xia dynasty. Qin Wentian really dared to kill him. Qin Wentian certainly thought about the great Shang dynasty, and thought about the elder of the Huangji Holy sect. If he let Shang Tong go today, Shang Tong would still deal with him endlessly. Would he always be in a passive position? He and his friends could only be bullied and could not fight back against Shang Tong. If he did so, Qin Wentian would not be able to keep his mind open. He did not dare to kill the prince of a dynasty. How could he follow in his parents' footsteps and find the truth behind them in the future? How could he step on immortals and demons and stand tall? That was not what he wanted. Killing Shang Tong, no matter how great the pressure was, he would face it. The people of the great Shang dynasty witnessed Qin Wentian killing Shang Tong in front of them, and an extremely terrible storm descended on Qin Wentian. "You are looking for death?" The two young men of the Huangji Shengzong spoke coldly and then stepped out. However, almost at the same time, sword lights flashed and the sword energy hummed endlessly. I saw several swords floating in front of Qin Wentian, clanging. Behind Qin Wentian, figures appeared and walked out, and the sword intent was terrible, covering the two young men. These people who appeared were of course from the Jiutian sect. They remained silent. Even when the elders of Huangji Shengzong wanted to poach Qin Wentian, they did not say anything. If Qin Wentian chose to agree, they would have nothing to say. However, Qin Wentian chose not to, and these people still dared to take action against Qin Wentian. How could the people of his Hanjian sect stay out of it? Get lost. A cold voice like a sharp sword fell on the two people, and then the sword master of Yanshan walked to Qin Wentian's side and stared at the figure in front of him. "Do you think my Hanjian sect does not exist? Hanjian sect also has a lineage in Huangji Shengzong. They naturally have no respect for the people of the great Shang dynasty, let alone these people poaching people in person." The powerful men of the great Shang dynasty stepped forward one by one, with the elder of Huangji Shengzong as the center, and the two sides were in a state of confrontation. "He killed my junior in front of me. Do you want to interfere in this matter?" The elder of Huangji Shengzong stared at the sword master of Yanshan and said. "What a joke." Everyone heard Qin Wentian's words just now. Shang Tong wanted to kill him but failed, and now he was killed by Qin Wentian. "Your junior is incompetent, so you stand up. In front of the people of Huangji Shengyu, you'd better save some face for yourself." The sword master of Yanshan responded tit for tat. "My disciple has reminded him that if Shang Tong loses even a hair, I will question him." The elder seemed not to have heard the words of the Yanshan sword master. A terrifying aura emanated from his body and pressed towards Qin Wentian. "I will decide his life," the elder of the Huangji Shengzong said coldly, just like Qin Wentian said Shang Tong. Qin Wentian took the first place in the Xianwu world, but today, he also wants to kill him. "Say it again." A cold voice suddenly came, and the next moment, the sky and the earth roared, and a bone-chilling murderous aura swept through the space. All those who felt this cold wind could not help but shiver. The cold air that seemed to be able to penetrate into people's bones was enough to make people's souls fearful. This aura was even more terrifying than the aura of the Huangji Shengzong elder, and it was directly aimed at the Huangji Shengzong elder. There seemed to be two terrible auras colliding between heaven and earth. The space roared. The elder of the Huangji Shengzong had a terrible sharp light in his eyes. The cold air in the void kept eroding and suppressed his aura. It also enveloped all the people of the great Shang dynasty, making them all look horrified and looking in a certain direction. They looked in the direction of the medicine emperor, but the strong cold aura was not emitted by the medicine emperor, but by the figure beside the medicine emperor. His eyes narrowed and he stepped forward. The more violent airflow swept the space and madly hit the crowd of the great Shang dynasty. At this moment, except for the elder of the Huangji Shengzong, everyone else actually stepped back involuntarily, their faces pale. "Try to repeat that sentence again." The old man's narrowed eyes revealed a terrible and dangerous aura as he stared at the elder of the Huangji holy sect with murderous intent, as if the elder of the Huangji holy sect dared to say another word, he would suffer the same fate as Shang Tong. Chapter 606, Too Crazy. Arrogant and domineering. Everyone thought that the Medicine King would make the move, but no one expected that the old man beside the Medicine King would stand up, and he was so arrogant. "Repeat it again, and try." The cold words and the sharp murderous intent moved the wind and clouds, and penetrated everywhere. He was not talking to ordinary people, but to an elder of the Huangji Holy Sect, who was a high-ranking figure in the entire Huangji Holy Land. But when the old man uttered this voice, no one dared to doubt him, because the extremely terrifying murderous intent was so strong that it was terrifying, as if the other party repeated it again, he would really kill the elder of the Huangji Holy Sect on the spot. The face of the elder of the Huangji Holy Sect was extremely ugly. He was of such status that he came here today to see the world, but he did not expect to be humiliated one after another. First, he was rejected as a disciple by a younger generation, and then the younger generation killed Shuang Tong in front of him. Then, when he said that he would decide Qin Wentian's fate, someone stood up and said to him, "Repeat it again and try it." If an ordinary person dared to say this to him, he would have killed him long ago, but the person in front of him seemed to be a friend of the Medicine Emperor, and the aura permeated from his body could faintly suppress him, which meant that the other party's strength might be on him, but he was of such status that he could not be scared, and it was in front of countless people. The trip to the immortal martial realm, the prosperity of the Huangji Holy Land, some major events that happened here would soon spread throughout the Huangji Holy Land. "Are you threatening me?" The elder of the Huangji Holy Land responded coldly, and the aura on his body also roared, turning into a terrifying dark cloud and roaring towards the other party. Boom! The old man took another step after hearing his words. When he took this step, it seemed as if a killing light flashed. In an instant, the space turned into a starry space. The dazzling and boundless killing stream passed through the void, which could cut the void. "Threat? You are not worthy," the old man said lightly, and then uttered a cold voice, "All of you, get out of here." After the voice fell, the killing light continued to pass through the void. The bodies of many powerful people in the Great Shuang dynasty kept retreating, and soon they retreated to a very far place. In an instant, the crowd was shocked to find that only the elder of the Huangji Holy Sect was left, facing the old man next to the Medicine Emperor alone. It's not that other people don't fight alongside him, but they don't dare. The obvious gap is there. If they don't retreat, those killing lines can cut their bodies off. No one wants to die, so they can only stay away. Even the two young disciples of the elder retreated far away, with a look of horror on their faces. Obviously, they didn't expect such a strong person to stand up for Qin Wentian. Who is he? Everyone looked horrified and stared at the old man. The Medicine Emperor of Medicine Emperor Valley has always been a mysterious figure. He is probably the oldest senior figure in the Royal Holy Land. He has lived for an unknown number of years and has even reached his death. It is conceivable how long his lifespan is. Even the Medicine Emperor doesn't know much about him, so naturally he doesn't know who the friends around the Medicine Emperor are. But this old man can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Medicine Emperor and has such terrifying strength. At least, he is a figure of the same level as the Medicine Emperor. You are so presumptuous. The elder of the Royal Holy Sect was completely angry. The lines on his face were no longer so soft, revealing a bit of hideous hostility. Huangji Shengzong, the dominant force in Huangji Shengaiyu, ruled the endless territory. No matter where they went, they were high and mighty, looking down on one side. What a noble status. He was the elder of Huangji Shengzong. On weekdays, the leaders of the great sects and the emperors of the ancient countries were all polite to him. But now, the other party not only threatened him, but also told him to get out. In front of the endless people, he was threatened and told to get out. With his arrogance, how could he bear it, even if the other party's strength might be above his? Buzz! The starlight shone, and the whole sky and earth seemed to have changed. The stars and celestial phenomena appeared, and the black flames and starlight stretched across the sky and floated behind him. Even though they were separated by a very long distance, at this moment, he could clearly feel the super-destructive power. Retreat. Countless people were retreating, including Qin Wentian and his companions. Only the Medicine King, the old man, and the Sword Master of Yanshan could stand still calmly, staring at the black flames that made the world change color. There, it seemed that there were terrifying flame monsters with sharp fangs bared, ready to attack at any time. Do you know who you are talking to? The elder of the Huangji Holy Sect stared at the other party with a bone-chilling voice. A divine weapon appeared in his body. This divine weapon was a divine mace with terrifying patterns engraved on it. The moment the divine mace appeared, the star flames with black light roared even more terrifyingly, and the ferocious beasts roared horribly, as if they could rush out at any time. Since you don't want to leave, then leave your life behind. The old man's eyes were still narrowed, and he spoke calmly. His voice was still without any waves, as if he was just talking about something very ordinary. It was so bold to let an elder of the Huangji Shengzong leave his life behind. Just thinking about it was enough to make people feel how crazy it was. In terms of status, the elders of the Huangji Shengzong were definitely not lower than the ancient emperors and the leaders of the great sects. In terms of strength, they might not be as good as some people, but they were not much different. To kill such a person was no longer bold enough to describe it. Moreover, did he have the strength to kill such an existence? Although they could not sense the specific strength of this elder, he was definitely in the third level of the Xiangxiang realm. With the power of the divine mace, how terrible was his strength? Kill! The elder of the Huangji Shengzong was completely angry. With a loud shout, the divine mace pointed forward. In an instant, endless flames fell from the sky, and he rushed towards the other party, turning into a group of ferocious black flame beasts, devouring the other party. Boom! The opponent seemed to be unaware and walked out. With a step, he was covered with endless streams, which directly cut off the murderous attack. A stream of light that stunned people's eyes burst out from his body, as hot and dazzling as the scorching sun. He walked out step by step under the cover of the opponent's starry sky. With each step, the light became more blazing, until his body turned into a ray of light, a killing light. Then, the crowd felt that their eyes were about to be blinded, as if they could not see anything. Many strong men endured the pain and opened their eyes. They only saw streams of light as hot as the sun constantly shining in the void, as if they were really cutting the void. When the light dissipated, the power of destruction still stretched between heaven and earth. The two seemed to have not moved, still standing there, as if nothing had happened between them. Is this battle over? Many people showed doubts, and many people did not even see the ending of the previous battle clearly. The two stood there, as if time had stopped flowing, which seemed a bit weird. However, at this moment, many people's hearts were shaking and twitching fiercely, their breathing seemed to stop, their hearts were beating wildly, their eyes were wide open, revealing a look of horror, as if they had seen something unbelievable. The stars and celestial phenomena had not yet dissipated, and the elder of the Huangji Shengzong stood there, and there were actually rays of light on his body, crisscrossing rays of light, and these rays of light became more and more, as if endless. Then, the elder of the Huangji Shengzong disintegrated in front of the crowd, and just disappeared, dissipated into smoke, completely gone, as if turned into light. Then, the stars also dissipated, and it seemed that everything had calmed down. The space was already terrifyingly quiet, a dead silence, but the hearts of the crowd could not calm down. Some of them might never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. Those rays of light, the rays of light that stretched across the other party's body, were scars. In that brief moment, countless scars completely decomposed the other party into nothingness, which made many people feel a fear from the soul. It was too terrible. The old man with squinted eyes returned to his original look, no longer squinting. The terrible sense of crisis disappeared from him, but the shock left in people's hearts could not be eliminated. They definitely did not expect that after the battle of the immortal martial realm was over, they would still see such a battle that shocked the imperial Saint domain. Although this battle was short, it would spread throughout the world along with the ranking of the immortal martial realm ancient monument. An elder of the imperial Saint sect, an elder of the unparalleled overlord force, was disintegrated and killed in an instant. Such influence is probably not weaker than the ranking of the immortal martial realm. What's more, there is something in common between the two, that is, the person ranked first in the immortal martial realm ancient monument, Qin Wentian. Kill. This time it's not the Prince Shuangtong of the Great Shuang dynasty who is being killed, but the elders of the Huangji Shengzong. The crowd was stunned, and the people of the Great Shuang dynasty were trembling. They still couldn't believe it at this moment, because Shuangtong was involved in the death of an elder. As for the two disciples of the Huangji Shengzong elder, they swallowed their saliva and stared at the old man. They wanted to speak, but they found that they didn't dare to make any sound. The other party really had no scruples and really killed their master. Ah! They screamed in their hearts, in great pain, with bloodshot eyes, staring at the calm old man. The Huangji Shengzong would never let it go. In this area, someone dared to kill the elders of the Huangji Shengzong. Even if he was a friend of the medicine emperor, it was unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Not to mention others, even Qin Wentian himself was dazed, looking at the unfamiliar old man in surprise. It was too crazy. Why would this old man do such a crazy thing? An elder of the Huangji Shengzong died because of him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 607 Agreement. Qin Wentian had not expected such an ending. He did not know how the Huangji Shengzong would handle the death of an elder of the Huangji Shengzong. In his previous prediction, killing Shang Tuang would inevitably anger the people of the Great Shang Dynasty. The strong men of this Hanjian sect, the Yi Kingdom, and the Medicine Emperor would certainly take the blame for him. As for the revenge of the Great Shang Dynasty in the future, he naturally thought of it. However, if he let Shang Tuang go because of fear of revenge and let the other party deal with him and his friends in the future, Qin Wentian could not do it. But now, there is more than just one prince involved, but an elder of the Huangji Shengzong, and a powerful weapon refiner, which instantly puts a heavy pressure on him. However, he did not blame the old man. After all, he was the one who caused this matter, and the other party took action for him, Qin Wentian, so no matter what he would encounter in the future, he would accept it. But he had a trace of curiosity in his heart. Why would this old man be so crazy about this matter? He couldn't figure it out. Could it be that an elder of the Huangji Shengzong was not worth mentioning in the eyes of the other party? Thank you for your help, senior. Qin Wentian looked at the old man and bowed slightly, which made Medicine King's eyes show a touch of appreciation. If an ordinary person encountered such a thing, it would be too late to distance themselves from it, but Qin Wentian thanked him frankly, which was equivalent to admitting that Qin Wentian had a share in the death of the Huangji Shengzong elder. The old man looked at Qin Wentian, and his palm trembled slightly, but this subtle movement naturally went unnoticed. His deep eyes actually had a look that Qin Wentian could not see through. For a moment, he even had an illusion that the other party's eyes were extremely kind and gentle. Of course, it was only for a moment, and soon the eyes were as calm as dead water, without any ripples, and just nodded lightly. This made Qin Wentian think to himself that the other party might have taken action just for the sake of Medicine King. At this time, the old man looked at the group of people from the Great Shang Dynasty again, raised his eyebrows, and a hint of murderous intent flashed out. Suddenly, those people trembled violently, and turned around decisively and whistled away. The other party dared to kill even the elders of the Huangji holy sect. If they wanted to kill them, it would be a piece of cake. However, the other party was unwilling to do it, so how could they dare to stay here? At this time, they had only one thought, to report the matter to the Huangji holy sect. The death of an elder figure was enough to make the high level of the Huangji holy sect turbulent. As the absolute overlord of the Huangji holy domain, this matter could not be tolerated. That old man and Qin Wentian would have to pay with their lives. Qin Wentian turned his eyes and looked in a certain direction. He saw that there was also a cold light shooting towards him. It was Emperor Shi. He had planned to kill Qin Wentian on the spot after stepping out of the Xianwu realm. You are ranked first in the ancient monument of the Xianwu realm. What does it matter if you are a dead person, no matter how strong your talent is? But now, Emperor Shi knew that it was impossible to kill Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian had the idea of killing Emperor Shi. The two of them had the same idea. However, Emperor Shi was much stronger than Shang Tuang. He was at the 8th level of Biangang, and had comprehended the magical powers of several ancient tablets. Qin Wentian was confident that he would not be weaker than him. However, he could not be sure if he could kill Emperor Shi across the border. After all, he did not know how strong Emperor Shi was when he could exert his full power in the outside world. They had never fought each other in the true sense. In addition, Qin Wentian had just killed Shang Tuang by borrowing the power of others, which offended the Great Shang Dynasty and even the Huangji Shengzong. It was not his own strength. Now, borrowing the power of the Medicine Emperor to deal with the Emperor family seemed a bit excessive. It was better for them to resolve the grudge between him and Emperor Shi by themselves. How about an appointment? Qin Wentian's eyes were sharp, piercing through the space and looking in the direction of Emperor Shi. As soon as these words came out, another wave of frenzy was set off. This guy had just killed Shang Tuang. Now these words were undoubtedly a formal challenge to Emperor Shi, the proud figure of the suppression era. No one would be stupid enough to think that Qin Wentian's appointment to drink and chat with Emperor Shi was like a declaration of war. Emperor Shi, will you accept the challenge? After 3 months, The Holy War Arena. By then, everyone in the Imperial Sacred Domain can go there to see the first ancient monument of Jiutian Wuji. Emperor Shi said coldly, accepting the challenge directly. Time, 3 months later. Location, Holy War Arena in the Imperial Sacred Domain. Holy War Arena, it looks like there will be something exciting to watch again. The crowd thought in their hearts. The reputation of the Holy War Arena resounded throughout the Imperial Sacred Domain. It was the top battle arena in the Imperial Sacred Domain. If you want to step onto the Holy War Arena to fight, you must have an impressive record and extraordinary reputation. There, you can often see the rise of some people. Okay. Qin Wentian responded with only one word, agreeing. After 3 months, it is just right to consolidate the realm and absorb the gains in the Xianwu realm this time. The Holy War Arena will be the place where Emperor Shi dies. The murderous intent in Emperor Shi's eyes was fierce. He looked around and swept his eyes towards the vast crowd. He said domineeringly, after 3 months, I, Emperor Shi, will invite the Xianjiao of Xiangang realm together at the Holy Battle Arena. At that time, we will see who can be invincible in Xiangang. His voice echoed in the void, showing his ambition to be invincible in Xiangang. Now Emperor Shi has reached the 8th level of Xiangang realm, and as one of the 8 Xianjias who suppressed the era, he can indeed compete for the title of the strongest person in Xiangang realm. Emperor Shi wants to compete for the title of the strongest person in Xiangang, and Qin Wentian, who ranks first in the ancient monument of Xianwu realm, officially launched an attack on the Xianjiao of the suppression era, and the location is set at the Holy Battle Arena. It is really exciting. Many people secretly thought that what happened in Xianwu realm today was enough to cause a huge wave in the Huangji Holy Land. After 3 months, I will wait for you to die. Emperor Shi left with a wave of his sleeves. The strong men of the Emperor family glanced at Qin Wentian. Although they wanted to kill Qin Wentian to avenge Emperor Yu, it was obvious that they could not do it. They could only leave. After 3 months, they hoped that Emperor Shi would win and kill this boy. Otherwise, if he was allowed to grow up, he might really become a big enemy in the future. Brother Qin, let's go back to the sword sect. Duan Hong came forward and said to Qin Wentian. Today's storm involved a great deal of things and would inevitably cause a turbulent wave. Qin Wentian would become a person at the center of the storm again. It would be safest to go back to the sword sect. As long as he went to the sword sect, no matter how big the waves were, there would be sects that would take it for Qin Wentian, even if it was pressure from the Holy Emperor sect. Moreover, the sword sect could find out for Qin Wentian what the high-level officials of the Holy Emperor sect thought about this matter. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded. He was a disciple of the sword sect, so he would naturally go back to the sword sect. His eyes looked in the direction of Mo Qingcheng. Mo Qingcheng walked forward, took Qin Wentian's hand, and then turned back to look at the Medicine Emperor. Her charming appearance made the Medicine Emperor reluctant to separate the two. Come back to the Medicine Emperor Valley with me. The Medicine Emperor's beard fluttered, and he glared at Mo Qingcheng. This girl had forgotten her master after she had a lover. No. Mo Qingcheng looked at the Medicine Emperor stubbornly, shook her head gently, and squeezed Qin Wentian's hand slightly. It was the first time she said no to the Medicine Emperor. It was not that Mo Qingcheng wanted to disobey the Medicine Emperor, but she finally reunited with Qin Wentian after losing her memory, and then they parted again in the immortal martial realm. How could she bear to separate again? Besides, this storm had already started, so she naturally wanted to stay with Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian could feel the temperature of Mo Qingcheng's little hand, and he used a little force to hold Mo Qingcheng tightly, and a trace of warmth flowed through his heart. You followed him to the sword sect? He is now the first in the immortal martial realm ancient monument and has reached the 7th level of Xiangang. Don't you want to improve your own strength? Even if you are good at refining pills, if your strength cannot keep up, it will also limit your ability to refine pills. Yao Wang blew his beard and glared, and said with some depression. Naturally, he intended to remind Mo Qingcheng not to forget to practice, otherwise she would be left behind by Qin Wentian. Mo Qingcheng's beautiful eyes condensed, revealing a thoughtful look. Of course, she didn't want to be a burden, and hoped that she could help Qin Wentian, but she was still reluctant to let go of Qin Wentian's hand. I will naturally let you out after 3 months. Medicine Emperor looked at the pitiful and beautiful disciple, and couldn't help but feel helpless. This girl was hopeless. Mo Qingcheng's beautiful eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and she glanced at Qin Wentian, only to see Qin Wentian holding her hand and nodding. Qingcheng, I also need to practice in seclusion for these 3 months. You can go back to Medicine Emperor Valley with Senior Medicine Emperor. Okay. Mo Qingchang nodded. Seeing this scene, Medicine Emperor was so angry that his beard flew, and he glared at Qin Wentian fiercely. It was so unfair that he didn't listen to the master's words, but his lover's words were so effective. It was too discouraging for the old man. Let's go. Medicine Emperor said speechlessly. Mo Qingchang reluctantly let go of Qin Wentian's hand, then walked to Medicine Emperor's side and flew away. In the void, Mo Qingchang still looked back at Qin Wentian. Their eyes met, still with a sense of attachment. Suddenly, Mo Qingchang smiled, which made countless people's hearts tremble. When leaving, she still wanted to leave a smile for Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian, come back with me. Yanshan Swordmaster came over. He naturally wanted to protect Qin Wentian's safety. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded and looked at Fan Li and the others. Senior, I want to take my friends with me. Okay, let's all go to the sword sect as guests. Yanshan Swordmaster would naturally not be so unkind. Now that Qin Wentian has an extraordinary status, how could he stop him from taking some friends to the sword sect as guests? Wentian. A gentle voice came. Qin Wentian looked at Lin Xiner, only to see Lin Xiner's beautiful eyes smiling, saying, after this farewell, please don't forget Xiner. See you again at the Holy War Arena in 3 months. After that, Lin Xiner moved lightly with lotus steps and left with the people of the fairy cult, causing countless people to cast jealous eyes on Qin Wentian. It was unfair. Mo Qingchang's attachment had already touched people greatly, and Lin Xiner actually stimulated their fragile hearts. Let's go. Yanshan Swordmaster and other strong men of the sword sect waved their hands, and suddenly the sword energy was suspended in the air. Everyone stepped on the sword light, and then the sword light flashed, and a group of people broke through the air and left. Countless eyes stared at the figure of the departing young man, but they were thinking in their hearts that the immortal martial realm was the place where Qin Wentian became famous. In the future, he will surely stand out on the royal holy land. How will the future story be written? Figures broke through the air one after another, and the 8 great geniuses who suppressed the era also left one after another. The Xianwu world finally quieted down, except for the huge ancient monument engraved with many names, which still stood there for 10 years. As the crowd left, Qin Wentian's name began to spread throughout the Huangji Holy Land. P.S. Wuhan wishes everyone a happy Christmas. I am really a hard-working little bee who works non-stop for 365 days. Chapter 608. She lied. Outside the sword sect, there was a whistling sword energy in the sky. Many people inside and outside the sect looked up at the void, and then they saw a line of figures flying in the distant void, who were the people returning from the immortal martial realm. Qin Wentian stepped on the whistling sword energy and stopped above the ancient peak of the mountain gate. There, a snow-white figure whistled and pounced into Qin Wentian's arms like a white lightning. The snow-white body kept arching towards Qin Wentian. Little guy, long time no see. Fan Li looked at the little bastard and stretched out his hand to flick his forehead. The little bastard raised his little head, glared at Fan Li, opened his mouth, and spit out a few words. Fatty, die? Oh. Fan Li's face was instantly full of black lines. This little bastard could actually speak. His slightly childish voice was cute, which made Qin Wentian hold back his laughter. Boss, you taught me this, didn't you? Fan Li was speechless and slammed the little guy's forehead hard. The little bastard bared his teeth and claws at him, grinning. Fatty, you are looking for death? Qin Wentian smiled and walked forward with the little guy in his arms. In front of him, a beautiful figure stood there quietly like a beautiful landscape. Her slender and graceful figure and stunning face attracted many people's attention, even if she was just standing quietly. Kinger. Qin Wentian walked in front of the beautiful figure, smiled gently, and looked at the beautiful figure like a snow lotus. Kinger glanced at Qin Wentian and said in a clear voice, "Let's go out for a walk today." "Well, it won't be so boring if you walk more." Qin Wentian looked at the woman in front of him, and she was still very frugal with words. She lies. The little bastard's head came out of Qin Wentian's arms and looked at Kinger and said, "She comes here every day. What a sin." Fan Li slapped his forehead, which was too depressing. Qin Wentian blinked his eyes and looked at Kinger, but saw that Kinger's expression did not change. She looked at the little bastard with cold eyes, and then slapped him. The little bastard quickly curled up in Qin Wentian's arms, leaving Kinger's slap free. Seeing Qin Wentian looking straight at him, Kinger's calm eyes seemed to flash a strange look, and then said, "It loves to talk nonsense." "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded, still looking into Kinger's eyes. "I'm going back." Kinger's face changed slightly. After speaking, she immediately turned around and flashed away directly. The speed was very fast. Looking at the beautiful back, Qin Wentian looked down at the little guy in his arms and said softly, "What else do you know?" "Here, someone chased her, but she beat them away," the little guy said incoherently, which made Qin Wentian blush. Who is so bold that Kinger dared to chase him? It's really blind. There is another one. She can't beat that person. He sees her every day. Can you drive him away? The little guy looked at Qin Wentian with his big eyes, which made Qin Wentian completely happy. He rubbed his head and said with a smile, "This is the first time I find you so cute. I will supplement you later." "Okay, I want to evolve," the little bastard said in a baby voice. The so-called supplement was naturally the blood power of Qin Wentian. This guy can be said to be raised by Qin Wentian's blood. "Wentian, I will go to see senior brother Lingshan first. You go back and have a good rest." At this time, the sword master of Yanshan in the void looked at Qin Wentian and said that what happened in the immortal martial realm must be discussed with the sword master Lingshan. Regarding Qin Wentian's matter, I am afraid that the senior leaders of the sword sect will need to meet each other. "Okay, thank you, sword master." Qin Wentian nodded and thanked him. The sword master of Yanshan nodded, and then the group broke through the air and left. Ji Fixu will also go to report to the master sword master Lingshan. Since they have arrived at the sword sect, everyone will soon disperse. Yi Lingshuang and Duan Han helped arrange a place for Fanel and the others to live, which was not far from Qin Wentian's residence. The group sat together and chatted for a few hours, and then the sky darkened. Qin Wentian returned to his residence and sorted out the gains in the Xianwu realm. He should be considered the one who gained the most in this trip to the Xianwu realm, and it takes time to consolidate. The Xianfas Henshin Xian Moju, such a powerful technique, needs to be practiced step by step. Moreover, according to his idea, it is to practice with the Xianmo body refining to assist this set of techniques, which complement each other and can exert a stronger power. However, to practice the Xianmo body refining, a large amount of natural materials and treasures are needed to assist in practice. This is also the difficulty of practice. Some powerful and strange techniques often need the help of treasures to practice. In addition, the powerful magical skills obtained from the ancient monument, such as the Jinpengju, the Zhaixingju, the Phantomju and other powers, need to be slowly comprehended to make them more and more proficient. In addition, during the battle, these powerful magical spells consume extremely terrifying amounts of star energy. The stronger the power, the more star energy a single attack consumes. It is difficult for a Xiangang 7th level realm to sustain a continuous war with so many powerful means. Fortunately, he has 4 Yuanfu, which gives him an advantage over ordinary people. In the night, the starlight was particularly bright, constantly falling from the sky and falling on the place where Qin Wentian was, bathing that space in the starlight, which was so dazzling. Qin Wentian sat there for 7 days. When he opened his eyes after 7 days, there was a hint of coolness in the space. In the early morning, the mountain wall was covered with misty white fog, and the scenery was particularly beautiful. The soft sound of the flute came into his ears, with a melodious artistic conception. Qin Wentian listened quietly. The sound of the flute was graceful, and there seemed to be a sense of heartfelt expression in it. Yai! It's that guy. He's here again. So annoying. The little bastard ran to Qin Wentian's side and grabbed Qin Wentian's arm. Qin Wentian immediately understood who the little guy was talking about. It must be the person who said Kinger couldn't beat him. Let's go and take a look. Qin Wentian's figure flashed, and soon he saw the person playing the flute. He was wearing fluttering white clothes and standing on the huge rocks on the mountain wall. He was composing music and playing the flute towards the place where Kinger lived. It seemed a bit cool. Kinger stood on the roof with a bit of indifference in her expression, as if she was a little unhappy. This figure in white clothes had a strong cultivation base, the 9th level of Xiangang realm, and was also a disciple of this Hanjian sect. He must be an extraordinary person. No wonder Kinger couldn't beat him with his strength. After all, Kinger's cultivation base was only the 7th level of Xiangang realm, and she had just entered this realm not long ago. Kinger. Qin Wentian's figure landed beside Kinger. Kinger glanced at him, and then looked at the figure on the mountain wall in front of her. Her expression became even colder. Don't you think it's very rude to harass others like this? Qin Wentian looked at the figure in white and spoke loudly. There seemed to be a sword whistling sound in his voice. Several harsh sounds were heard in the void, and the melody was abruptly interrupted. The sound of the flute stopped. The figure in white looked at Qin Wentian and said indifferently, "Sincerity can move mountains and open stones. What does my behavior have to do with you? She is my friend, so it's naturally related to me. Please don't come again." Qin Wentian continued. "We're just friends? Then what qualifications do you have to stop me from pursuing junior sister Kinger?" This person spoke without restraint, and it seemed that he had made it clear that he wanted to pursue Kinger. Several laughs were heard, and several figures appeared on the opposite mountain wall. One of the women giggled, "Senior brother Han, junior sister Kinger is so beautiful, and those who pursued her have all been beaten. I'm afraid your hope is slim, but I still support you. Junior sister Kinger is as charming as a fairy. How many people can resist being moved? I hope that senior brother Han can succeed and chase junior sister Kinger to my Gushan lineage." Another person spoke, and his eyes also glanced at Qin Wentian. This person was the Qin Wentian who had been making a lot of noise in this Jiutian sect recently and won the first place in the ancient monument ranking of the Xianwu realm. They would like to see him for themselves. "Wentian, these people are all disciples of the Lonely Mountain Sword Master. Yiling Shuang came here at some point and said to Qin Wentian, 'Does the sword sect prohibit disciples from fighting?' Qin Wentian asked. He knew Kinger liked quietness. She chose this place because there were few people to disturb her. But these people were so rude and noisy. Although Kinger didn't say it, she knew she was very uncomfortable by looking at her cold face. Of course, just be careful. The sword sect encourages competition, and the elders don't interfere." Yiling Shuang nodded. "That's good." Qin Wentian nodded gently, looked at Kinger and said, "Can I help you drive them away?" Kinger was stunned for a moment, looked at Qin Wentian, a wave of fluctuation flashed in her eyes, and then nodded gently, "Okay." Qin Wentian waved his sleeves, strolled out, and stood in front of the strong men on the opposite mountain wall in an instant. Looking at the figure in white, he said, "Get lost." Senior brother Han held a flute in his hand and glanced at Qin Wentian indifferently. Now in this Jiutian sect, Qin Wentian's name is known to everyone. He returned with the first place in the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm, which caused a great wave in this Jiutian sect for a while. How could he not know? This person killed Shuangtong and invited Emperor Shi to fight. An elder figure of the Huangji Shangzong died because of him. Senior brother Han, he's going to use you to establish his authority. The woman just giggled and stared at Qin Wentian. Brother Han, although your realm is high, this person is famous in the Huangji Holy Land. If we fight, the brothers in the sect will not say that you are bullying the weak. Another voice came. Qin Wentian glanced at the people on the mountain wall in front of him. There were 5 people in total. In addition to brother Han, there were 4 others, 3 of whom were at the 8th level of Xiangang and 1 at the 7th level of Xiangang. The golden light shone, and the star energy covered Qin Wentian with a layer of brilliant golden glow, just like a golden rock with golden wings. His eyes were sharp, and he glanced at the people in front of him, and uttered a cold voice, "You all come together." As the voice fell, Qin Wentian's wings flapped behind him, and his body slowly floated up, getting higher and higher. The light on his body became more and more dazzling, and there was a faint glow of thousands of feet shining out, as if there was a fierce roar of a golden winged rock, which made the 5 figures on the other side of the stone wall all look at each other, and a faint fighting spirit was pouring out of their bodies. In the distance, the perception of many disciples of the sword sect spread over and paid attention to this battle. Kinger was still standing on the roof, looking at Qin Wentian's back with a cold gaze. Her beautiful eyes seemed calm and peaceful. Chapter 609 You Don't Need Me Anymore. Although Qin Wentian was alone, the people of the sword sect who were watching the battle did not think that the other 5 had taken advantage. Everyone knew the weight of being the first in the immortal martial realm. It was already rumored that the name of Qin Wentian should be added to the list of the prodigies who suppressed the era, but more people were watching and waiting for the battle on the Holy War Arena. If Qin Wentian defeated Emperor Shi, then everything would be logical. Everyone saw the golden glow of Qin Wentian's body covering the world, and the wings behind him had solidified and turned into the real Dapan feathers. He was covered with the light of the golden winged Dapan, as if he was really going to turn into Dapan. The golden Peng Law and the demon god transformation practiced in the ancient monument were used at the same time, which naturally produced a variety of changes. Buzz! The wind swept past, and a golden lightning flashed through the void, heading towards the mountain wall in front, at an astonishing speed. At the same time, a terrifying blood power roared, and the demonic energy rushed into the sky. Trap him! Seeing Qin Wentian's lightning speed, someone shouted in a low voice. Immediately, one of the masters of the 8th level of Xiangang released his star soul and Wuming Xiangang. An extremely huge ancient vine covered the sky and rolled towards Qin Wentian, trying to seal the void and entangle him. At the 8th level of Xiangang, the power of Wuming Xiangang was already very strong. The range covered by this ancient vine was very large, and it could easily tie people up. This kind of controlling Wuming Xiangang was extremely threatening. Once bound, it would be waiting for death. Hula! A crisp sound came out, and the ancient vine was directly cut off under the golden light, breaking into pieces, which shocked the man's expression. The cutting power of the golden wings could definitely cut his Wuming Xiangang directly. It was too sharp, and this attack power made him feel scared. Boom! A palm print turned into a huge ancient peak and fell towards Qin Wentian. The figure of Jin Peng did not stop at all. The ancient peak was broken. In just a blink of an eye, Qin Wentian rushed towards one of the people on the mountain wall, a Xiangang 8th level strong man. It seemed that no one's attack could restrict his movements. The man's expression changed slightly, and then he saw Qin Wentian raise his hand and blast it out. His palm picked up the stars. A bright room light flashed and appeared, and it fell down with a bang. With a loud bang, the man was smashed into the mountain. The boulders exploded and his body was directly submerged. It was not at the same level at all, even if his cultivation was the Xiangang 8th level. The other people were all frozen when they saw this scene. With this kind of combat power, the Xiangang 8th level strongman was like scum in front of him. He could be crushed with one blow. How could he fight? The light shone into the sky, and dazzling star souls and martial destiny burst out one after another, obviously ready to go all out. But at this moment, Qin Wentian's body burst into endless golden light, and their eyes seemed to have an illusion. In their sight, there appeared multiple figures of Qin Wentian, all carrying golden wings. In their vision, all were the unparalleled Qin Wentian. Boom! Thousands of figures seemed to burst into attack at the same moment, rolling over in all directions, trying to destroy everything. The remaining 4 people felt the palm prints that flooded the void hitting them at the same time, and their expressions all changed drastically, resisting frantically. There was a rumbling sound, and several deep pits appeared on the mountain wall. 3 people were directly smashed into the mountain wall and spit out blood. Only the person who pursued Kinger blocked the attack, with a sullen face. The wind whistled, and Qin Wentian's body was seen floating in front of him, with the golden wings behind him flapping in the air. Every flap stirred up a gust of wind, flying sand and gravel. The pair of unruly and strange eyes stared at him with a terrible coldness. He was quietly floating, but he was like a king. Get lost, from now on, you are not allowed to appear in front of Kinger. Qin Wentian uttered a voice indifferently, and the coldness spread throughout the void. It seemed that he was not only talking to the person in front of him. If it was not for protecting himself, Kinger might not even come to the sword sect. She had always been by his side before, but she didn't let him see her. The woman who was like an iceberg snow lotus was always so quiet that people couldn't bear to disturb her. These people harassed Kinger, and he was naturally angry. The man in white turned pale, snorted coldly, and then turned and left. The other 4 people climbed out of the pits on the mountain wall one after another. They were all injured to varying degrees and left in disgrace. They no longer had the unrestrained demeanor they had just spoken. This battle was really embarrassing. It was simply devastating. The people from the sword sect who were watching the battle withdrew their perceptions, but they were amazed in their hearts. The strong men of the 9th level of Xiangang did not dare to confront Qin Wentian head-on. With a word of get out, they really turned and left. Obviously, they knew the gap between the two sides. The fighting power that Qin Wentian casually displayed was indeed somewhat amazing. The Xianwu realm, a place where the bones of the geniuses were buried, could really make people. After Qin Wentian walked out of the Xianwu realm, he seemed to have completed a gorgeous transformation. Now that he has used the demon god transformation and added the power of his bloodline, the aura emanating from his body has reached the level of the tyrannical level of the 8th level of the Xiangang. It is indeed no pressure for him to crush the 8th level of the Xiangang. In addition, the wild explosive power in his body, unless it is a demon level 9th level of the Xiangang, it can only be daunted. Emperor Shi had already boasted that he would fight for the title of Xiangang Invincible. Since Qin Wentian had challenged Emperor Shi, how could he be weak? Qin Wentian restrained his aura and returned to Kinger, but saw that Kinger was still so cold. She glanced at him and walked towards her house. This scene made Qin Wentian stun for a moment, as if Kinger was a little bit wrong. Kinger, what's wrong? Qin Wentian followed, and Kinger did not answer, but just walked quietly, came to the pavilion in the courtyard, looked at the misty clouds in the distance, and didn't know what she was thinking. Qin Wentian faintly felt that Kinger seemed to be in a low mood, and he did not ask any questions, just stayed quietly beside her. All along, it was Kinger who had been silently protecting him. Now that he was much stronger, he was quite happy to be able to fight for Kinger. The cool breeze in the early morning blew, ruffling Kinger's hair. She lowered her head slightly and said crisply, "I should have completed what the master asked me to do. From now on, you won't need me anymore." The crisp and indifferent voice seemed to blow into the depths of Qin Wentian's heart with a cool breeze, causing his heart to stab slightly. "From now on, you won't need me anymore." This simple sentence actually made Qin Wentian feel a trace of heartache. Kinger, is she leaving? Yes, Kinger was by his side at first just to obey the words of Fairy Queen Mei. Over the years, although Kinger rarely appeared, when he needed help the most, the first person to appear was always this cold woman. She was always so quiet that people would ignore her existence. However, how could Qin Wentian ignore her? For 10 years, since Chu Guo was a teenager, she has been quietly guarding by his side. Until now, Qin Wentian has long been accustomed to her being around, so much so that he has forgotten that one day she will leave. When she has completed the instructions of Fairy Queen Mei, then, what reason is there for her to stay? Both of them fell silent. Qin Wentian looked into the distance. The cold wind blew on his body. He actually felt the coldness and couldn't help but laugh at himself. This wind is quite cold. Kinger's little hand grabbed the corner of her clothes, and then let go. She turned around and looked at Qin Wentian. She was still so beautiful, and that cold face was flawless. She looked at Qin Wentian, but she only saw Qin Wentian squeeze out a smile for her, and then looked away and looked into the distance. He was a little afraid to look at that face. Kinger just looked at Qin Wentian, and after a moment, she said crisply, "I won't leave." Qin Wentian's eyes lit up, and he walked to Kinger. His eyes regained their spirit. "Really? This place is quite suitable for cultivation." Kinger nodded gently, then turned and walked towards her room. Looking at her back, Qin Wentian showed a bright smile, as if relieved. Kinger seemed to be the princess of a powerful force. If she left, Qin Wentian was a little unsure whether he could see her again in this life. How could he bear it? Huh? Exhaling, Qin Wentian flashed away and returned to his residence, but saw Lin Shui and Duan Hong coming here. "Brother Lin." Qin Wentian smiled at Lin Shui. "I didn't disturb you when I saw you were with junior sister Kinger. Master asked me to bring you some words. Let's go to the yard to talk." Lin Shui said to Qin Wentian. "Okay." Qin Wentian nodded. Ling Shin's sword master asked Lin Shui to come to him, so it must be something very important. In the courtyard, Lin Shui and Qin Wentian sat down. Lin Shui said to Qin Wentian, "Junior brother Qin, the elder who died in the Xianwu realm that day had a very honorable status in the Great Shang dynasty. Because he was not an ordinary elder, he was also good at refining weapons, and his status was at the top of that lineage. His death made the Great Shang dynasty's lineage in the Huangji Shangzhuang furious. They asked my Hanjian sect to hand you over, and they even wanted to target the medicine emperor." Qin Wentian felt a ripple in his heart. He had expected that the death of the elder would cause quite a stir. The internal situation of the Huangji holy sect is quite complicated, and the various lineages are fighting fiercely, but the most powerful lineage is the core lineage of the Huangji holy sect, which directly obeys the orders of the holy emperor. Regarding the matter of the medicine emperor, our predecessors in this Hanjian sect found out that the core lineage had suppressed it. As a result, all the pressure was transferred to you. The Hanjian sect certainly refused to hand you over, and because of you, there were quite a few waves in the Huangji holy sect." Lin Shui smiled bitterly and continued, "And what's worse is that other factions are not very friendly to you, the newly rising figure, for example, the Purple Thunder sect, the Earth Gate and other forces. However, for this time, the Great Grandmaster, that is, the previous leader of this Hanjian sect, has spoken. If someone bullies you, it is tantamount to declaring war on this Hanjian sect." The weight of this sentence is still very heavy. At the same time, he sent a message back, asking if you want to join the Huangji holy sect now? It will be much safer. Lin Shui asked. Chapter 610, Return to the Thatched Cottage. Qin Wentian was very grateful to the sword sect master, whom he had never met, when he heard Lin Shui's words. It was conceivable how strong the deterrent power was when he said, "If someone bullies you, it is equivalent to declaring war on the sword sect." This meant that at least in public, any celestial being who wanted to attack him would have to think carefully. As for dealing with him secretly, Qin Wentian did not doubt it at all. This was inevitable. Not to mention the elder of the Imperial Saint sect, the death of Shuangtong of the Great Shuang dynasty was enough for the Great Shuang dynasty to assassinate him. The elders of the sword sect and Lin Shui obviously understood this situation, so they asked him if he was willing to join the Imperial Saint sect. If he chose to go to the Imperial Saint sect now, it would undoubtedly be the best way to avoid those targets. However, Qin Wentian was unwilling to enter the Huangji Shengzong like this, as if he was escaping. Moreover, the Huangji Shengzong may not have invited him because of the death of the elder. Although Qin Wentian did not care about those faces, at least this could show that the Huangji Shengzong valued him. Otherwise, if the Huangji Shengzong did not value him enough and thought that he was responsible for the death of the elder, and thus had some opinions about him, then why did he join the Huangji Shengzong? Why not choose the Xianwu realm? After all, the Huangji Shengzong is not the Huangji Shengzong that belongs to the Zhanjian sect. The Zhanjian sect only has one lineage. Brother Lin Shui, I have not planned to join the Huangji Shengzong yet. Qin Wentian spoke calmly, which made Lin Shui's eyes flash with a strange light. Qin Wentian did not say that he did not plan to join for the time being, but answered that he had not planned to join yet. This sentence hides another layer of meaning. It is still hard to say whether I, Qin Wentian, am willing to join the Huangji Shengzong. So what if he is the dominant force of the Huangji Holy Land? Qin Wentian has a father who can make immortals and demons cry. He knows that even if he joins the Huangji Holy Sect, it will only be temporary and he will leave sooner or later. In this case, if the Huangji Holy Sect does not value him, what is he going to do? Therefore, it is really hard to say whether he is willing to join the Huangji Holy Sect. The Huangji Holy Sect is picking him, and he is also picking the Huangji Holy Sect. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Shui nodded, patted Qin Wentian on the shoulder, and said, "You have the courage, and I support you. During this period of time, you should practice quietly. I will bring your words to Master and ask Master for his opinion." "Thank you, Brother Lin." Qin Wentian nodded with a smile, and Lin Shui left. After Lin Shui left, Qin Wentian did not immediately retreat to practice, but took out the space pen and began to carve a new space scroll. Although he is now famous in the Royal Saint domain, he also has many crises. Naturally, he has to make more plans. At the same time, he needs to carve some space scrolls for Fan Li and others to use, so that they can all have a means of escape. This time, Qin Wentian carved a lot of space scrolls and left a lot of them on each of Fan Li and others. Then he began to retreat again to practice the skills and magical powers he got in the immortal martial realm. Although 3 months is quite short, he should do his best to make himself stronger as much as possible. In a blink of an eye, more than 2 months have passed since the end of the immortal martial realm. Qin Wentian, who is in the sword sect, still lives a peaceful life, but in the Royal Saint domain, his name is probably the most frequently appearing, surpassing Gu Lifeng and Hua Take-Su. During this period of time, many things have happened in the Royal Saint domain. For example, countless forces have extended olive branches to Gu Lifeng and Hua Take-Su, especially Gu Lifeng. After all, he is still alone and has never joined any forces. Of course, all the major forces want to recruit him. The most sensational one is undoubtedly the invitation from the Royal Saint sect. As the other two geniuses ranked in the top 3 of the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm, they have no connection with the major factions in the Royal Saint sect. Therefore, several waves of Royal Saint sect strongmen have invited them, and the major factions have taken turns to participate. In the end, when the leader of the Royal Saint domain invited Hua Take-Su finally nodded and agreed to join the Royal Saint sect. This matter caused a sensation. Hua Take-Su of the Take-Su sect worshipped the leader of the Huangji Shengzong, and became a disciple of a very high-ranking person. This status is much higher than Zhen Yu at the beginning. It is conceivable that if this news is passed back to the Great Xia dynasty, it will cause a sensation. I am afraid that the Hua family will be boiling over it. The genius of the Hua family, the dominant force in Wangzhou city of the Great Xia dynasty, Hua Take-Su, who was ranked first on the destiny list at that time, finally achieved unprecedented achievements for the Hua family. Gu Lifeng and Hua Taixu are equally famous on the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm, and their rankings are tied in no particular order. In addition, Gu Lifeng's previous reputation is even better than Hua Taixu's. Hua Taixu received an invitation from the core lineage, and Gu Lifeng, who did not join any force, of course, did the same. However, Gu Lifeng neither agreed nor refused, but just said that he needed to consider it for a while, and the Huangji Shangzhuang would not force him. However, rumors spread in the royal Saint domain that someone saw Gu Lifeng in Xianwu city. He seemed to be in the Xianwu realm. The reason was unknown until a long time later. Everyone felt sorry for it. This was actually the last time Gu Lifeng appeared in the royal Saint domain. Since then, Gu Lifeng has completely lost contact and disappeared. I don't know how many outstanding women are sad. Pinghu Duanyu, Yish Jiutian, and the handsome and unparalleled white-clothed Gu Lifeng will never see him again. Other Xianjiao figures who ranked high in the ancient monument of the Xianwu realm have also been invited one after another. Compared with these people, Qin Wentian, who ranked first in the ancient monument of the Xianwu realm, was unattended. However, everyone can understand that it is not that Qin Wentian's appeal is not as good as Gu Lifeng and Hua Taixu, but because of his special situation. First of all, as a disciple of this Hanjian sect, he cut off the idea of all forces in the royal saint domain except the royal saint sect. The only force that is truly qualified to invite Qin Wentian is actually the one that invited Gu Lifeng and Hua Taixu, the leader of the royal saint domain. But an elder of the Huangji holy sect died because of Qin Wentian, and there were many people in the Huangji holy sect who wanted to kill Qin Wentian. Under such special circumstances, it was not surprising that Qin Wentian was not invited. Did the leader of the Huangji holy sect directly order Qin Wentian to be punished? This means that the leader took a laissez-faire attitude. In the sword sect, when the news of Hua Taixu and Gu Lifeng reached Qin Wentian's ears, he looked into the distance and a wave of emotion arose in his heart. He knew that the reason why Gu Lifeng appeared in Xianwu city was because he had made a choice to join the forces of the Xianwu realm and leave the Huangji holy land. As for Hua Taixu, the reason why he chose the Huangji holy sect instead of the Xianwu realm was that perhaps his family in the Great Xia dynasty also influenced his decision. From the last conversation between Hua Taixu and him, Qin Wentian understood that Hua Taixu was obviously unable to let go of his family, so he chose to stay temporarily. The two peerless geniuses chose different paths, so where was Qin Wentian's path? Wentian, Hua Taixu has made his own choice. What about you? What are your plans? Yang Kuangsheng stood beside Qin Wentian and asked in a low voice. Go to the Holy War Arena to complete the promised battle. Then I will go back to Daxia to complete those unfinished things and put an end to Daxia's affairs. Then I will go back to my hometown and hold a wedding with King Cheng. At that time, maybe I will make a decision. Qin Wentian murmured with a gentle smile on his face. He and King Cheng are already husband and wife, so how can he not give King Cheng a name and a wedding? He wanted to set the location of the wedding in their hometown, Chu State, where they met and got to know each other. Well, I should go back too. Jiang Ting is still waiting for me. I owe her. Yang Kuangsheng said with a smile. Thinking of Jiang Ting, the firm lines on his face softened slightly. Time flies so fast. Qin Wentian sighed. In a blink of an eye, they have experienced the wandering of life and death and the vicissitudes of life. I still remember the first time they met in Xianqi Palace. Both of them were young and frivolous. Yes, time flies. Who would have thought that the young man from Xianqi Palace would have achieved what he has today? Back then, you traveled thousands of miles with a sword, transformed into a demon, and slashed the Danyuan Palace with one sword, which spread all over Daxia. Now, you have become famous in the Huangji Holy Land. Are you sure you can go back to Daxia? Yang Kuangsheng looked at Qin Wentian and asked with a smile. If the demon sword comes out, who in Daxia can resist it? Qin Wentian said with a smile, but I don't know if the demon sword that is still stuck in the Danyuan Palace is willing to be used by me now. Of course, even if he didn't move the demon sword, if he transformed into a big rock, it should be enough to dominate Daxia. The demon sword is a demon, but with you as its master, it won't be a disgrace to it. Yang Kuangsheng laughed and said, Wentian, when Jiang Ting and I get married, it may not be grand, but you must be the witness. Yang Kuangsheng's words were pointed. In fact, After Ouyang Patriarch Zhen Yu broke the agreement with Qin Wentian, Ouyang Kuangsheng had already had an out with the Yang family. Later, after he walked out of the imperial mausoleum, he returned to the Yang family and had a conflict. Ouyang Patriarch would not give him the inheritance of the Ouyang family. Otherwise, how could the marriage between the Yang family and the Zhang family not be grand? There is only one reason: the couple in the past are no longer blessed. Okay, definitely. Qin Wentian seemed to understand what Ouyang Kuangsheng meant, and smiled, thinking in his heart that the wedding of Ouyang Kuangsheng and Jiang Ting would definitely be blessed. Let's go for a walk, Qin Wentian said, and walked out. Where to? Ouyang Kuangsheng followed. Thatched cottage, unsheath your sword. Qin Wentian flew away as soon as he finished speaking. A moment later, outside the thatched cottage and on the ancient peak, many people trembled violently, looking at the young man, Qin Wentian, who had arrived. Qin Wentian, it's time to unsheath your sword for the second time. This news spread instantly. Now everyone in the sword sect knew that Qin Wentian had broken the record for the first time he unsheathed his sword, unsheathing 14 swords. After getting the first place in the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm, Qin Wentian entered the unsheathed cottage again. How could it not cause a sensation? P.S. This chapter feels great, and it hints at a lot of content. Did you notice it? Chapter 611. What is celestial phenomenon? More and more people gathered on the ancient peak, all staring at the figure of the young man who walked to the bottom of the thatched cottage. When Qin Wentian first came to the sword sect, he unleashed 14 swords, breaking the record of unleashing swords in the thatched cottage. After many days, he walked to the thatched cottage again. The 15th sword in the thatched cottage cannot be unleashed under the heavenly phenomenon. Can Qin Wentian unleash it? Many people thought to themselves that Qin Wentian had already unleashed 14 swords, and now he had to start from the 15th sword. However, this 15th sword happened to have the reputation of being unleashed under the heavenly phenomenon. I wonder if Qin Wentian can still bring surprises. Lin Shui arrived, and he looked at the junior brother he personally welcomed to the sword sect, the most outstanding junior brother he had seen since he entered the sect. I wonder what kind of surprise he can bring to him this time. Yiling Shuang arrived, and her mentality had changed greatly from the first time. Last time here, she still couldn't stand Qin Wentian, thinking that guy was very lustful, and even that little bastard was extremely lustful and dared to attack her sensitive parts, but this time, she could only look forward to it. Sister Lu. At this time, a beautiful woman descended on the ancient peak opposite the thatched cottage. It was Lu Bingyu. Her cold eyes looked at the figure in front. Bingyu. Ji Fixu came to Lu Bingyu's side at some point. Lu Bingyu glanced at him. She found that after returning from the Xianwu realm, when she saw Ji Fixu again, her mentality was completely different. There was no competition and faint admiration, but only calmness. This change happened silently. Fixu, you have to work hard. After this retreat, Sister Lu has entered the 8th level of Xiangang. Lin Shui glanced at the two people next to him and smiled, which made Ji Fixu's eyes flash and look at Lu Bingyu deeply. When Lu Bingyu was in the boundary monument where Wu Mi was, she was one of the few people who could feel the power of the stone wall in the boundary monument. Her excellence was slowly revealed. Li Haniao also arrived. She looked at Qin Wentian with a complicated expression. The existence she once looked down upon, now she was too lazy to even look at her. Perhaps Qin Wentian had never looked at her straight in the eye, otherwise how could he have slapped her directly? Back then in the Xianwu realm, she cursed Qin Wentian with resentment, but found that he had made it all the way to the end and got the first place in the Xianwu realm. That feeling, no one except herself could understand. In addition to the disciples of this Hanjian sect who came to the ancient peak, how many celestial beings of this Hanjian sect were watching this place in the dark? Qin Wentian stood in the thatched cottage, which caused a sensation in this Hanjian sect. This kind of treatment had never been experienced by Lu Bingyu and Ji Fixu. In the past 100 years, I am afraid that only Qin Wentian had experienced it. At this time, Qin Wentian had already begun to untie the sword. The first 14 swords had been untied, and it would be over in an instant if he untied it again. Untie the sword is a kind of perception and understanding. Since he had already untied it once, it was naturally easy for him to untie it the second time, and he went straight to the 15th sword. He saw the same situation again. There was a mountain wall in front of Qin Wentian. The pattern on the mountain wall depicted a violent ancient demon, swallowing the sky and destroying the earth. It was extremely manic, as if it wanted to destroy everything. However, all of these disappeared when the sword passed by. The sword fell in the middle of the evil dragon and the evil phoenix. In an instant, the evil dragon disintegrated and turned into dust. Everything was annihilated. The previous 14 swords can all feel the existence of the martial arts will. Even if it is the fusion of the martial arts will, I still feel it after all. But this sword is really like what I thought last time. Is it a deep fusion of the martial arts will? Qin Wentian said to himself in his heart. If it is really a deep fusion of the martial arts will, then it would be extremely difficult for him to comprehend which specific martial arts wills are fused. It is very likely that he will return empty-handed again and cannot solve the 15th sword. But this time Qin Wentian had a strange feeling again. This sword is really pure, so pure that it is actually just one kind of power, not a power fused from multiple types. Of course, it could also be a new power that was deeply integrated and synthesized, a new power that he could not perceive with his current strength. Qin Wentian closed his eyes, as if the picture on the mountain wall was directly engraved into his mind, imprinted in it, and constantly repeated that sword. If you don't enter the celestial phenomena, you won't understand the 15 swords. Qin Wentian whispered in his heart. Celestial phenomena. What is celestial phenomena? The celestial phenomena realm requires the comprehension of the martial arts will to enter another level, surpassing the level of the second realm of great perfection. This level is called the true meaning of martial arts. True understanding. For example, force. The first realm he comprehended was force, and the second realm was the shock wave of nothingness. But are there only these two changes in the martial arts will of force? Obviously more than that. There are also the third and fourth types, such as gravity, the omnipresent force. Only by truly comprehending the martial arts will of force can you cross this level and comprehend the true meaning of martial arts of force. This step of crossing is already extremely difficult. I don't know how many people's path to celestial phenomena has been blocked. Many people cannot take this step in their entire lives. But this is only one of the conditions for entering the celestial realm. If you want to truly enter the celestial realm, you must return the Wuming Xiangang to the Star Soul, and use the Star Soul to evolve and achieve the Starry Sky realm. This step needs to be based on the previous step. Only by understanding the true meaning of martial arts can you comprehend your own Starry Sky realm. Starry Sky realm is all-encompassing and has thousands of changes. In the same realm, if one person has an extraordinary Starry Sky realm, he can easily crush 10 or 20 people with ordinary Starry Sky realm, and even kill them instantly. This means that many people will never be able to enter the celestial realm in their entire lives, but when you cross that hurdle and feel complacent, you will sadly find that the gap between people in this realm can be magnified to the point of making you despair. The more Qin Wentian understood, the more he understood how terrible the gap in realms was. If he had not transformed into Big Rock and held the magic sword, the Xiangxiang strongmen of the Danwon Palace would have killed him as easily as killing an ant. Because of this, the Danwon Palace missed the best opportunity to kill him and thought they could kill him at any time, so he later chopped the Danwon Palace with a sword. Is it possible that this sword has some kind of martial arts true meaning integrated into the sword? Qin Wentian suddenly had a thought when he thought of the Xiangxiang realm. If you don't enter the Xiangxiang realm, you can't understand the 15 swords. If the 15 swords are the true meaning, the strong man of the Xianggang realm will certainly find it difficult to peek into the essence of this sword. Qin Wentian thought of this and began to comprehend in this direction, instead of thinking about whether this sword is a sword that integrates the martial arts will. With his eyes closed, the sword repeated thousands of times in Qin Wentian's mind. Finally, he felt that the sword seemed to slow down in his perception, and he could see more and more clearly. Time passed unknowingly, and Qin Wentian suddenly realized that the person who could really complete the Jiutian thatched cottage must have a great understanding, and how could he not become a great man of his generation? A day later, the figures on the ancient peak were still there, and they just looked at Qin Wentian, but Qin Wentian still did not move. Is this 15th sword unsolvable after all? If you don't enter the celestial phenomenon, you can't solve the 15th sword. Is this iron rule really unbreakable? Many people sighed in their hearts. It seems that the miracle may not happen. Qin Wentian was still immersed in it. In his mind, the sword became clearer. He felt the power contained in the destructive sword, that speed, that tearing destructive power, that omnipresent and pervasive power. If you want to find a martial arts will that fits him, then it should be wind. The martial arts will of wind, perhaps it can no longer be said to be will, but the true meaning of the martial arts of wind, because it contains many elements of martial arts will, the speed of wind, the tearing of wind, the ethereal wind, and the omnipresence of wind. I understand. Qin Wentian opened his eyes, then he placed his palm on the mountain wall in front of him. Immediately, his perception spread out, and in an instant, a stunning sword light seemed to tear apart the sky and earth, buzzing continuously. At this moment, above the thatched cottage, the sword energy rolled and roared, raging between heaven and earth. The 15th sword, unlocked. It only took 1 day, amazing. Lin Shui smiled. This junior brother really gave him another surprise. He, who was at the Xiangang realm, could unlock this sword. Then, the chasm of the sky in the eyes of others might be just a matter of time in Qin Wentian's eyes, and that time would not be too far away. His ability to unlock the sword meant that one day he would be able to figure it out on his own. Wentian is really amazing. There was a look of surprise in Yiling Shuang's beautiful eyes. Her adopted brother might surpass her father in the future. It would be great if he was her own brother, so that her father would not have to worry about who would inherit his legacy. A trace of ripples flashed in the eyes of Lu Bingyu and Ji Fixu, and the disciples of the sword sect exclaimed. However, this was just the beginning. The second pattern was almost the same as the first one. It was so similar that it almost made people think it was the same painting, but in the end, Qin Wentian took 6 hours to unlock it. The power contained in the sword is space. Although the process is similar, the power at the moment of destruction is even greater. Then, the 17th sword took Qin Wentian 4 hours, the 18th sword took Qin Wentian 3 hours, the 19th sword took Qin Wentian 2 hours, the 20th sword took Qin Wentian 1 hour, the 21st sword took Qin Wentian half an hour, 2 days, 7 more swords were unlocked, unlocking the 15th to the 21st swords. The people on the ancient peak were a little sluggish, stunned, watching Qin Wentian approaching the thatched cottage, and he had already stepped to the 22nd sword. This has begun to challenge the goal that most people in the sword sect cannot accomplish. People below the celestial phenomenon dare not even think about it, but Qin Wentian has reached the place. How difficult is the 22nd sword? Can the person who broke the record of the thatched cottage again continue to move forward? No one knows the answer, but the eyes of the entire sword sect are focused on the sword unlocking thatched cottage. Chapter 612 Holy Emperor City. The 22nd sword, Qin Wentian stood in front of the mountain wall. This time, in addition to the terrifying giant monsters, the pattern that appeared also had a vast starry sky, as if it was the starry sky. Starry sky? These monsters are under the starry sky. Qin Wentian stared at the monsters that were raging in the sky, but they were wrapped in a starry sky. Undoubtedly, only the strong men in the Xiangang realm could summon such a starry sky. The starry sky is the symbol of entering the Xiangxiang realm. Those giant monsters roared madly. At this time, in the starry sky, a sharp sword crossed the void and fell from the sky. It was a starry sky constructed with swords as the basis. These sharp swords crossed the void, like a stream of light. A destructive force raged between heaven and earth. The giant monsters shrouded in the starry sky let out a miserable roar, and then they were bleeding and all perished, destroyed by this terrible starry sky. This kind of starry sky so strong. Qin Wentian's heart shuddered. He had heard that the strength of starry sky varied greatly, and he didn't know what level the starry sky in front of him was. That kind of destructive power is like the power of thunder and lightning, but there is no obvious thunder and lightning, only diffuse light, revealing destructive power. Qin Wentian whispered in his heart. He heard that the structure of starry sky may have many different situations. The starry sky formed by a single martial arts, true meaning integrated into the martial soul, is the simplest starry sky. The foundation of the starry sky in front of him is a sword, which means that the martial soul should be a sword. However, some strange and powerful starry sky may be formed by the fusion of 2 or even 3 different martial arts, true meanings. Such starry skies super strong, especially those who have extraordinary comprehension, who can comprehend some super strong starry sky with variations. For example, 2 different people, they both comprehend the starry sky with 2 same martial arts true meanings, and the final starry sky may be different, with a huge difference in power. The pattern in front of him does not look like a starry sky constructed by a single thunder true meaning. Could there be the true meaning of the sword hidden in it? Qin Wentian whispered in his heart. After all, the true meaning of the sword is also good at destructive power, and it is not surprising that it can cause such an effect. But even if Qin Wentian guessed it, Unless he could really perceive the formation of this starry sky phenomenon, he would still not be able to release the sword. And his cultivation is only the 7th level of Xiangang. Although the 2nd level of martial arts has been perfected after coming out of the Xianwu world, he has not yet comprehended a martial art's true meaning. It is almost impossible to comprehend the fusion power of martial art's true meaning. It is too difficult. The previous 7 swords were just a single martial art's true meaning, which could still be comprehended, but the difficulty of this 22nd sword has risen to another level, and it is afraid that it will be difficult to solve. Qin Wentian closed his eyes and comprehended quietly. During this period, he reached out to touch the mountain wall several times, but failed to release the sword every time. Obviously, his perception was wrong. A day passed quickly, and Qin Wentian felt that this sword might contain the true meaning of the wind martial arts. If the wind and thunder martial arts' true meanings were fused, it was unknown what effect would be produced. It might be intertwined into the destructive scene before his eyes. Perhaps, he was right, but even if he was right, he still could not solve this sword without truly understanding the formation of this starry sky phenomenon. I haven't even understood the true meaning of martial arts, but I want to solve the starry sky phenomenon that has integrated the true meaning. It seems that I am arrogant. Qin Wentian smiled frankly and was not disappointed. It seems that this 22nd sword is really impossible to solve before understanding the true meaning of martial arts. Thinking of this, Qin Wentian smiled and gave up, turned around and walked down the steps of the thatched cottage, which made the people on the ancient peak secretly relieved. The 15th sword of the sword-solving thatched cottage was said to be unsolvable only by the sky phenomenon. Qin Wentian solved the 22nd sword. If he continued to solve it, it would be a bit abnormal, unless there was a soul of a strong man in the sky realm in Qin Wentian's body. Qin Wentian's figure flashed and he came to the top of the ancient peak. Lin Shui looked at him and said with a smile, "Why, you don't want to continue? It's just a waste of time. Come back next time." Qin Wentian said with a smile. "Well, it's already amazing that you can decipher the 7 swords that contain the true meaning of martial arts. I believe that it won't take too long for you to comprehend the true meaning of martial arts. After reaching this realm, you can impact the celestial phenomena." Lin Shui said to Qin Wentian, "Although you can use some treasures to impact the celestial phenomena realm, you must not rely on external objects. It is best to rely on your own pure comprehension. In addition, try to condense better star celestial phenomena as much as possible. Don't be greedy, be precise, and strive for excellence." Understood. Qin Wentian nodded. He knew that when condensing star celestial phenomena, some powerful people might condense several different star celestial phenomena, but generally speaking, they would use the most powerful one to fight. Lin Shui was worried that he would go astray and hoped that he would condense more powerful star celestial phenomena instead of seeking quantity. "When are you going to set off?" Lin Shui asked again, naturally referring to the Holy War Arena. "Let's go now. Time is running out. Let's go to the Holy Emperor City first. I also yearn for that place," Qin Wentian said. "The Holy Battle Arena is in the Holy Emperor City. Qin Wentian must visit that area no matter what. The vast and powerful Holy Emperor City is a holy place in the entire Huangji Holy Domain. He went there some time in advance because he also had some things to do. Okay, I'll go and tell my master to send some people to accompany me," Lin Shui said. "No need. I'm good at the secret art of disguise." Qin Wentian sent a voice message to Lin Shui. Lin Shui was stunned, then nodded, and also sent a voice message to Qin Wentian. "Okay, then I'll let the elders of the Sword Sect and the Huangji Holy Sect wait for you at the Holy Battle Arena. I'll go back and tell them first." Qin Wentian smiled and nodded, then left Gu Feng, summoned Yang Fanle and others, and told them that he planned to go to the Holy Emperor City alone. "Okay, I'm going back to Daxia first." Yang Kuangsheng said. He was going to go back to find Jiang Ting. "I want to walk around the southern area of the Royal Holy Land, and then go back to Daxia to meet up with you." Family said with a smile. "I'm going back to Daxia." Yun Mengai whispered. "Okay, it seems that we have to separate temporarily. When you go back to Daxia, remember to go back to Washuang Realm. We will meet up in Washuang Realm," Qin Zhang said with a smile. "Except from Yu Feng, these people are all disciples of Washuang Realm." Qin Wentian nodded gently. Now that he has made enemies in the Royal Holy Land, he naturally can't walk around as freely as before. Moreover, they all have their own things and ideas, and separation is inevitable. Okay, Daksha, meet again. Qin Wentian and everyone hugged each other. When it came to Yun Mengai, he saw Yun Mengai looking at him with beautiful eyes. He smiled and stepped forward and gave her a hug as well, which made Yun Mengai's eyes flash. Little bastard, let's go. Qin Wentian shouted, and a white phantom rushed over in an instant. A man and a beast walked out and headed towards the outside of the sword sect. Holy Emperor City, the holy city of the Huangji Holy Land. This ancient city with an ancient history has the simplicity of time and majestic majesty. There are countless people coming in and out of this ancient holy city every day. The martial arts spirit here is extremely strong. Throwing a stone on the street here may hide a strong man in the Xiangxiang realm. Don't provoke the young masters and young ladies here casually, for fear that you can't afford to provoke them. Holy Emperor City has the absolute overlord of the Huangji Holy Land, the Huangji Holy Sect, the most famous battle stage in the Huangji Holy Land, and the largest trading market in the Huangji Holy Land. The 9 major sects, 7 major families, 2 dynasties, and many ancient countries of the Royal Holy Land all have their bases in the Holy Emperor City. They will send their children to the Holy Emperor City to broaden their horizons, to the famous academies in the Holy Emperor City to practice, or to the Royal Holy Sect. Qin Wentian, at this moment, set foot in this ancient city with many of the best in the Royal Holy Land. He casually draped a simple white robe, with clear lines on his face, and a bit of handsomeness could be seen faintly. He looked about 30 years old, obviously his appearance after disguise. I'm so tired. A slightly childish voice came from under Qin Wentian. The one who spoke was a monster. This monster was particularly cute, a little white tiger. The lines on his body did not have the aura of a king at all. He shook his head like he was drunk. Of course, this monster was transformed by a little bastard. The little bastard was not only carrying Qin Wentian, but also a woman with an extraordinary figure, wearing green clothes, a veil and a bamboo hat. Although her face could not be seen clearly, her temperament and figure gave people endless reverie. She might be a top beauty. When Qin Wentian left the sword sect, Kinger was willing to go with him, and in the open. Although Qin Wentian was a little surprised, he was naturally happy. You are useless. You are so young and you are still complaining about being tired. I have raised you in vain. Qin Wentian knocked on the little guy's forehead. You 2 men and women are in collusion and bullying me. The little guy whimpered, causing many people around to look over here in surprise, and they were a little surprised by the combination in front of them. This little guy is so funny. A woman said with a smile. What are you looking at? I have never seen such a cute monster. The little guy said in a baby voice, and Qin Wentian's face was immediately black. He found that it was not a happy thing for this bastard to learn to speak. I have not seen it before. What are you doing in Holy Emperor City? The woman asked with a smile. I am here to suppress the arrogance and make my name known to the world. The little guy said in a domineering manner, and the people around him laughed. Wherever he passed, he would become the object of onlookers. Qin Wentian watched this bastard boasting with a dark face all the way. He already regretted bringing him out. He wanted to be low-key, but he didn't expect to be tricked by this guy. Can you stop? Qin Wentian walked on the street and slapped the little bastard hard. If you don't like it, give it to me. At this time, a voice came, and then Qin Wentian saw a huge meteorite appear in front of him. This meteorite was filled with extremely rich star energy, and it was not polished into a standard size, but was pure natural. Qin Wentian turned around and saw a young man pointing at the meteorite and said, Leave the monster to me, and this meteorite is yours. Chapter 613 Divine Weapon Academy. Qin Wentian glanced at the young man and instantly knew his cultivation level. He was at the 6th level of Xiangang, with a hint of pride between his eyebrows. Behind him was a woman, whose cool purple-red dress set off her figure perfectly. Her long hair was tied up, and the extra black hair fell down. Her white neck could be seen, her skin was like water, her appearance was excellent, and she exuded a sense of elegance and nobility. The woman looked at the little white tiger incarnated by the little bastard, and her eyes seemed to have a ray of light, letting everyone understand that it seemed that the young man wanted to get this monster in order to please the woman. Sorry, I don't want to change it yet. Qin Wentian waved his hand, and the meteorite returned to the young man. The young man frowned slightly, as if revealing a trace of displeasure, but it relaxed again in just a moment, and said to Qin Wentian, I am Rong Yam from the Divine Weapon Academy, and this is my junior sister Shenjing. She likes this monster very much. Since you dislike this monster, Why don't you give it to me? If you dislike the meteorite, you can just ask for it. So you are from the Divine Weapon Academy. They're all wealthy guys. The people around him thought in their hearts that the Divine Weapon Academy is mainly to train weapon refining masters. After leaving the academy, many will become 5th-level weapon refining masters. These people are extremely wealthy and good at refining weapons. There is no one who is not rich. Divine Weapon Academy. A light flashed in Qin Wentian's eyes. He came to the Holy Emperor's city this time, and he really planned to find a place to refine weapons. He currently needs a fortune, and refining weapons is undoubtedly the fastest way. Seeing the light in Qin Wentian's eyes, Rong Yan's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of contempt. Indeed, even in the Holy Emperor's city, the reputation of the Divine Weapon Academy is extremely great. Many people try their best to make friends with these future weapon refining masters. The Divine Weapon Academy gathers weapon refining elites. It seems that this person is no exception. After hearing his identity, his eyes are different. I am Xianwen, the nameless person. I heard that there will be a battle of peerless geniuses on the holy battle stage of the Imperial Holy Land, so I came here from 1,000 miles away to watch this grand event. Qin Wentian said with a smile. The little bastard beside him turned his eyes and cursed this guy for being shameless. He actually called himself a peerless genius. It was too shameless. Well, the battle between Qin Wentian and Emperor Shi has indeed caused quite a stir. Now many people have come. It must be very exciting. Rong Yan nodded, but his eyes were still fixed on the little bastard. Qin Wentian glanced at the little guy next to him, and a sinister smile flashed in his eyes, which made the little guy shudder. What was this guy thinking? My little demon is disobedient. If Miss Shen likes it, I will let him play with Miss Shen for a while, and return it to me when Miss Shen is tired of it. Qin Wentian looked at the two people opposite him as if he saw a treasure. This was a treasure sent to him, and Qin Wentian was of course happy. Shen Jing raised her eyebrows slightly, feeling that Qin Wentian seemed to have some plans, and that look made her feel vaguely uncomfortable, but at this moment, she saw that the little white tiger's body actually became smaller, and then turned into a stream of light and pounced into her arms. Shen Jing was startled, looking at the pair of pure and lovely big eyes, and immediately felt a faint love. Beautiful sister, you are so beautiful. The little guy said in a baby voice, and Shen Jing smiled brightly. Beautiful sister, you look so pretty when you smile. The little guy crawled into Shen Jing's arms, scratching everywhere with his little claws. Qin Wentian felt infinite sympathy for Shen Jing when he saw this scene. He couldn't help but think of the scene when Kinger held the little guy with one hand. It seemed that Kinger still understood this bastard. Shen Jing had never seen such a cute little white tiger, so how could she think of anything else? Although she felt a little strange in her chest, she didn't think much about it when she saw the innocent and cute eyes. She rubbed the little guy's head and said, how could there be such a cute little demon? He actually did it. Yet, he's bad. He has no ability, weak cultivation, and he made me hungry. The little guy blinked his eyes, as if he was about to cry. Although his tone was still childish, his words were getting clearer and clearer. Shen Jing glanced at Qin Wentian coldly, but happened to see Qin Wentian looking at him. There seemed to be a strange light in his eyes, which made Shen Jing even more upset. Did he covet her again? Miss Shen, I want to learn to refine weapons. I wonder if you can introduce me to someone. Qin Wentian said. Shen Jing's impression of Qin Wentian became worse. Rong Yan beside her looked at Qin Wentian arrogantly. It turned out that he had such a purpose. He said coldly, I can recommend you, but it is not so easy to enter the Divine Weapon Academy as a student. Maybe you can start as a weapon refiner. I can arrange it for you. Everyone around showed an interesting look. The disciples of the Divine Weapon Academy are noble, but the weapon refiner is just a runner. Once the weapon refiner is unhappy, he will be beaten and scolded. His status is low. Rong Yan deliberately put this person down. Shen Jing showed a satisfied look when she heard Rong Yan's words, and looked at Qin Wentian lightly. Okay, thank you very much if that's the case. Qin Wentian smiled as if he didn't know what the other party was thinking, but he sneered in his heart. If he really went to the Divine Weapon Academy and let him be a weapon refiner? If he refines weapons, the two people in front of him might have to stand aside. No problem. Rong Yan's eyes showed a trace of contempt. What kind of ability could someone who is willing to be a weapon refining boy have? As for that little demon, as long as junior sister Shen Jing liked it at the Divine Weapon Academy, would she need to be returned? However, Rong Yan had a trace of suspicion about Kinger behind Qin Wentian, and asked, "Who is she, and why doesn't she show her true face?" "My sister, she is weak and can't stand the cold," Qin Wentian said casually. Although Rong Yan would not believe it here, he was too lazy to question him. "Let's go." Shen Jing walked up, without even looking at Qin Wentian, and walked directly past Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian and King are followed behind. As for the little bastard who is enjoying lying in Shen Jing's arms, Qin Wentian felt guilty. The Divine Weapon Academy exuded a sense of simplicity and grandeur. From the moment he stepped into the Divine Weapon Academy, Qin Wentian felt the fluctuations of divine patterns everywhere. The silver-white giant pillars were filled with a wonderful aura, as if they were cast divine weapons. "Follow me closely." Rong Yan walked in front and told Qin Wentian that he could only take Qin Wentian into the academy after explaining it to the guards. The academy was not like the sect. The sect was more strict, while the academy was more relaxed. Therefore, Rong Yan could easily take Qin Wentian into the academy. "Let's go to the weapon refining pagoda. The end-of-year weapon refining assessment is coming soon. Everyone should be here," Shen Jing whispered. Rong Yan nodded and said with a smile, "With junior sister's talent for weapon refining, she is enough to refine a 4th-grade superior weapon. This year-end assessment will definitely not disappoint the teacher." Shen Jing did not comment. The group came to the square. In the center of the square was a weapon refining pagoda. The pagoda was divided into dozens of levels, and each level had many weapon refining positions. This pagoda was like a magic weapon, faintly permeated with a terrible hot breath. The whole pagoda is a terrifying high-temperature flame. There is no need to consider the problem of flame when refining weapons here. As long as you are a weapon refiner, you can go up and directly start refining weapons. It's really strange. Qin Wentian looked at the pagoda. The higher you go, the fewer positions there are, but the weapon refiners seem to be more powerful, and many people look up to them. Senior brother Wang Yunfei is still so amazing. He has been able to refine a 4th-grade superb divine weapon. If it weren't for the limitation of his cultivation, he might have the opportunity to refine a 5th-grade divine weapon. He is destined to become a 5th-grade weapon refiner in the future. Shen Jing looked at the young man on the top of the pagoda with a hint of admiration. At the Xiangang realm, the one she admired most in the Divine Weapon Academy was senior brother Wang Yunfei. Not only did he have an extraordinary ability to refine weapons, but his own combat power was also super strong. He was simply a perfect genius. Indeed. Rong Yan nodded, with a hint of jealousy in his heart, but he could not deny the other party's excellence. "Junior sister Yao, you are here too." At this time, Rong Yan saw a young woman next to him and smiled brightly at her. The woman had a dull look and wore simple clothes. Although she was pretty, she looked a little dim standing next to Shen Jing. Shen Jing, who was wearing a purple-red dress, was so gorgeous that she lowered her head slightly. "Senior brother Rong Yan." Yao responded in a low voice. "Junior sister, I heard that you don't have a refining boy for refining weapons, which is quite inconvenient. Today, I found a refining boy for you outside and I will leave it to you," Rong Yan said to Yao, pointing at Qin Wentian. Yu glanced at Qin Wentian, smiled softly, and nodded. "Okay, thank you, senior brother Rong Yan." "No problem, take him to your weapon refining pavilion," Rong Yan said with a faint smile. Yu didn't say anything, looked at Qin Wentian and smiled. "My name is Yu. Tian Wen." Qin Wentian nodded. "Tian Wen, come with me." Yu took Qin Wentian away from here. Qin Wentian saw that Rong Yan and Shen Jing didn't even look at him, let alone return the little bastard to him. "Xianwen, why did you come here to be a weapon refiner? A weapon refiner can't learn anything at all. It's impossible to expect a weapon refiner to teach you divine runes." After walking some distance, Yao looked at Qin Wentian with some worry and said, "Besides, at your age, if you are just starting out, it's better not to practice divine runes." Qin Wentian looked into Yao's eyes. Although Yao was not as stunning as Shen Jing, she was still very pretty. Her smart eyes revealed a pure beauty. If she changed her clothes and dressed herself up seriously, she would not be much worse than Shen Jing. "Is it difficult to get divine runes here?" Qin Wentian asked. He certainly understood the importance of divine runes. In a normal relationship, who would teach you the divine runes they are good at? Well, the Divine Weapon Academy is just an academy, not your home. Not to mention that you are a weapon refining boy, even as a student, not all the divine runes will be open to you. They will only be selectively open to you after you have achieved certain results. I have been here for almost a year, and I have not yet obtained a divine rune that exceeds my own weapon refining level. However, if I perform well in the year-end assessment this time, I will have a chance." There was a gleam of light in Yu Yu's eyes, and at this moment he was in high spirits. It was obvious that he had been waiting for this day for a long time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 614 Yao Yu's Little Thoughts. Qin Wentian looked at the look in Yu Yu's eyes and couldn't help but smile and said, "It seems that you are quite confident." Hearing his words, Yu Yu's expression darkened again. She lowered her head, as if something was on her mind, and murmured, "But I'm afraid I still can't get good results. After all, the strength of the divine runes that I'm proficient in is limited. Although I have been committed to improving my level of engraving divine runes, the gap in divine runes cannot be made up. I will definitely be left behind by people like Shenjing and Rongyan. They were born into a family of weapon refining. What's more, I don't even have good materials. Can I watch you engrave divine runes?" Qin Wentian asked, causing Yu Yu to look at him with a smile and nodded. "Okay, if you want to learn my few divine runes, I will teach you. As for how much you can learn, it depends on your own comprehension." "And is she here to learn weapon refining too?" Yu Yu pointed at Kinger and asked. "She is my sister Zhaoqing, who came with me." Qin Wentian smiled. As they talked, they had already walked to Yao Yu's dead man refining pavilion. Although the place was not big, fortunately there were all the refining materials, and there was geothermal heat. The small space was filled with a burning feeling, which made Yao Yu look apologetic to Qin Wentian and said with a smile, "I have only been in the academy for a year, so the conditions of the refining pavilion are relatively poor. Rongyan has bad intentions. His and Shenjing's refining pavilions are better than mine, but they arranged for you to learn from me. I think it's good. If I follow them to learn, they will definitely not teach me the divine patterns." Qin Wentian smiled brightly. Seeing his smile, Yao Yu also smiled. "You smile so beautifully and your temperament is not bad. I really don't understand why you come to be a refining boy." As she spoke, she had already begun to prepare the materials for refining weapons. Refining a 4th-tier divine weapon was not like using random materials like the most basic 1st and 2nd-tier divine weapons. The quality requirements for refining materials were extremely strict. Otherwise, if ordinary refining materials were equipped with powerful divine patterns, they would suffer when colliding but would be easily broken due to instability. The flame temperature required to smelt high-level refining materials is extremely high. Fortunately, there is a strange fire under the refining pavilion, which covers the area of the refining pavilion in the academy. Even the 5th-level refining materials can be smelted, and there is no need to say more about the 4th-level materials," Yu Yu said to Qin Wentian. As she spoke, she put the prepared refining materials into the central furnace and began to burn them. At the same time, she said to Qin Wentian, "Go and get me the embryo of the axe. Do you want to refine a divine axe?" Qin Wentian smiled. "Refining is like martial arts. It is the same as collecting materials, calcining, casting embryos, engraving divine patterns, and sharpening to make divine weapons. High-level divine weapons have higher requirements for materials, matching, and divine patterns. No step can be wrong, otherwise it is easy to refine defective products. You should know all these basic steps of refining. Picking materials and forging are all about practice makes perfect. With repeated practice and strong perception, it will gradually become perfect. The most important stage is the stage of engraving divine patterns, which determines the ability of the refiner," Yu Yu said slowly, while refining the equipment and chatting with Qin Wentian, teaching Qin Wentian how to refine the equipment. Qin Wentian looked at the sweat on Yu Yu's forehead with a smile on his lips. Shenjing and Rongyan sent him to Yu Yu, which made him quite happy. Yu Yu was indeed more suitable to help him. After a while, the smelted refining materials were injected into the embryo, and then let it solidify. Then the embryo was placed on the forging stone. Yu Yu slapped the embryo of the axe, and the embryo immediately shattered, revealing a red-hot axe. "I'm going to engrave the divine pattern. You see it clearly." The light shone, and an axe appeared in Yu Yu's hand. One of her star souls was the axe, which was the forging star soul. Then, Yu Yu swung the axe in her hand and chopped it on the axe on the forging table. In an instant, Lines began to emerge, faintly filled with the strong will of the axe. Yu carved very carefully and even had no time to talk to Qin Wentian. She was so focused that it took her 2 full hours to carve the divine pattern. Yu, your weapon refining foundation is really solid, and your ability to carve divine patterns is also very powerful. If you have a famous teacher, you should have a good future, Qin Wentian said. Yu smiled sweetly, with sweat on her face. It's not as simple as you think. Most powerful weapon refining masters are arrogant, and the divine weapons I refine are not high level, so it's hard to attract people's attention. Can I call a master level figure to observe my weapon refining? I can only wait and see if anyone will pay attention to it during the year-end assessment. Although there won't be powerful master level figures, there may be a visionary weapon refiner. Qin Wentian shrugged. Do you mind if I move this axe? Yu blinked and looked at the axe again. It's a 4th level mid-grade divine weapon. It's a pity, but come on. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded, then walked forward. A hammer had appeared, and smashed directly at the axe. The crisp sound of metal and iron intersecting was heard, and the divine pattern on it was directly flattened, which made Yu stunned. She looked at Qin Wentian with a complaint. Although it was only a medium-grade divine weapon, she was very poor and did not have many refining materials. How could she bear to waste it like this? However, I hope that Qin Wentian will understand the difficulty of refining after this mess. Ling. There was another light sound, and the hammer had hit the axe. A bright light shone, and a terrible sharp aura permeated the axe, with an extremely complex and exquisite divine pattern on it. This scene made Yu stunned. She covered her lips with her small hands and looked at Qin Wentian. Her beautiful eyes did not move, and her brain had a short circuit for a moment. This refining method made her heart beat non-stop. Yu pointed at Qin Wentian. Seeing the mischievous smile in Qin Wentian's eyes, she suppressed her shock and curled her lips and said, You are so powerful, and you still tease me. Yu, can you do me a favor? Qin Wentian asked. Seeing his serious look, Yu asked in confusion, You are so strong in refining weapons, what can I do for you? Although my divine pattern is powerful, I don't know much about refining weapons. I need a lot of divine weapons now, but I can't find a suitable place. I want you to help me. Qin Wentian said. Yu blinked and nodded. Okay. How could you refuse to refine weapons with such a powerful refiner? Okay, you melt all the materials that can be used to refine divine weapons, and I will refine them into divine weapons. Then you go outside to help me trade in exchange for more refining materials, and repeat the cycle. At the same time, remember to prepare more embryos. Qin Wentian said. Yu immediately understood what Qin Wentian wanted to do. With Qin Wentian's engraving speed, as long as the other steps in refining materials could keep up, he could refine weapons in large quantities. He came to the Divine Weapon Academy because he knew that the Divine Weapon Academy had its own trading channels that could provide him with all of this. Refiners are all rich. The wealth that a refiner like you can create is simply unimaginable. Yu muttered, causing Qin Wentian's eyes to flash. He smiled and said, I need to refine weapons now because I am poor. In addition to needing divine weapons, I also need to obtain some useful things through trading, so I thought of this method. Well, you are only poor for a while. With your level, as long as you enter the celestial realm, it will not be a big problem to refine a 5th level divine weapon. Yu was a little jealous of the guy in front of him. He was too powerful. The reason why he couldn't refine a 5th level divine weapon was probably because he was limited by his cultivation. After all, most 5th level divine patterns contain the true meaning of martial arts. If you are not on the celestial realm, you can't engrave them under normal circumstances. You have such a solid foundation, you will become a great weapon refiner. Qin Wentian said with a smile. Yu shook her head. How can I be as good as you? I am. Qin Wentian blinked at Yu, which immediately made Yu's eyes freeze. She looked at Qin Wentian with a bit of nervousness and expectation, and her heart was beating uncontrollably. I will help you prepare the weapon refining materials. Yu's face was slightly red, and she didn't dare to look at Qin Wentian. She immediately walked away to prepare the weapon refining materials for Qin Wentian. The two began to refine weapons in this weapon refining pavilion. After refining, Yu took the magic weapon refined by Qin Wentian to trade outside, and borrowed weapon embryos from many senior brothers and sisters in the academy. Many people were a little confused. What happened to Yu recently? She borrowed more than 100 weapon embryos in 2 days. In the past 2 days, Yu was completely exhausted. In addition to running errands for Qin Wentian taught her the 4th level top-level divine runes and the means to carve divine runes. In addition to helping Qin Wentian, she spent her time studying in the weapon refining pavilion, and also tried to carve divine runes. Just as Qin Wentian thought, Yu's foundation was very solid. With his help, she made rapid progress. It would probably not take long for her to carve a 4th level top-level divine weapon. Although she was tired, Yu had never been so happy before. Now she had the top divine pattern, the refining method was better, and Qin Wentian also gave her a lot of refining materials, all of which were materials that could be used to refine the 4th level top divine weapons. When she occasionally took a short rest at night, Yu would smile. Her efforts were finally not in vain. She met such a good person. Although he wanted her to help, what Qin Wentian gave her was more than just this little favor. Of course, she knew this very well and was only sincerely grateful to Qin Wentian. 5 days later, Yu went outside again to help Qin Wentian change the refining materials. When she passed by the refining pagoda, she met Shenjing and Rongyan. The little bastard was still lying happily in Shenjing's arms. Rongyan looked at Yu and smiled and said, "Junior sister, is the refining boy still obedient?" "Yes." A gleam flashed across Yu's face and she nodded. "If you don't like him, you can just ask him to get out. I'm not that familiar with him." Rongyan's mouth flashed a hint of contempt. As for the little guy, he was still attached to Shenjing. It was impossible to return him. The little guy himself was reluctant to leave. Yu glanced at Rongyan coldly and walked away without saying anything. Rongyan was stunned, and a cold light flashed across her back. This timid woman dared to look at him like this. However, Yu now made him feel a little strange, as if she was more elegant and confident, and she seemed to be more beautiful. Yu returned to the weapon refining pavilion and saw Qin Wentian still refining weapons. She took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Seeing Qin Wentian turning his head and smiling at her, Yu blushed and withdrew her hand, saying, "I didn't mean anything else." "Yes." Qin Wentian smiled indifferently. Looking at the smile in his deep eyes, Yu couldn't help but feel ashamed of herself. Although they had only met for 5 days, she could feel that Qin Wentian must be an extraordinary person, otherwise how could he have such powerful weapon refining skills and such a broad mind and bearing? Even if he had a woman he liked, she must be one of those women as dazzling as a phoenix. Thinking of this, Yu let go of that thought. She didn't think too much about it, nor did she dare to think about it. She just smiled innocently and said, "Tianwen, the year-end assessment will be in a few days. Can you watch me finish the assessment before you leave?" Qin Wentian glanced at Yu. He had planned to leave tomorrow, but when he saw that simple look, he smiled and nodded. "Okay, thank you." Yu was a little excited, as if she remembered something, and she said again, "The year-end assessment is over, and the scheduled battle on the Holy War Arena is about to begin. I heard that senior brother Wang Yunfei also wants to meet Qin Wentian. Senior brother Wang is so powerful. I wonder what kind of genius Qin Wentian is, and whether he is as good as senior brother Wang Yunfei. Senior brother Wang Yunfei is so dazzling whether he is refining equipment or fighting. P.S. I heard from readers that there was a previous chapter that wrote that Qin Wentian was at the 8th level of Xiangang. Wuhan made a mistake. Sorry, it's still the 7th level of Xiangang." Chapter 615, Demonic Oracle Bones. Qin Wentian couldn't help but smile strangely when he heard Yu talking about herself. Then, Yu looked at him and said with a smile, "What about you? You are so good at refining weapons. How about your fighting ability? Many peerless geniuses will go to the holy battle arena this time. Will you go?" "Maybe." Qin Wentian shrugged and said with a smile, "But before that, I have to go to Fixin Tower." "What exactly do you want to exchange for? Why are you preparing so many 4th level top-level magic weapons?" Yu blinked. A few days ago, Qin Wentian asked her where he could trade some exotic treasures in Shenghuang City. She told Qin Wentian Fixin Tower. Shenghuang City has the largest trading place in Huangji Holy Land, and that trading place is not just one trading force, but many. Fixin Tower is among them. The mysterious Fixin Tower has an extremely deep foundation. As long as you can pay enough, Fixin Tower can give you what you want. Demon Oracle Bones. Qin Wentian laughed at himself. Yu's body trembled slightly. She looked at Qin Wentian in disbelief. If it were an ordinary person, he might not have heard of this thing. However, As a weapon refiner, how could she not know about the legendary thing of demon oracle bones? It is said that demon oracle bones can be used to refine immortal and demon armor. It is a legendary treasure for refining armor or defending divine weapons. Even if you have a lot of divine weapons, you can't trade for demon oracle bones. You whispered. Well, so now all I want is some demon oracle bones powder. Qin Wentian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Demon oracle bones are a must for practicing the immortal and demon body refining technique. If he wants to forge the immortal and demon body, he must first get this thing. But now he has just started practicing, so powder can be used instead. I really don't know what you want to do. You curled her lips. When are you going to Fixin Tower? I'll go with you. No need, I can go by myself. You still have to prepare for the end of year assessment. Qin Wentian smiled, and you didn't insist, and nodded gently. The largest trading place in the Royal Holy Land is located in the Holy Emperor City, covering an area of thousands of miles. There are endless people coming and going, and strong people in the celestial realm can be seen everywhere. However, as the most mysterious and profound Fixin building, there are not many people in this area, because the trading rules here are different from other places. Ordinary people prefer to try their luck at auctions or on-site trading places, but Fixin building has its own independent trading rules. Fixin building is just a building. There are many pavilions on the left and right of this building. Some people stop here. At this moment, a group of young people appeared under Fixin building. One of them waved his hand, and suddenly a treasure flew into Fixin building. At the same time, he said, I want to exchange for dual guns, which need to be the top level of the 4th level. It is best to have an attack and defense integrated magic weapon engraved inside. Okay, come back one day to pick it up. A voice came from Fixin building, and the transaction was reached. Then, the second person threw a treasure into Fixin building. He wanted to exchange it for a rare top-level 4th level elixir. These people seemed to be from the cold-killing sect. Someone around saw this line of young figures and said secretly, well, the man who traded the 2 guns is Jiutian from the cold-killing sect. He is quite powerful and a genius with some fame. Someone said that there are countless geniuses in the Holy Emperor City, and there are countless heroes gathered there. Therefore, some geniuses may not be known to the public even if they are extraordinary. Not far away, a group of figures walked over with extraordinary momentum. Why is Wang Yunfei here? I heard that this person plans to join the battle on the holy battle stage. I wonder how he is preparing. Seeing the young man in the lead, everyone's eyes suddenly condensed. Wang Yunfei is quite famous, because he not only has a great talent in martial arts, but also has extraordinary strength in refining weapons, and grows synchronously with his martial arts achievements. Not far behind Wang Yunfei, there is another ordinary man. This man looks quite ordinary. He can't see his face clearly under the hat, but the light flashing from the depths of his eyes under the hat is extremely sharp. This man is Qin Wentian. He has seen Wang Yunfei once. He was a little surprised to see him walking in front, but he didn't think too much and continued to walk forward. Soon, Wang Yunfei and his party arrived in front of Fixin building, and Zhu Yunfen smiled at him and said, Wang Yunfei, you actually have something you are missing. Everyone knows that weapon refiners are rich. Wang Yunfei is very skilled in weapon refining, so he must have no shortage of ordinary treasures. Wang Yunfei glanced at Zhu Yunfen indifferently, and then looked up at Fixin building. Then he waved his hand, and in an instant, more than 10 magic weapons flew out and landed on Fixin building. The magic weapons hummed and shone brightly, which surprised many people. Wang Yunfei's moves were indeed extraordinary. Change them all into heavenly demon bone powder. Wang Yunfei said. Come back in 3 days. A voice came from Fixin building, and Wang Yunfei nodded. It was not surprising that there was heavenly demon bone powder here. What kind of armor do you want to refine? You actually need heavenly demon bone powder. Zhu Yunfen showed an interesting look, looking at Wang Yunfei, and Qin Wentian, who was still behind, also showed a strange look. He didn't expect that the other party wanted the same thing as him, but Wang Yunfei wanted to refine weapons. Qin Wentian walked forward and waved his hand. Instantly, a terrifying whistling sound was heard. One by one, the magic weapons flashed with dazzling light. Each magic weapon was so dazzling. These magic weapons were arranged in several rows, stinging people's eyes. Everyone around was trembling in their hearts, staring at the figure wearing a bamboo hat. This person's move was too domineering. Change all into the powder of the heavenly demon oracle bone. Qin Wentian's low voice came out. There was silence in Fixin Tower for a moment. At the same time, Qin Wentian clearly felt an extremely powerful perception sweeping over him. It should be a strong person in the Xiangxiang realm. They naturally had to feel the appearance and breath of the person they were trading with, so that they would not be taken away by someone else next time they came to take it. Wait a moment. A voice came out, and it seemed that it was not sure whether there was enough Sky Demon Oracle bone powder. Wang Yunfei looked at Qin Wentian with sharp eyes and said, "What do you want so much Sky Demon Oracle bone powder for? It's too much to refine divine weapons and armor." Qin Wentian glanced at Wang Yunfei and did not reply. Wang Yunfei was not sure who Qin Wentian was, and he did not dare to be too presumptuous. Seeing that Qin Wentian did not answer, he did not continue to speak. In his heart, he was thinking about who could take out so many divine weapons at once, and this person should be a Xianggang figure. Come back in 3 days. After a while, a voice came from Fixin Tower. Qin Wentian nodded and turned away. However, he did not leave this trading place, but wandered around to find some other things he needed to trade. After all, he now had enough divine weapons to trade. A few hours later, Qin Wentian returned to the Divine Weapon Academy and continued to refine weapons and teach Yaoyu at the same time. Although he did not need so many divine weapons, these divine weapons could be used to exchange for meteorites or other things. Who would think it was too much? 3 days later, when Qin Wentian came to get the Sky Demon Oracle bone powder, he found that Wang Yunfei and Zhu Yunfen, whom he met last time, were here. When they saw him coming, they looked at him, as if they were waiting for him. This made Qin Wentian's eyes flash with a sharp light under his bamboo hat. "I'm here to get the Sky Demon Oracle bone powder," Qin Wentian said. "Come and get it." A voice came from Fixin Tower. Qin Wentian walked up and walked to the window where the person was standing. Suddenly, the person handed Qin Wentian a stored ring. Qin Wentian took it and checked it. He cursed that the Sky Demon Oracle bone powder was too expensive and the quantity was so small. "You can also come to get it, but it may be slightly less. Fixin Tower will return a few magic weapons to you," a voice said to Wang Yunfei, which made Wang Yunfei look unhappy. This is the rule of Fixin Tower. Generally, if you promise, you will get it. But if someone offers better things after you, you will give priority to the other party. If yours is not enough, your transaction will be returned. Qin Wentian offered a large number of magic weapons at that time, so he was given priority over Wang Yunfei. Wait. Qin Wentian was about to leave when Wang Yunfei, who was holding the Sky Demon Oracle bone powder, shouted at him. Qin Wentian stopped and then heard Wang Yunfei say, "I'll pay double the price in exchange with you. How about that?" "No," Qin Wentian said calmly, and walked away. A man beside Zhu Yunfen had sharp eyes. He said to Zhu Yunfen, "This person has reached the 7th level of Xianggang." A cold light flashed in Zhu Yunfen's eyes, and he smiled. "Brother Wang, you heard it, right?" Wang Yunfei glanced at Zhu Yunfen and others. Many strong men came. He immediately knew what the other party wanted to do. He snorted coldly. How could it be used by Zhu Yunfen? The other party was obviously going for Qin Wentian, and even brought people who could detect the other party's cultivation. Although he didn't care about Zhu Yunfen at all, he wouldn't be stupid enough to help the other party test it. Sure enough, seeing that Wang Yunfei didn't move, Zhu Yunfen and others stepped out and directly surrounded Qin Wentian. After Qin Wentian got the things, he wanted to leave directly. After all, the rules of Fixin Lao are that once you get the transaction items, you have nothing to do with Fixin Lao. At this time, he was locked by Zhu Yunfen and others. He sensed and glimpsed the other party's cultivation. There were 5 or 6 strong men of the 8th level of Xianggang, and 3 of the 9th level of Xianggang. This lineup is well prepared. Qin Wentian frowned and said coldly, "What do you think?" "Leave the stored ring just now," Zhu Yunfen said coldly. He saw Qin Wentian trade so many magic weapons with his own eyes. The value of the stored ring is equivalent to hundreds of 4th level top grade magic weapons, and he, Zhu Yunfen, only got 1 4th level top grade magic weapon in the trade 2 days ago. "I can't do it," Qin Wentian said lightly. But he saw that Zhu Yunfen was filled with a terrifying aura, looking down at Qin Wentian below, with murderous intent in his eyes. "Why do you have to do this?" A trace of murderous intent flashed in Zhu Yunfen's eyes. Not many people in Shenhurong City dared to rob so blatantly. After all, those who dared to come to trade had their own confidence. Qin Wentian's identity was unknown. If it weren't for the fact that the things on the other party were too valuable, they, the people of the cold-killing sect, would not take the risk. Suddenly, Qin Wentian's figure flashed, and he soared into the air in just an instant. Zhu Yunfan's expression changed slightly, and his two guns burst out, roaring like angry dragons, and a terrifying murderous intent crushed down. Qin Wentian pointed his finger at the void, and in an instant the whole world was filled with an invisible sword intent, which was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Zhu Yunfan trembled all over, and felt as if the whole person was in an absolutely terrible murderous intent. He couldn't help but stare at Qin Wentian in horror. Kill! Qin Wentian's finger fell, and a puffing sound came out. Zhu Yunfan was pierced directly by the sword, bleeding from his eyebrows, with his eyes open, and died with his eyes open. Chapter 616 Who's Leaving? The sky-breaking finger technique, now blooming with Qin Wentian's great sword and integrating into his own sword realm, the power of this finger falling is so terrible that Zhu Yunfan, who is at the 8th level of Xiangang, is killed instantly. At this moment, the powerful men of the cold-killing sect who burst out with a tyrannical aura were stunned, staring at Qin Wentian with a cold murderous intent. This man is indeed at the 7th level of Xiangang, and he is not wrong, but his combat power is so tyrannical. The tyranny of that finger technique is completely unreasonable and kills instantly, directly killing Zhu Yunfan. Such a strong force made the powerful men of the cold-killing sect not take action for a while. They were all invited by Zhu Yunfan. It is difficult for them not to be tempted by a Xiangang realm figure who has hundreds of 4th-level top-level magic weapons alone, but this person does not seem to be a soft person. I have no intention of killing anyone. If you don't want to die, don't mess with me, Qin Wentian said calmly. He wore a bamboo hat to avoid attracting attention. Since Zhu Yunfan dared to plunder, he should be killed first to deter others. If these people insist on doing it, they can only be killed. Qin Wentian turned around and left with a light step. His face under the bamboo hat could not be seen. Everyone around was staring at the conflict here, and then looked at the people of the cold-killing sect. So many strong men were actually shocked by a person of the 7th level of the Heavenly Gang. What to do? A member of the cold-killing sect asked. Forget it. This person is so confident. I'm afraid he is not an ordinary person. This magic weapon is hot to the touch? A person at the 9th level of Xiangang responded. A person next to him narrowed his eyes and looked at Qin Wentian's disappearing figure, saying, what a pity. Although Qin Wentian killed Zhu Yunfan with one blow, they did not think that Qin Wentian could fight against so many of them. They were only worried that Qin Wentian dared to come to Fixin Tower to trade in public. He must have some means. Moreover, killing Zhu Yunfan was just decisive and ruthless. It was better not to take risks. In the city of Shenhuang City, caution is the first rule for survival. Wang Yunfei took a deep look at Qin Wentian and did not have the idea of robbing him. He just thought that only a small amount of the Sky Demon Oracle Bone Powder could be used to refine a super strong defensive magic weapon. The amount this person wanted was obviously too much. Could it be that he wanted to refine a large number of defensive magic weapons? Qin Wentian was certainly not refining defensive magic weapons. If he cultivated into an immortal demon body, his body would be even more terrifying. Returning to the resting place that Yu arranged for him at the Divine Weapon Academy, Qin Wentian closed his eyes, his whole body flashing with dazzling starlight. He used the magic formula, stretched out his hand, and grabbed the powder of the Sky Demon Oracle Bone. Then his palm seemed to turn into a terrible vortex, and he actually sucked the Sky Demon Oracle Bone Powder directly into his body. A sharp pain came from his arm, and Qin Wentian gritted his teeth and persisted. This was just the beginning of practice. The practice of this set of magic formulas would be even more domineering. The Sky Demon Oracle Bone was a treasure rumored to be used to refine the ultimate defensive divine weapon. Even the powder could be refined into a super defensive armor divine weapon. Its hardness can be imagined. However, Qin Wentian had to absorb and refine it into his body with his flesh and blood. It can be imagined how domineering and terrifying it is. Qin Wentian was busy practicing, while the people in the Divine Weapon Academy were busy refining the divine weapon. Yao Yu had been immersed in refining the divine weapon these days. She needed to digest what Qin Wentian taught her and make the final sprint for the next year-end assessment. Before she knew it, the year-end assessment of the Divine Weapon Academy finally arrived. The Divine Weapon Academy was extremely lively on this day. The Divine Weapon Academy's square refining pagoda was full of students. There were stands above the square, and the elders of the academy sat there to watch the students' year-end assessment to see if there were any outstanding seedlings. Qin Wentian, Kinger and Yaoyu were about to leave, and Yaoyu smiled at Qin Wentian and said, "Thank you for watching me take the year-end assessment. I'm not busy." Qin Wentian shrugged and said, "Future refining master, don't refuse me if I need help in the future. Of course, as long as you let me help, I can refine weapons for you without any reward." Yaoyu smiled sweetly. Now she is indeed more confident and her temperament is different. Qin Wentian held his chin with his hand and looked at Yaoyu, which made Yaoyu's eyes evasive. But Qin Wentian smiled and said, "I found that Yaoyu is really beautiful. If you dress up, you may look better than Shenjing." Yaoyu blushed and said, "Shenjing is so elegant, how can I compare with her? She is elegant and you are pure, but I think you need to dress up well, so that you can stand out from the crowd with your refining level." Qin Wentian said. "Do you really think so?" Yaoyu looked at Qin Wentian with beautiful eyes, and Qin Wentian nodded naturally. "Then wait for me." Yaoyu smiled sweetly and ran to her room. Qin Wentian waited for half an hour before Yaoyu came out with her head down. Qin Wentian looked at Yaoyu in surprise. She took off her simple clothes and changed into a white dress. Her white neck and delicate collarbone were exposed. Her long black hair was soft and scattered in front of her collarbone, which was smart and pure. Yu raised her head timidly, and her face became even redder when she saw Qin Wentian staring at her. But then she heard Qin Wentian say with a smile, "It seems that I have a good eye. If you go out like this, plus your weapon refining skills, you will definitely become a celebrity in this assessment. Let's go." "Yes." Yu nodded, and walked out with Qin Wentian. When they walked to the square of the Divine Weapon Academy, many eyes fell on Yu in an instant, making many people's expressions particularly exciting. "Is this Yu?" Someone said in disbelief. "Be more confident." Qin Wentian laughed softly when he saw Yu was a little awkward. Yu nodded, raised her head, and moved lightly with lotus steps. The plump parts were faintly exposed, which made many men in the Divine Weapon Academy look at them with a strange light. "Yaoyu!" A cry of surprise came out. Rongyan looked at Yaoyu and Qin Wentian with surprise in his eyes. He felt that Yaoyu seemed to have changed a few days ago, but he didn't expect that the timid and low-key Yaoyu could become so outstanding that he couldn't believe his eyes. Yaoyu nodded gently to Rongyan, and then looked at the weapon refining pagoda. She didn't have a good impression of Rongyan. "Yaoyu, why are you here so late? The assessment has already begun. Many people are refining weapons in the weapon refining pagoda." Rongyan walked towards Yaoyu and said with a smile. This scene made Shenjing, who was standing beside him, frown, and a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. "It doesn't matter. Today is an assessment day," Yu said softly. "The year-end assessment is actually just an opportunity for the students of the Divine Weapon Academy to show themselves. All 4th-level weapon refiners and disciples have the opportunity to go up to refine weapons. Someone in the academy will record your weapon refinement level and decide how many resources to give you. Moreover, some outstanding people will even be taken in as disciples by some elders in the academy. Well, Yu, your weapon refinement level is not bad. Let's wait until the next batch. I heard that Wang Yunfei is going to go up." Rongyan's attitude changed. Yu didn't say anything, but heard Qin Wentian smile. "Yu, I think so too." Yu looked at Qin Wentian and understood that the other party wanted to attract more attention to herself. After all, there would be many elders who paid attention to Wang Yunfei's weapon refinement, and people in the same batch could also gain a lot of attention. "Okay." Yu smiled at Qin Wentian, which made Rongyan beside him absent-minded. He could not help but glance at Qin Wentian. His expression was much more indifferent, and he said, "Yu, is this weapon refining boy I gave you still obedient?" Yu's brows flashed with displeasure, and she looked at Rongyan coldly and said, "Rongyan, have you always been so disrespectful to others?" In the past, Rongyan spoke to her in an imperative tone, arrogant and indifferent, but at this moment, there was obviously a meaning of humiliating Qin Wentian in his words. What did he mean by the weapon refining boy he gave her? Is Qin Wentian an item? Rongyan saw Yu's cold eyes and frowned. Being questioned like this, he naturally looked ugly. Besides, who was Rongyan? He was always quite arrogant. Now he treated her with courtesy, but the other party actually scolded him for Qin Wentian. "You're asking for trouble." A sarcastic voice came, Shen Jing looked over here, glanced at Rong Yan, and then looked at Yu. Do you really think that you can transform into a phoenix by dressing up? With your level of refining, you'd better not make a fool of yourself. Qin Wentian glanced at Shen Jing indifferently, then looked at the little bastard in the other's arms and said, should I return that little guy to me? Shen Jing looked at Qin Wentian in surprise, with a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. She gently stroked the little bastard's snow-white skin and said sarcastically, people like you don't deserve to have it. Ask it if it is willing to follow you. Qin Wentian sneered, glared at the little bastard and said, come back. The little bastard poked his head out, then jumped up and pounced on Qin Wentian. Shen Jing's expression turned cold, and she said coldly, give it back to me. Qin Wentian ignored him. Rong Yan stared at Qin Wentian, and a trace of deep contempt flashed in his eyes. I asked you to hand it over. Get lost. Qin Wentian glanced at Rong Yan, and the cold light flashed in his pupils, which made Rong Yan's heart tremble violently. He stared at Qin Wentian and said, this is the Divine Weapon Academy, you should get out. That's right, get out. Shen Jing also walked up and stared at Qin Wentian. She didn't expect to be betrayed by that little guy. I will leave after this round of the weapon refining competition is over. Qin Wentian said lightly. Hearing his words, Yu looked at Rong Yan and Shen Jing coldly. Qin Wentian stayed to watch her assessment, but now he was expelled. At this time, a shout came out. It turned out that the people in this round had finished the assessment of the weapon refining pagoda. Wang Feiyan walked up and walked to the top of the weapon refining pagoda, causing everyone to exclaim. Wait for me a little longer. Yu looked at Qin Wentian with a somewhat apologetic look, and then she flashed and headed for the weapon refining pagoda. This time, Yu, who had always been low-key, actually went straight to the top of the weapon refining pagoda and appeared next to Wang Yanfei. This scene made many people frown. This Yu was too ignorant. However, Yu's long skirt fluttered at this moment, and she seemed to have an extraordinary temperament. She turned her eyes and looked at Rong Yan and Shen Jing at the bottom of the pagoda. She said coldly, Rong Yan, Shen Jing, you insulted my friends. In this weapon refining assessment, let's compete. If my weapon refining level is inferior to yours, I will disappear from the Divine Weapon Academy. If you can't do it, get out of the Divine Weapon Academy. Chapter 617, Weapon Refining Boy? Yu's voice made the square of the Divine Weapon Academy quiet for a moment. Many people who knew Yu had strange looks on their faces. Yu had behaved a little strangely in the academy a few days ago, and now she was even more arrogant. Rong Yan and Shen Jing were quite famous in the Divine Weapon Academy. Both of them were able to refine 4th grade top grade divine weapons, and their weapon refining abilities were extraordinary. Yu actually challenged Shen Jing and Rong Yan, seemingly for the sake of her friend. Rong Yan and Shen Jing were even more surprised. A cold light flashed in Shen Jing's beautiful eyes. She looked at Qin Wentian and said, you'd better not leave. After that, she rose into the air, her purple skirt fluttering. She was elegant and beautiful. She also appeared on the top floor of the weapon refining pagoda and said to Yu, you ungrateful thing. Then she looked at Wang Yanfei, smiled and nodded, senior brother. Yes. Wang Yanfei nodded slightly. Shen Jing had extraordinary weapon refining skills, a good family background, and a beautiful person. Wang Yanfei still had some good impression of her. However, Yu, a woman he had never noticed before, was not inferior to Shen Jing in temperament and beauty. Especially at this time, she exuded a sense of competition. Her pure eyes with a cold look made her even more attractive. Arrogant. Rong Yan was provoked in person, and his expression was ugly. He looked at Qin Wentian. If you lose, let alone humiliating him, it's a question whether he can leave the Divine Weapon Academy today. After saying that, he also flew into the air and landed on the last position on the top floor of the refining pagoda. The 4 refining seats on the top floor were occupied by the 4 of them. Others stepped onto the refining pagoda one after another, all ready to perform well. This duel on top will definitely attract the attention of many elders in the academy. The hot airflow filled the refining pagoda. The people on the pagoda took out the refining items they had prepared, and then began to refine in the refining place dedicated to the pagoda. The flames that permeate this refining pagoda just lead to all the refining positions, and can control the temperature. It's amazing. Qin Wentian's eyes were calm, and he quietly watched the people in the refining pagoda start to refine. Rong Yan and Shen Jing were not polite to him, but in fact, Qin Wentian didn't take them seriously at all. They were just two passers-by, and he didn't bother to care about anything with them. As for Yaoyu, she was indeed kind-hearted. He would not be stingy in helping such a person, and Yaoyu herself was also quite outstanding. Tomorrow was the day of his appointment with Emperor Shi. Perhaps after today, he and Yaoyu would never meet again. And then quietly admired Yaoyu's weapon refining. Although every movement and every step was not so amazing, it was really very solid. Even Qin Wentian himself was ashamed of this. Although he was powerful in divine patterns, he was not as stable as Yaoyu in other aspects. Although Yaoyu's performance was not amazing, Qin Wentian believed that as long as the weapon refining masters of this academy were not blind, they would see that Yaoyu was a promising talent. This weapon refining was the end-of-year assessment. The seniors of the Divine Weapon Academy were watching, and there would be special people to record their weapon refining process. No one dared to be careless. This would determine what kind of resources they could get in the next year. Everyone went all out to refine their own divine weapons and had no time to care about anything else. Wang Yunfei attracted the most attention. He refined a piece of magic weapon clothing, which was very thin. This kind of magic weapon was very difficult to refine. It had to be engraved with powerful defensive divine patterns to weaken the attack effect of others. Wang Yunfei chose to refine this kind of magic weapon in this occasion, which showed his confidence. Many weapon refining masters in the stand smiled, but Wang Yunfei already had his own master, so they had no hope of accepting him as a disciple. Shenjing refined a magic weapon ruler, Rongyan refined a spear, and Yu seemed to have refined a pair of magic weapon feathers. This girl is very brave. A weapon refining master in the stands looked at Yu. Refining the magic weapon feathers was definitely a bold attempt. And you have to know that the end-of-year assessment is time-limited. People in each round must complete the refining of the magic weapon within the specified time. It is impossible to give you unlimited time. The divine pattern has been carved. As long as this link is not messed up, Yaoyu will defeat Shenjing and Rongyan without any suspense. Qin Wentian smiled. The divine pattern that Yaoyu was going to carve was one of the divine patterns he taught Yaoyu. It was an attack and defense integrated, and it also had speed and was extremely complex. Once carved, it would completely defeat Shenjing and Rongyan. Yaoyu's 5 fingers were slightly long, and her white hands were very beautiful, and extremely stable. She was completely devoted to the carving of the divine pattern, concentrating and calm. At this moment, she was not thinking about being valued by the elders and getting good resources from the academy, but defeating Shenjing and Rongyan and making Qin Wentian respected. Time passed slowly, accompanied by a ray of light. Wang Yunfei was the first to complete the refining of the divine weapon, which made many people nod slightly. After Wang Yunfei finished refining the divine weapon, he looked at Yaoyu, Shenjing and the others. Soon his eyes condensed. The divine pattern carved by Yaoyu was extraordinary, and the material seemed to be of the best quality. This was to refine the 4th level top divine weapon. Wang Yunfei's expression became more and more solemn. He saw Yu, who was wearing a white dress, with calm eyes. There was sweat on her fair neck and collarbone, but her focused expression touched Wang Yunfei. Looking at Shenjing again, there seemed to be a sense of annoyance between her eyebrows. She was not very satisfied with the magic weapon she had refined. Her proud look was like a princess, which was completely different from Yu's temperament. However, at this moment, Wang Yunfei found that Yu, who had never noticed before, could move his heart more than Shenjing. On the refining pagoda, people refined magic weapons one after another. For a while, the whole refining pagoda was filled with a sharp spirit of magic weapons, and the sound of humming continued. It's done. At this time, Rongyan breathed a sigh of relief. His spear was successfully refined. I'm done too, Shenjing said lightly. The ruler of the fire-colored magic weapon she refined was completed. The two looked at Yaoyu, who was waiting for the magic weapon to cool down. Her gorgeous wings exuded a sense of beauty. Shenjing sarcastically said, magic weapons are not useful just because they look good. As she spoke, she took out her own magic weapon and injected the star power into it. In an instant, a terrifying flame roared out, as if a flaming ferocious bird was roaring, which was extremely terrifying. It's a 4th grade top grade weapon, and it's considered very good among the top grade ones. Wang Yunfei said lightly. Thank you, senior brother. Shenjing smiled elegantly, and Wang Yunfei nodded gently. Rongyan also injected the power of the stars, and the long spear burst out with terrifying sharpness. It was also a 4th grade top grade magic weapon, comparable to Shen Jing. The two turned their eyes and looked at Yao Yu. Yao Yu waved her palm, and the wings of the magic weapon were draped behind her. The pure white light was so dazzling, slowly fluttering. At this moment, Yao Yu was as pure and flawless as an angel. Buzz! The wings flashed, and suddenly a terrible silver light burst out, like a silver-white fierce bird soaring into the sky, with a terrible attacking power, which made Shen Jing and Rong Yan's hearts tremble. The next moment, Yu Yu's body floated up under the wings, and the pure white wings were shining. She stared at Shen Jing and Rong Yan, who were a little dazed. Everything, no need to say more. How is it possible? Rong Yan's face was ugly. The magic weapon refined by junior sister Yu Yu is the top of the 4th level, and it is both offensive and defensive, and has a speed advantage, which is far beyond the comparison of your magic weapon. Wang Yunfei said lightly. At this moment, Rong Yan looked at the pure and beautiful figure like an angel, and cursed himself for being blind before, and he didn't pursue such a woman. Shen Jing's face was also pale and blue. She didn't expect it to be like this. Shen Jing, if you and Rong Yan apologize to my friend together, I will let this matter go. Yu Yu said coldly, but Shen Jing was still arrogant and said, you're dreaming about asking me to apologize to such a despicable person, Yu Yu. Even if you have good weapon refining skills, you are only worthy of making friends like this. Well, from now on, get out of the Divine Weapon Academy. Yu Yu's expression was cold. You. Shen Jing stared at the other woman. The two beauties confronted each other. Wang Yunfei saw this scene and smiled. Junior sister Yu Yu, your weapon refining skills are extraordinary. I will take you to meet the master later and ask him to accept you as a disciple, okay? Yu Yu's beautiful eyes were stunned. Wang Yunfei's senior brother was a big shot in the Divine Weapon Academy. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and then she said to Wang Yunfei, thank you, senior brother. No problem. Wang Yunfei smiled casually. For a woman as outstanding as Yu Yu, he naturally had some thoughts in his mind. Junior sister Shen Jing, what grudge do you have with junior sister Yu Yu? Why do you have to do this? Why don't I help you resolve it? Wang Yunfei said to Shen Jing. Not long ago, Shen Jing was a little jealous and angry, but now she was quite surprised to hear Wang Yunfei's words, so she said, a few days ago, I met a man who had just come to the Holy Emperor City. He knew that Rong Yan and I were disciples of the Divine Weapon Academy, so he deliberately approached us and asked us to introduce him to the Divine Weapon Academy. We recommended this man as Yao Yu's weapon refining boy, but we didn't expect that this man didn't know what was good for him. Now he and Yao Yu don't know whether they have developed feelings for each other through refining weapons, and he has become arrogant. Wang Yunfei understood, but he didn't expect that it was for a mere weapon refining boy. He couldn't help but smile and said, Junior sister Yao Yu, I can introduce you to many excellent weapon refining boys. Brother, it's not as Shen Jing said. It's Shen Jing and Rong Yan who don't respect others. Yao Yu said. So, I apologize to you on behalf of junior sister Shen Jing. After all, we are sisters. Don't hurt your relationship because of this little thing. Wang Yunfei said. Yu Yu felt unhappy when she heard the other party talking about trivial matters, but after all, she respected Wang Yunfei, her talented senior brother, so she said, this matter has nothing to do with you, senior brother. Why do you need to apologize? Wang Yunfei smiled with satisfaction when he heard this, then it settled. I will recommend some outstanding weapon refining boys to you. Yu Yu, please don't ruin the relationship for a mere weapon refining boy. After all, a weapon refining boy is a weapon refining boy, and is destined not to be one of us. Yu Yu was stunned again, looking at Wang Yunfei. She was a little disappointed, looking down, her beautiful eyes suddenly froze there. She saw Qin Wentian holding the little guy and turning to leave. Not we, Wang Yunfei, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Yao Yu's expression turned completely cold, and then she went down and shouted, Shine one. Qin Wentian turned around and smiled at Yao Yu. Yao Yu, your assessment is over, I should go, don't make trouble because of me. Hypocrisy. Shen Jing saw that Wang Yunfei's face was getting ugly, and couldn't help but said coldly. It seems that the two of them are really hooking up. Rong Yan did not hide his voice at all, so that everyone in the square could hear it clearly. What kind of status does Wang Yunfei have in the academy? He was accused today. He looked at Qin Wentian and Yao Yu and said coldly, a weapon refining boy, what do you think my Divine Weapon Academy is? You can come and go as you please. Although he has a good temper, he wanted to resolve the conflict between Yao and Shenjing in public just now, win the favor of the two, and also show his charm. However, because of a weapon refining boy, Yao Yu turned against him. He, Wang Yunfei, is not as good as a weapon refining boy? Qin Wentian looked up and glanced at Wang Yunfei indifferently. He wanted to watch the test quietly, but he didn't expect another wave. He raised his feet and walked out. There was a bang. On the square, the divine pattern shone and continued to extend. Qin Wentian took steps continuously. In an instant, the exquisite divine pattern on the ground glowed with terrible light, and there was a faint roar of terrifying beasts. This. The crowd showed horror. How could this be possible? One divine pattern per step? And they were all powerful 4th-level divine patterns. You are not worthy of talking to me like this. Qin Wentian looked directly at Wang Yunfei. Chapter 618 Solve it together. Qin Wentian had no intention of staying here for long. He stayed for 2 more days just because of Yao Yu. He wanted to leave quietly after the weapon refining assessment. Seeing Yao Yu become famous in the academy, this trip was quite perfect. However, the facts were obviously somewhat unexpected. He did not intend to argue with Rongyan, Shenjing and others, nor did he want to disrupt Yao Yu's life in the Divine Weapon Academy. But some things just happened to you. In this case, he had to smooth everything over. So, he showed his strength and extraordinary attainments in the divine runes. Then the current situation was created. Those who focused their attention on Wang Yunfei and the weapon refining pagoda all fell on him, or in other words, looked at the divine runes he stepped on. Every step, he could step on the divine runes, and they were the 4th-level divine runes. This terrifying divine rune attainment was enough to make the so-called geniuses of the Divine Weapon Academy despair. Could they possibly reach such a realm? Wang Yunfei, he couldn't possibly do such a horrifying thing, right? Moreover, the steps Qin Wentian took were originally aimed at Wang Yunfei, the most dazzling genius in the Xiangang realm of the Divine Weapon Academy. You are not worthy of talking to me like this. The cold voice coupled with the transcendent attainments of the divine pattern was undoubtedly the most powerful response to Wang Yunfei's words. Wang Yunfei was angry at Qin Wentian because of Yu's attitude, so Qin Wentian launched his counterattack in the most direct way. Can Wang Yunfei do it? He couldn't, so the crowd saw that Wang Yunfei's always calm face was now livid. At this time, Qin Wentian's strength made Yu stunned. In the few days she had contact with Qin Wentian was generous and cheerful, and always had a smile on his face, giving people the illusion that he didn't care about anything. This was the first time she saw Qin Wentian's strong and domineering side, which was completely different from the side he faced when facing Shenjing and Rongyan. At this moment, Qin Wentian did not hide his edge, as if he could become the absolute focus as long as he wanted. Even Wang Yunfei seemed to be eclipsed in front of him, which made Yao Yu tremble in her heart. Who on earth is this guy? The people whose minds fluctuated most violently were Rongyan and Shenjing. At this moment, Qin Wentian's brilliance made them feel terrified. They actually arranged for Qin Wentian to be a weapon refining boy. If it were just that, it would be fine. They also pushed Qin Wentian to Yao Yu and made him Yao Yu's weapon refining boy. Shenjing and Rongyan were not stupid people. Seeing Qin Wentian's blooming strength and Yao Yu's protection of him, how could they not understand how Yao Yu completed her gorgeous transformation? All of this was Qin Wentian, who they handed over to Yao Yu to help her. What's even more ridiculous is that they still made things difficult for Qin Wentian and insulted him in every possible way. But now that things have come to this, there is no turning back. Qin Wentian looked at Rongyan and Shenjing again, staring at them with cold eyes, and his eyes like a sharp sword made the two people's hearts tremble again. Not everyone is as hypocritical as you two. Yao Yu is kind-hearted. Although I was given to Yao Yu by you as a weapon refining boy, Yao Yu did not show any disrespect to me. On the contrary, she let me observe her refining, so I treated her as a friend. As for you two, I have never shown any malice towards you, but the expressions written on your faces are only arrogance and contempt, and there is a hint of insult in your words. Qin Wentian said coldly, seeing your arrogant faces, people who don't know them would think how strong you are. You are just an ordinary student. I really don't know where the arrogance written on your faces comes from. I don't want to bother with you. Do you know why? Just because you are not worthy. The voices hit Shenjing and Rongyan's hearts like heavy hammers, making them pale. That's right, Qin Wentian had never bothered with them from beginning to end. It was not because he had no temper, but because he felt that they were not worthy. These were such arrogant words, but Qin Wentian did seem to have such confidence. I know who you are. At this moment, Wang Yunfei stared at Qin Wentian and said coldly. Qin Wentian looked up at him, only to see Wang Yunfei sneer and say, the 7th level of Xiangang, and your aura, I can't feel it wrong. Fixin Tower, you sacrificed hundreds of 4th level top-level magic weapons in exchange for the Sky Demon Oracle Bone Powder, and also killed Zhu Yunfan of the Coal-Killing Sect. I didn't expect that you would hide in my Divine Weapon Academy. Wang Yunfei's voice once again caused an uproar. Even the elders in the stands had already been moved, and sacrificed hundreds of 4th level top-level magic weapons? How strong is this person's weapon refining ability? Just look at his extraordinary attainments in the divine pattern to imagine how powerful it is. If he wants to refine a 4th level top-level magic weapon, it is absolutely easy. Moreover, why did Qin Wentian use so many magic weapons to trade for the Sky Demon Oracle Bone Powder in Fixin Tower? No, so what? Qin Wentian said coldly to Wang Yunfei. You came to my Divine Weapon Academy because you can't refine weapons by yourself, so you need to rely on the power of the Divine Weapon Academy. Yu is the one who helped you refine weapons. You use the resources of my Divine Weapon Academy to refine divine weapons and trade for the Heavenly Demon Oracle Bone Powder. Now you are being presumptuous here. Do you think you have an extraordinary talent for divine patterns, so you can step into the Holy Emperor City as an outsider and come to the Divine Weapon Academy to show off your power? Wang Yunfei is worthy of being the Divine Weapon Academy's genius. He quickly deduced many things. Qin Wentian came to the Divine Weapon Academy to rely on the power here, and this person didn't have much support to go to Fixin Tower, so he wore a bamboo hat to hide his identity. If this is the case, then how can he leave peacefully today? Wang Yunfei, you are shameless to say so. The refining resources he used are all my own. When did he use the resources of the academy? You used to admire Wang Yunfei very much, but at this moment she was completely disappointed, even though he was still the most outstanding genius in the Xiangang realm of the Divine Weapon Academy. Yaoyu. Qin Wentian called out. Yaoyu looked at him, and then saw Qin Wentian smiled and said, no need to fight, because it is meaningless. Yaoyu was stunned, with a strong sense of loss in her eyes. Although she had outstanding performance, her status in the academy was still not comparable to Wang Yunfei, who had extraordinary martial arts achievements and talent in refining. Otherwise, she would be able to help Qin Wentian. Wang Yunfei, no matter what excuse you make, it's nothing more than coveting what I have, but, are you worthy? Qin Wentian said sarcastically again, seniors of the Divine Weapon Academy, what do you say about this? Such an arrogant voice made many students tremble in their hearts. This person was too arrogant, and he didn't care about Wang Yunfei at all. Your refining ability is extraordinary, are you willing to join our Divine Weapon Academy? An elder asked. I don't like constraints, so I can only live up to the kindness of the seniors. Qin Wentian refused without any hesitation, making Yaoyu more nervous. Since you are not from our academy, we, the elders, will not interfere in the grievances between Wang Yunfei and you. You can solve them by yourselves. The elder said. I believe you have all seen Yu's weapon refining ability. She should not be inexplicably harassed in the Divine Weapon Academy, right? Qin Wentian asked again. Don't worry, we are not blind. Yu's weapon refining ability is naturally seen. As long as she is willing, there will be elders in the academy to accept her as a disciple. Our Divine Weapon Academy is not so magnanimous that we vent our anger on the genius disciples of the academy because of the conflict between you and Wang Yunfei. The mandarin responded. The junior naturally believes in the Divine Weapon Academy. Qin Wentian nodded. He looked at Yaoyu and said, Yaoyu, you have a very good talent for refining weapons. This place is very suitable for you. If you refine weapons well, you will definitely achieve success in the future. This matter ends here and has nothing to do with you. No. Yaoyu wanted to speak. She knew how strong Wang Yunfei was. He was going to the Holy War Arena tomorrow. With such a powerful existence, even if Qin Wentian had extraordinary attainments in divine patterns, he could not surpass Wang Yunfei in combat. This matter ends here. Qin Wentian interrupted Yaoyu directly. As for Wang Yunfei, I don't care yet. At this time, Yu saw Qin Wentian's self-confidence that seemed to be engraved in his bones, and she actually believed in Qin Wentian. Just when she hesitated, Qin Wentian looked at Wang Yunfei and said, I heard that you will go to the Holy War Arena to join in the fun tomorrow. Wang Yunfei was stunned, then sneered, there is a scheduled battle tomorrow, and I, Wang Yunfei, really want to go and see it. For tomorrow's scheduled battle, I also want to see it. The Holy War Arena is suitable for becoming famous all over the world. If you can defeat me, I will give you as many magic weapons as you want. Qin Wentian said indifferently. Since the battle was supposed to be tomorrow, then let's leave it for tomorrow to solve it together. Wang Yunfei thought for a moment, then took a step forward and pointed at Qin Wentian. This is what you said. What if you don't show up tomorrow? I will go with you tomorrow. If he doesn't show up, I will do whatever you want. You looked at Wang Yunfei and said. Qin Wentian was stunned. Seeing that Yu's eyes were firm, he didn't say much. How could he not show up tomorrow? There was a scheduled battle for him. Okay, everyone in the academy heard what you said. Wang Yunfei stared at Yao, then pointed at Qin Wentian and said, if you don't dare to show up tomorrow, I will make Yao my maid. Think about the consequences. Qin Wentian's expression turned cold. What if you lose? It's up to you. Wang Yunfei was extremely confident. How could he lose at the 9th level of Xiangang? See you tomorrow. Qin Wentian turned around, holding the little guy, and walked away with Kinger. Soon they left the Divine Weapon Academy. However, the Divine Weapon Academy was boiling, and even today's assessment seemed to be eclipsed. Tomorrow, the Holy War Arena will be attended by heroes and geniuses from all sides. The battle between Qin Wentian, the first in the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm, and Yi Shi, one of the 8 geniuses who suppressed the era, is so dazzling that I don't know how many strong people will be attracted. In addition, Wang Yunfei will also set foot on the Holy War Arena. How can people not go crazy? Yu frowned slightly, seeming a little worried, while Rong Yan Shenjing had a cold expression. Tomorrow, Wang Yunfei would definitely severely trample on the guy who made them lose face. Chapter 619 Arrival. After Qin Wentian left, the year-end assessment of the Divine Weapon Academy continued, but it seemed that the previous atmosphere was gone, and many people's minds had drifted to tomorrow. At the same time, the people of the Holy Emperor City began to gather in the direction of the Holy War Arena. Although millions of people gathered outside the Immortal Martial Realm when the Immortal Martial Realm was opened, looking at the Imperial Holy Land, millions of people are just a drop in the ocean. Most people in the Holy Emperor City have never seen Qin Wentian. They have only heard about everything that happened in the Immortal Martial Realm. Ranked first in the ancient monument of the Immortal Martial Realm, beheaded the prince of the great Shang dynasty, Shangtong, and an elder of the Imperial Holy Sect died because of it. He is the love of the Saint Mo King Cheng of the Medicine Emperor Valley, the son-in-law of the Medicine Emperor Valley, the adopted son of the Yugoran Emperor, a disciple of this Hanjian sect, broke this Hanjian sect's record of sword breaking, and the most potential person of this Hanjian sect's Xiangang generation. All these titles make Qin Wentian have too many halos on his body. Moreover, he was not fighting an ordinary person in this battle. His opponent would be Emperor Shi, one of the 8 geniuses who suppressed the era in the Huangji Holy Land, and the peerless genius of the Di family. The Holy War Arena was hundreds of miles away, and the streets were empty. Countless strong men flocked to the Holy War Arena. The inns were full and the restaurants were full. This night, there was no sleep here, and countless people were discussing the current situation of the young generation in the Huangji Holy Land. There were rumors that Gu Lifang might have left the Huangji Holy Land and Hua Taixia had joined the Huangji Holy Sect. In addition to the 2 of them, 4 of the other 6 geniuses who suppressed the era had already appeared in this area, and some people saw them appear. Many strong men from the fairy cult appeared, and Lin Xiner, who was known as the First Beauty, attracted the attention of countless people. The senior figures of the Di family came, and there were more strong men from the great Shang dynasty. Several sword masters of the 9 mountains of the sword sect appeared, and so on. The news continued to spread wantonly. In short, the area of the Holy War Arena was completely boiling. That night, many conflicts broke out in the area of hundreds of miles around the Holy War Arena, many of which were due to disputes over who'd win between Qin Wentian and Yi Shi. That night, no one slept, so at dawn the next day, the vast Holy War Arena was surrounded by crowds of people. Without celestial power and a big force as a background, people didn't even dare to squeeze forward, let alone fly over the heads of the crowd. You, a person with no power and no background, stepped on the heads of other super strong people. Isn't that courting death? The rising sun shone on the holy war arena, dyeing the dazzling holy war arena with a layer of golden glow. There are high platforms in the 8 directions of the holy war arena, which can accommodate tens of thousands of people. Under those stands, there are many passages. At this moment, there is no one on the stands, but the passages have been occupied in advance. The sun is high in the sky, it's time for him to come out, right? Someone thought to himself. At this moment, a whistling sound came from the sky, causing many people to tremble slightly. At this time, those who dared to fly in the air above the crowd must be powerful forces in the royal Holy Land or those peerless geniuses. Only in this way would the people below tolerate it. Emperor Killer. Someone saw the leader and exclaimed immediately. His sharp eyes and murderous expression, his whole body was full of wild aura, like a peerless fierce bird. His eyes looked ordinary, but as long as you came into contact with his eyes, you could feel the terrible explosive power hidden in that ordinary. Is he Emperor Killer? He is the first to arrive. It seems that he has been preparing for this battle for a long time. The crowd was boiling instantly. Emperor Killer, the first to set foot on the holy war arena, there were a large number of figures behind him, all of whom were strong men of the Emperor family, with terrible aura. These people came to one of the 8 directions of the holy war arena, came to the stands, and sat down with sleeves brushed. Emperor Xiu also sat down, his eyes closed, no aura emanating from his body. He waited quietly. Not long after, another line of figures whistled and descended on the stands, causing a wave of commotion. These people were from the great Shang dynasty. The leader wore a crown, high above, with a touch of true dragon spirit in his eyes, as if he was standing there, and he was the master of the world. It's Shang Yin, the eldest prince of the great Shang dynasty. He became famous very early. 20 years ago, he ranked 4th on the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm. He was extremely talented and extremely powerful. He practiced in the Huangji holy sect. Now Shuangtuang has fallen. It is rumored that the king of the great Shang dynasty will make Shang Yin the crown prince and let him inherit the throne of the great Shang dynasty. Now it seems that this rumor is basically true. Many people were amazed. Shang Yin came here high above, wearing a crown. Perhaps he has been canonized as the crown prince of the great Shang dynasty. The people from the Purple Thunder sect have arrived. Thunder was flying in the sky in the distance, and many powerful people arrived. They were the Purple Thunder sect of the 9 major sects. After the Purple Thunder sect, the other 9 sects arrived one after another. Later, the chief family of the Western region and the Xianfan sect arrived, and along with them came 2 peerless geniuses. The appearance of Qi Lian, the genius of the 8 suppression era, and Fan Miaoyu, instantly attracted many eyes. However, soon, their eyes were attracted by others. The fairy sect arrived. Lin Ziner, the rumored #1 beauty in the royal sacred domain, appeared in the fairy sect. Her stunning appearance instantly made many people lose their minds. Before Lin Ziner, Fan Miao and Princess Jiaoyang of the great Zhou dynasty arrived. They were already very beautiful, but they were still outshined by Lin Ziner. The strong man from the ancient golden country has arrived. The strong man from the warring states period has arrived. Li Yan, the strong man from the 8 suppression era, Li Yan, has arrived. The crowd kept exclaiming. Today was destined to be a bright day, and countless super strong men would arrive. At this moment, a group of people came walking in from a distance. The leader was wearing a simple robe, not gorgeous, but he stood there with the demeanor of a king. This temperament was somewhat similar to Shang Yin of the great Shang dynasty. Yi Guoran Wang, Yi Qingyan. Someone recognized this person, and many people exclaimed. Surprisingly, even Yi Guoran Wang came in person. Yi Qingyan is Qin Wentian's adoptive father. He missed the battle of the immortal martial realm last time. This time, he came to support Qin Wentian. I hope Qin Wentian can suppress the Xianjiao of the suppression era in one battle. Father. A voice came from a distance. Yi Qingyan showed a happy expression. Looking in that direction, he saw Yi Lingshuang there. She appeared with the strong men of the Zhanjian sect. The Zhanjian sect is here. Qin Wentian, why didn't you show up? The crowd searched the Zhanjian sect crowd, but found that Qin Wentian was not there. At this moment, Emperor Shi opened his eyes were sharp and dazzling. Looking at the direction where the sword sect fell, he said coldly, could it be that Qin Wentian is afraid of fighting and dare not come today? Junior brother Qin has already set out, and he should be in the Holy Emperor city now. A voice came. The person who spoke was Lin Shui. which made many people look at him, and at the same time saw Ji Fixu beside Lin Shui, another genius who suppressed the era came. Emperor Shi snorted coldly and closed his eyes again. On the stands, the crowd gathered more and more, and there were countless famous people. In a certain position of the stands, a group of strong people gathered. Surprisingly, they were people from the Divine Weapon Academy, and Wang Yunfei was among them. In addition to Wang Yunfei, Rong Yan, Shen Jing and Yu were all there. "Senior brother, this should be your stage," Shen Jing said with a smile. She was still beautiful and elegant, but at this moment she was not conspicuous at all, just because there were too many women who were more outstanding than him on the stands of all parties. Wang Yunfei nodded slightly, with some expectation. Will the Holy War Arena be the battle where he, Wang Yunfei, will truly become famous in the Royal Holy Land? In fact, he has long wanted to try the Holy War Arena. Now, with the battle between Qin Wentian and Emperor Shi, he came here when everyone is paying attention to the Holy War Arena, just to become famous. I'm afraid that someone has slipped away and dare not show up, Rong Yan said sarcastically, looking at Yao Yu. If that person didn't come today, Yao Yu would become Wang Yunfei's maid. He could imagine what would happen to Yao Yu at that time. What a pity, such a beauty would become Wang Yunfei's plaything. He is not that kind of person. Yao Yu frowned and said, she believed in Qin Wentian. You actually have fantasies about him. Shen Jing sneered, could it be that something really happened between you and him? Don't let someone play with your feelings, Yao Yu looked at Shen Jing coldly, and Shen Jing sneered, look, more and more strong people are coming. When he sees such a lineup, I'm afraid he will shrink and dare not come out, right? Yu heard her sarcasm and responded, maybe he will appear here in a dazzling way like he did yesterday when he stepped in the fourth order divine pattern. At that time, you will probably have no choice but to look up to him. Shen Jing was stunned for a moment, staring at Yu as if she couldn't believe it, and then whispered, you are really crazy. She turned her eyes away and didn't look at Yu again. At this time, there was a noise coming from the outside, and then the noise became louder and louder, and a terrible wave of sound broke out faintly. Above the void, a young man walked over. As soon as this figure appeared, countless eyes gathered on him. Qin Wentian, he's here. Is he the first Qin Wentian in the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm? The young man was dressed in white, simple and clean, with a handsome face and long hair moving in the wind. Standing casually in the void, he gave people a sense of peerless elegance. Wentian, you are here. The human emperor smiled and said. Adoptive father. Qin Wentian nodded to the human emperor. Junior brother Qin. Lin Shui and other people from the sword sect greeted Qin Wentian. Mr. Qin, we meet again. The fairy taught Lin Xianer to take a step forward and smiled at Qin Wentian. Wentian. A voice came from a distance, and then the crowd saw a group of women floating over. The person in the lead had a stunning face, no less beautiful than Lin Xianer, and more pure and beautiful. Qingcheng. Qin Wentian smiled, walked to Mo Qingcheng, took Mo Qingcheng's hand, and the two stood together, like a golden boy and a jade girl, a perfect match. Is he Qin Wentian? Wang Yunfei looked at the young man, with a little ripple in his expression. Shen Jing's beautiful eyes were shining. Looking at Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng, she couldn't help but feel inferior, and no longer had that bit of arrogance. She only heard her murmur, this is the real peerless genius. As soon as he appeared, he instantly attracted everyone's attention. Rong Yan looked at Qin Wentian and didn't have any thoughts of comparison. Yu looked at Qin Wentian and couldn't help but think of another figure in her heart. It seems that the person you are waiting for will not come, Yao Yu, just accept your fate. Shen Jing said sarcastically. She actually thought that person would appear in a gorgeous manner. It was ridiculous. Just as Shen Jing was speaking, Qin Wentian whispered to Mo Qingcheng, I'm going to say hello to a friend. Mo Qingcheng nodded gently, and then saw Qin Wentian walk a few steps. Shen Jing found that his eyes were actually looking at her. Suddenly, Shen Jing's heart began to beat. Yao Yu's beautiful eyes also condensed. She looked at those eyes, and the look was faintly familiar. Yao Yu. Qin Wentian shouted, and in an instant, Yao Yu's beautiful eyes condensed there, as if even her breathing stopped. These two familiar words, she naturally knew who it was, but at this moment, the shock in her heart was even more shocking than when he stepped in the fourth level divine pattern. Xianwen, Wentian, Qin Wentian, he came in a more gorgeous manner, like a god descending from heaven. P.S. It's the last day of 2015, Thank you all for your continued support. Chapter 620. You are really weak. Time seemed to stand still. Yu Yu's beautiful eyes froze there, her body motionless, but in her heart, a storm was set off. He turned out to be Qin Wentian. Yu Yu thought that someone like Yuan Wen might be a genius, or an outstanding genius from a big family. He might come with his family today, but what Yu Yu didn't expect was that he came alone, with a different face, a more handsome and younger face, and came in a highly anticipated manner, just because he was Qin Wentian. The legendary figure ranked first in the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm, and now the most talked about young man in the royal Holy Land. Rong Yan and Shen Jing were stunned for a moment and didn't recognize Qin Wentian, but then they also felt that the voice seemed familiar. Then, their hearts were hit hard, and the shock was indescribable. When Rong Yan saw Qin Wentian appear, he knew that this person was definitely not comparable to him. When Shen Jing saw Qin Wentian, he said that this was the real peerless genius. However, the peerless genius in her eyes was the one she had ridiculed and humiliated before. Now, when she thought of Qin Wentian's words yesterday, she didn't care about them, but they were not worthy. Yu Yu's unintentional words turned into reality. He really appeared in a more gorgeous posture, and she was quiet and could only look up to him. Thank you. A faint smile came out, and Yu Yu's beautiful eyes were filled with a bright smile, but her eyes were slightly moist, as if there were tears flashing faintly. She herself didn't know why these tears came, but at this moment, Yu Yu was grateful for herself and her mood was unprecedentedly complicated. Thank you. Yu Yu said sincerely. The young man in front of her had completed a gorgeous transformation, and appeared in front of those who mocked her in such a gorgeous manner. He had an unparalleled elegance and attracted everyone's attention from the moment he appeared. He almost satisfied all of Yu Yu's fantasies about her other half, perfect, but Yu Yu knew that it was destined to be just a fairy tale. Just as she had thought before, such a person could only be matched by the beautiful and charming woman. Mo Qingchang was undoubtedly such a person. They stood together, hand in hand, and everyone would feel that they were a perfect match. She would only sincerely wish the young man in front of her a good life and move towards his glory. Yao Yu, you will complete the transformation sooner or later without me. I just did some things in advance. It's more about your own talent. Qin Wentian smiled softly. By the way, don't forget that you promised me that if I want to refine a weapon one day, you have to help me for free. Of course, I can help you refine a weapon every day. Yao Yu smiled brilliantly, but after the voice fell, she suddenly felt that this sentence seemed a little wrong, and then a blush appeared on her face. She lowered her head slightly and covered her skirt with her hands. I will take it seriously. Qin Wentian smiled. When the two of them were talking, Rong Yan and Shen Jing didn't interrupt. Qin Wentian didn't even look at them. Such disregard was better than any verbal humiliation. At this time, Wang Yunfei's face was livid. This person ranked first in the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm was actually more powerful than him in the attainments of divine patterns. As for martial arts, it can be said without suspense that if the two were in the same realm, he would only be killed instantly. This is a person who dares to challenge Emperor Shi across the border. Shang Tong couldn't withstand a single blow from him. However, Wang Yunfei's cultivation was not the 7th level of Xiangang, but the 9th level of Xiangang. Since his opponent was Qin Wentian, it was even better. A fierce fighting spirit burst out from his body crazily, and he roared towards Qin Wentian. This battle would make him famous all over the world. Since you're Qin Wentian, it's even better. Wang Yunfei's body slowly floated in the air, and he looked at Qin Wentian and shouted, "Fight!" Qin Wentian glanced at Wang Yunfei, then turned around and strolled out, and his figure descended directly above the Holy War Arena. On the Holy War Arena, dazzling streams of light flickered, as if there was a terrible invisible wave. At this moment, Emperor Shi opened his eyes. His eyes were unparalleled, like a peerless ferocious bird, shooting towards Qin Wentian. His eyes were sharp, as if he could tear people apart. He said coldly, "Quickly solve your problem, your life is mine." The arrogant voice was full of pride. In this battle, he came with a belief that he would win. His words also humiliated Wang Yunfei, as if in his eyes, Wang Yunfei was not worth mentioning at all, and asked Qin Wentian to solve it quickly. Such humiliation made Wang Yunfei's face turn pale. He glanced at Emperor Shi, stepped out, and said, "I am Wang Yunfei from the Divine Weapon Academy, challenging Qin Wentian." After that, his figure walked onto the Holy War Arena. "You can fight, choose the rules of the battle." A voice came from the controller of the Holy War Arena. This ancient and world-famous battle arena is not something that everyone can step on to fight. Only geniuses can go up and are not qualified to fight on the Holy War Arena. You decide first. Qin Wentian looked at Wang Yunfei and said indifferently. Divine weapons below the 5th level can be used. Admit defeat and you are not allowed to attack again. If you lose, I will take all the storage divine pattern rings on your body. Wang Yunfei said coldly. Okay, if you lose, I will cut off one of your hands. Qin Wentian had no expression. Okay. Wang Yunfei gritted his teeth, his face was ashen. Qin Wentian actually wanted one of his hands. The rules are established. Those who violate them will be beheaded on the Holy War stage. A majestic and indifferent voice came out, and then there was a flash of light, and an invisible light pattern flowed. A stone platform appeared under the feet of both of them, and at the same time a light curtain enveloped them. The Holy War stage was officially opened. The Holy War stage has no fixed rules. It is agreed upon by the two fighting parties. The rules are established by both parties. If one party violates it, the power of the Holy War stage itself will directly behead him. Boom. An aura of supreme military power emanated from Wang Yunfei. He slightly raised his head, and the martial destiny burst out. He was wearing armor, and a dazzling aura of divine weapons was suspended behind him. He was indestructible. A terrible sound of clattering came out, like the roar of blood. The sharpness in his body became stronger, as if his body was made of divine weapons. Ha! Wang Yunfei stepped out and stepped into the void. He looked at Qin Wentian who was still standing on the stone platform, and roared. In an instant, endless sharp light burst out, dazzling and murderous. Qin Wentian's blood roared, like the descendant of the peerless Demon King. He stood there, his long hair dancing like a sword, and his aura rose wildly. A dazzling golden light shone out. The descendant of the Demon King was covered with the wings of the golden winged rock. When the divine weapon's brilliance came to kill him, Qin Wentian's body suddenly moved, like a golden lightning, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The golden rock-like figure continued to lengthen, and then countless after-images appeared, and it was unclear where the real body was. Wang Yunfei's aura became more and more sharp and terrifying, but he suddenly found that everything he saw was illusory, and there was a faint dream force corroding in, trying to make him hallucinate. Buzz! A bright golden shadow roared towards him, and Wang Yunfei shouted coldly. The divine weapon behind him burst out, and a puffing sound was heard. The figure shattered, but there was no blood. Wang Yunfei. A voice came into his ears, as if it came from all directions. The golden rock figure in front seemed to split, and thousands of clones appeared, and it was unclear what was real and what was fake. A terrifying cold light shot out from Wang Yunfei's pupils, and a sharp breath of annihilation burst out. Wang Yunfei waved his palm, and in an instant, there were continuous explosions. The strangling light of destruction spread throughout the void. With a loud rumble, Wang Yunfei instantly found the location of his true body. He pressed his palm towards the air below, and a wave of destruction seemed to appear in that space, but he saw starlight shining, and a terrifying palm print smashed down, shattering everything. Then, a pair of unparalleled eyes stared at Wang Yunfei, and the figure rushed over like lightning. At this time, Qin Wentian roughly knew what level Wang Yunfei's attack power was at. The phantom clone technique bloomed, and many figures of Qin Wentian seemed to appear around him. These phantoms all stared at Wang Yunfei, and the pairs of unruly eyes and the light that could penetrate into the soul made Wang Yunfei's heart tremble violently. It seems that I overestimated you. You really don't deserve it. Qin Wentian said indifferently, and then he just stood there and raised his hand to attack. In an instant, thousands of palm prints burst out crazily and fell towards Wang Yunfei. Wang Yunfei looked ugly. Qin Wentian dared to look down on him so much? He was covered in blood, as if there was bloodlight spreading out. Blood-colored spears emerged and soared into the sky. There were constant rumbling sounds. Palm prints and spears burst crazily. Wang Yunfei stepped forward against the trend, and the light behind him that strangled everything rushed forward. Qin Wentian had no expression on his face and continued to press down. Thousands of attacking palm prints seemed to be able to crush the world and destroy everything. God would kill God. The bodies of the two kept getting closer, as if they were going to fight in close combat. What a violent battle. The strong men around the Holy War Arena trembled in their hearts. This kind of battle was too violent, attacking against attacking. The violent air current swept through the Holy War Arena. Qin Wentian pressed down from the void. Each palm print contained an extremely terrifying shock attack. It was unknown which round of terrifying attacks had fallen. Wang Yunfei only felt that his internal organs were shaken and he felt a strong pressure. Qin Wentian shouted angrily, and another round of devastating attacks came down. Then many figures roared at the same time. A sense of annihilation made Wang Yunfei's expression stiff, as if a huge pressure was falling from the invisible. Kill! Wang Yunfei roared, as if he was going to struggle desperately. The divine pattern brilliance that erupted from his body enveloped him. However, he saw palm prints from the void falling down, colliding crazily with a halo around him. Blood spit out, and Wang Yunfei finally stopped moving forward and was shaken to fall into the air. An arm. A solemn voice came out, and a bloody Fang Yan Huoji seemed to come out of nothingness and pierce directly into Wang Yunfei's right arm. It suddenly moved, and with a light sound of puff, an arm fell to the air below. The sword energy fell, and the arm was directly shattered. The two bodies separated. Wang Yunfei's face was as pale as paper, and blood kept flowing out of his arm, dripping on the holy war stage. Is this your strength? You are really weak. Get out. Qin Wentian stood in the void and said calmly. The light curtain opened, and Wang Yunfei walked towards the direction of the Divine Weapon Academy. Looking at his pale face and broken arm, and then looking at Qin Wentian standing proudly in the void, Shenjing, Rong Yan, Yu Yu and others had different feelings in their hearts. Whether it was martial arts or divine patterns, that peerless figure could crush the proud Wang Yunfei in their eyes with absolute advantage. P.S. The first update of 2016, Wuhan wishes everyone happiness, health, success in career and studies in the new year. In 2015, the God-King went from the state of Chuda Daksha to the Huangji Holy Land. Qin Wentian became stronger and stronger, the stage became bigger and bigger, the plot became fuller and fuller. Wuhan will work harder on the ideas, instead of making it messy later, it will only become more and more exciting, and repay everyone's support with better stories. First day, please vote for next month. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 621 Invitation to Battle. The people in the stands of the Holy War Arena looked calm. This battle was not unexpected. Although Wang Yunfei thought highly of himself and was somewhat famous in the Holy Emperor City, he wanted to become famous through the Holy War Arena, but not everyone could make a big splash like Qin Wentian in the immortal martial world. The talents of those peerless figures in the Imperial Holy Domain could be roughly inferred from their fame. Although Wang Yunfei was strong, his fame was far inferior to the Xianjiao who suppressed the era. He was not on the same level. Qin Wentian was considered to be a person who was capable of fighting Emperor Shi, and defeating Wang Yunfei was also expected. Otherwise, they would probably be disappointed with this person who is the first in the ancient monument of the immortal martial world. This battle gave a great shock to the people of the Divine Weapon Academy, including Shenjing, Rong Yan, and Yu Yu, but for those big figures who came to watch the battle today, it was just an introduction. The next step was the battle they really looked forward to. Qin Wentian, famous in the immortal martial world, now, with his unparalleled power, he will strongly challenge the 8 geniuses of the era of suppression, cross the realm, and fight against Emperor Shi. If Emperor Shi wins, Qin Wentian's potential is still unlimited, but everyone will treat him as a person of the same level as the 8 people of the era of suppression. If Qin Wentian wins, then his reputation will truly surpass the 8 geniuses of the era of suppression and become the peak existence. In the same era, no one can be as famous as him. He symbolizes an era and represents a future. The significance of this battle is extraordinary. Moreover, this is not only a battle between Qin Wentian and Emperor Shi. I still remember that when he was in the immortal martial world, Emperor Shi also invited the geniuses of the Royal Holy Domain to gather here and fight against the world. Qin Wentian was not proud of defeating Wang Yunfei. He understood that the next challenge was the challenge he really needed to face, and it would be his battle. On the holy battle stage, Qin Wentian's long hair was flying straight up, like a series of sharp blades, and his whole body was filled with a demonic and handsome aura. Many people were wondering in their hearts, can this person create a new legend today? The holy battle stage, the most famous battle stage in the Imperial Holy Land, will it make Qin Wentian famous? Boom! With a light sound, As if the earth was shaking, Emperor Shi stood up. His eyes penetrated the space and fell on the demonic and handsome figure on the holy battle stage. He was filled with an unparalleled fierce aura, as if a peerless fierce bird was about to burst out of his body, killing all directions and sweeping everything. His sharp eyes swept the void, looking at everyone, and said indifferently, "After the immortal martial realm, I invite all the heroes to gather here. All the geniuses below the celestial realm can participate in today's battle to see who can be unparalleled in the world and invincible in one realm." Emperor Shi's voice was rolling, and he was full of domineering, as if he came with supreme confidence, and Qin Wentian would become a stepping stone on his martial arts path. In today's battle, he will undoubtedly win, and he will become the #1 Qin Wentian in this Jiutian martial world, in order to wash away the shame of not being in the top 10 in the Xianwu world before. The 8 great prodigies of the suppression era are all equally famous, but I have not really fought with the others. Today, I want to take this opportunity to see who has the unparalleled fighting power. A domineering voice rolled out, and then a burly figure walked out of the crowd. This person is Jiutian, one of the 8 prodigies of the suppression era. There are many races in the wild area. Some people call them barbarians, but in fact, one race cannot encompass the vast wildland. Jiutian was born in the Jiutian clan in the wild area. Some people also directly call him the barbarian Jiutian. His gold power is unparalleled and he pursues the extreme. He has the blood of the wild area flowing in his body. His body can become bigger and he becomes the wild god of war. He is born with supernatural power and has infinite strength. Coupled with the terrifying gold power, his attack power is terrifying. Jiutian, your cultivation has also entered the 8th level of Xiangang. Everyone felt the powerful aura of Jiutian inside in their hearts. The 8 of them were destined to stand at the forefront of the era and become representatives. Then, Qi Lian came out, and he was full of the murderous magic domineering. The prince of Dongyu Kingdom, Dongyu Hanjiang, has also stood up. The crowd took a deep breath and saw the figure of a king, Dongyu Hanjiang. This duel will not only be a duel between Di Shi and Qin Wentian, but also a battle between the 8 Xianjias who suppressed the era. Unfortunately, Gu Lifeng and Hua Taixu did not seem to come. Fan Miao also came out. Fan Miao's cultivation has reached the peak of the 9th level of Xiangang. At the same time, as one of the 8 Xianjias who suppressed the era, she may be the strongest among them and the most likely to be invincible in Xiangang. Ji Fixu did not step onto the battlefield. His cultivation was at the peak of the 7th level of Xiangang, and he had not entered the 8th level of Xiangang. Although he had a strong talent, he would definitely lose if he had to cross the border to fight with these equally famous people. Looking at Qin Wentian's figure, Ji Fixu had to admit that the rumors outside that Qin Wentian had replaced him as the first disciple of the Xiangang realm of this Hanjian sect would become a fact. Are these the only ones? There should be someone who hasn't shown up yet. They are usually known as the Xiangang Invincible. Now, why don't they stand out? Emperor Shi said loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, another figure walked out from the direction of the Purple Thunder sect. The robe on this person seemed to be printed with thunder patterns. He was tall and slender, and he looked arrogant when he stood there. This person was not a prodigy of the 8 suppression era, and his reputation was far less loud than the 8 of them, but if someone was familiar with him, they would know that this person was more dangerous than the current 8 prodigies of the suppression era. The Purple Thunder sect, Liulan, as Emperor Shi said, reached the level of Xiangang invincibility. What is Xiangang invincibility? As the name suggests, it means that the level of Xiangang realm is at the top and the combat power is invincible. How can one be Xiangang invincible? As we all know, if you want to enter the celestial realm, you must first comprehend the true meaning of martial arts, and then achieve the celestial realm. However, there are many beings who have extremely strong innate combat power, and have comprehended the true meaning of martial arts, but have not yet entered the celestial realm, so they have become the existence at the top of the Xiangang realm. Liulan is such a person. In addition to killing Qin Wentian, Emperor Shi has another purpose this time, which is to dominate the Xiangang realm. Although there are many people like Liulan in the Royal Holy Land, and they are all vaguely called the Xiangang Invincible Realm, no one can be recognized by the Royal Holy Land and win the recognized title of Xiangang Invincible. Only one person can be called invincible. Others are fake. If there are 2, how can they be called invincible? Emperor Shi, he now has such an ambition to become the only one. Such an ambition can be said to be a huge appetite, To be recognized and win the title of Xiangang Invincible in the Royal Extreme Holy Land is more difficult than becoming the Xianjiao of the 8 suppressing eras. There are too many evildoers in the Royal Extreme Holy Land, and too many people who have stayed at the top of the Xiangang realm but have not entered the celestial phenomena. Some of these people are free, some are hidden in the world, seeking breakthroughs, and some have even comprehended several martial arts. In this case, except for those peerless Xianjias who have created an era, who can get the title of Xiangang Invincible? Another figure walked out. This person was wearing golden battle armor and bathed in golden light. He stared at Li Tian with a surging fighting spirit. The prince of the ancient golden country has arrived. Seeing this person, many people froze. This person missed the trip to the immortal martial realm. It is said that there was an opportunity. He comprehended the true meaning of martial arts. Now his real combat power is unknown. How terrifying. From the direction of the Warring States period, another figure stepped out. This person had a middle-aged appearance and looked to be about 40 years old. He was a Warring States prodigy and a disciple of Zhan Xianfu, one of the 9 major sects. He was terrifyingly powerful and it was rumored that he had entered the Xiangang Invincible level. Liu Lan and this Warring States prodigy had not entered the Xianwu world a few months ago. They were powerful, but the Xianwu world was more about talent and potential. Many older people in the Huangji Holy Land had excessively strong combat power, but that did not mean they would go to the Xianwu world, because if they were not talented enough, the Xianwu world would likely bury them. These people had already stepped into the Xiangxiang level, so why did they take the risk of entering the Xianwu world? Only the 8 great geniuses who suppressed the era had no fear. They had absolute confidence in their talents. They buried the geniuses, but they could not bury them. This duel is getting more and more exciting. However, where does Emperor Shi get his confidence from? Someone was secretly shocked. Could it be that Emperor Shi also comprehended the power of the true meaning of martial arts? In this case, Qin Wentian might be in danger. Although Qin Wentian is extremely talented, his realm is only the 7th level of Xiangang. He might not be strong enough to face those Xiangang Invincible level beings. Wentian, be careful of these people. They are all peak Xiangang realm beings who have comprehended the true meaning of martial arts. Lin Shui sent a voice message to Qin Wentian. It is enough for you to fight with Emperor Shi. Even if you refuse to fight with these people, no one will say anything to you. Qin Wentian's heart trembled, and he felt a strong pressure coming at him. These people who came to the Holy War Arena today were all super scary. 9 people, very good. Emperor Shi swept everyone away. There were 5 of the 8 great geniuses who suppressed the era, and there were also Qin Wentian, Liu Lan of the Purple Thunder sect, the Prince of the Ancient Golden Kingdom, and the genius of the Warring States period. 9 people, any one of them would make the crowd tremble when they appeared at ordinary times, but today, they all walked to the Holy War Arena at the same time. Since you all showed up, let's just have a fight to decide everything. I suggest that all 9 of you enter the Holy War Arena together, how about it? Emperor Shi said with a sharp look. The Holy War Arena can accommodate many people to fight and enter the Holy War Arena together. Crazy. Why is Emperor Shi so crazy today? Why is Emperor Shi so confident? Is his strength really strong to another level? Many people were amazed when they heard Emperor Shi's crazy words. Wentian, 9 people entering the Holy War Arena together means that the 9 of you will directly compete against each other. No one can be immune to it. You need to fight in turns and be cautious. Lin Shui continued to send a message to Qin Wentian. Such a duel was too dangerous. Qin Wentian's eyes condensed again. 9 people, fighting in turns. Moreover, he dared not say that he could absolutely crush any of these 9 people. Any of them had tremendous fighting power. Emperor Shi's words instantly set off an uproar. Do the other 8 dare to accept the challenge? Does Qin Wentian dare to agree? Qin Wentian. At this time, Emperor Shi spoke again, staring at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian looked up at him, and Emperor Shi said coldly, 9 of us will enter the battlefield together. You and I first agree that if you don't die, I won't leave the holy battle stage, and if I don't die, you won't leave the holy battle stage. The crowd was shocked. This was a life and death battle. Only when one party died could the other party leave the holy battle stage. Dare you? Emperor Shi shouted, and the murderous intent swept out. He was ambitious and wanted to kill the first person on the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm today. P.S. I saw many brothers asking for a breakthrough in book reviews. Thank you all for your enthusiastic support. Wuhan also understands everyone's desire to read more. I wish I could break out every day so that everyone can enjoy it. I can earn more if I break out, so why not? But after getting married, there are more trivial things in life, and my physical condition is not enough to support high-intensity writing. All Wuhan can do is to try to maintain stable updates and write exciting plots no matter how busy I am, and update more occasionally when I am energetic to make everyone happy. I hope everyone can understand Wuhan. Chapter 622, Emperor Killing. The strong confidence that Emperor Shi burst out at this moment, as if Qin Wentian was already in his pocket, and there was no doubt that he would die. Wentian, be careful. The only person you challenged this time is Emperor Shi. You can just agree to fight him alone. Duan Han also sent a voice message to Qin Wentian. This battle was too dangerous. Among the 9 people, except for the 5 Xianjiao who suppressed the era, the other 3 might be Xiangang invincible level figures who had comprehended the true meaning of martial arts. Qin Wentian was extremely talented, but compared with these people, he still lacked time to settle down. Everyone's eyes were focused on Qin Wentian. They all knew how much pressure this peerless Xianjiao, who ranked first in the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm, was facing at this moment. He only needed to endure for another 1 or 2 years and enter the 8th or even 9th level of Xiangang. At that time, it would be much easier to face such a situation. But after all, his foundation was still lacking. If Gu Lifang was here, it would be almost the same. Wentian. Beside the Yugoran emperor, Yiling Shuang also sent a voice message and shouted, a little worried. Mo Qingchang clenched her hands, her palms were sweaty, and there was a trace of worry on her beautiful face, but she did not speak. She did not want to put pressure on Qin Wentian. Yao Ayu's beautiful eyes also looked over there. She did not expect that Emperor Shi was so arrogant. Even if Qin Wentian was extremely handsome, if he accepted the challenge, he would still face a life and death crisis. What would he choose? Qin Wentian's long hair fluttered, and his charming eyes stared at Emperor Shi. His sharp eyes were sharper than swords. He challenged Emperor Shi to fight. If his strength was not as good as Emperor Shi, he would die. If his strength was stronger than Emperor Shi, how could he retreat if Emperor Shi dared to face these people? This battle was a battle of courage and faith. The first time we met, you were so arrogant that I killed your brother in front of you. The second time in the immortal martial realm ancient monument, you were still rampant and I crushed you out of the ancient monument, kicking you out of the top 10 in the ancient monument ranking. This is the third time, and you are still so arrogant and stupid, so this time, it is your death. Qin Wentian stared at Emperor Shi and said coldly, I will accept the challenge. Qin Wentian's voice fell and everyone was in an uproar. Qin Wentian accepted the challenge. And from Qin Wentian's tone, this Emperor Shi is really miserable. No wonder he hates Qin Wentian so much. The ranking of the immortal martial realm ancient monument is not the 10th place, but it is also thanks to Qin Wentian. In this way, Emperor Shi's arrogance is not necessarily confident. After all, the bloody lessons of the first 2 times are there. The first 2 times were not real battles. Today, I will make you regret everything you have done. Emperor Shi said coldly, and then looked at the other 7 people. If anyone dares not to fight, you can withdraw now. If no one withdraws, we will agree on the rules of the battle. The 7 powerful men gathered around the holy battle arena. Since they have already stood up, how could they retreat? Since no one is retreating, except for the battle between Qin Wentian and me, which is a life and death battle, the others can withdraw from the battlefield by voluntarily admitting defeat, without borrowing the magic weapon. How about that? Emperor Shi said again. I have no objection to the others, but Qin Wentian and I have agreed to a life and death battle. Liu Lan said lightly, which shocked Qin Wentian and the others again. Does Liu Lan also want to kill Qin Wentian? Back in Yi country, I heard that Qin Wentian and your King Guyan had a feud with the Purple Thunder sect. It seems that they are going to kill Qin Wentian through Liu Lan's hand. Despicable, Liu Lan, you are from the same generation as me, and you want to fight a life and death battle with my junior brother. Lin Shui said sarcastically. If he doesn't dare, he can refuse. Liu Lan said lightly. I accept the challenge. Qin Wentian whispered, which shocked everyone again. The pressure Qin Wentian faced in this holy battle arena duel was too terrible. Since everyone has no objection, enter the holy battle arena. Emperor Shi said indifferently, with a barely perceptible cold light in the depths of his eyes. 9 people, Qin Wentian. 5 Xianjiao who suppressed the era: Emperor Shi, Li Yan, Qi Lian, Fan Mianwu, Dongai Hanjiang. 3 Xiangang invincible level figures: Li Ulan of the Purple Thunder sect, the Prince of the Ancient Golden Kingdom, and Wu Teng, a genius of the Warring States period and a disciple of his Hanshin mansion. Such a terrible lineup, stepping into the holy battle arena at the same time. The crowd's hearts were violently turbulent. Even though the Holy Battle Arena was the most glorious battle arena in the Imperial Holy Land, it rarely had the opportunity to welcome such a lineup. The lineup in front of them was difficult to surpass at the Xiangang level. In the Holy War Arena, 9 stone platforms seemed to emerge out of thin air, supporting the bodies of the 9 powerful men in the void. The light curtain shone, and the Holy War Arena was opened. The space inside was self-contained, far more vast than the range seen by everyone, and could support the battle of the top masters in the celestial realm. Who'll fight first? A voice came out, and the 9 stone platforms were flashing with dazzling light, as if the figures of the 9 people were shrouded in an independent light curtain. I will fight Qin Wentian. Emperor Shi's eyes were unparalleled, and a terrifying momentum burst out. The might of the peak of the 8th level of Xiangang, the terrifying and fierce aura, and the phantom of a terrifying and fierce bird appeared behind him, like a huge green rock. His whole body was emitting a strange green light, and the murderous aura shot out of his pupils seemed to be able to kill people. The 9 stone platforms began to rotate, and the other 7 stone platforms all retreated to 7 directions, except for Emperor Shi and Qin Wentian's stone platforms facing each other directly. The first in the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm, as he finally faced off against the 8 geniuses who suppressed the era. People from the outside world stared at the 2 people in the Holy War Arena. Emperor Shi stepped out, like a peerless ferocious bird. Qin Wentian was also unparalleled, his blood burst out, and his demon god transformation blossomed. Behind him was a dazzling golden rock phantom. The 2 of them were tit for tat, and the fierce and domineering wild auras collided in the void, making a whistling sound, which was extremely terrifying. Buzz! The strong wind seemed to tear the void apart. Emperor Shi rushed towards Qin Wentian, and his palm blasted forward. In an instant, a huge ferocious bird tore towards Qin Wentian. The power of a casual attack was as strong as the attack of a strong man in the 9th level of the Xiangang realm. Qin Wentian looked at the fierce bird that was tearing towards him and raised his hand to slap it. The void trembled violently, and the figure of Emperor Shi descended directly in front of Qin Wentian. The huge fierce bird behind him seemed to let out a terrifying and sharp whistle, and a terrifying light and shadow flashed out. Many fierce birds roared and killed at the same time, trying to tear the void apart. Boom! Qin Wentian took a step forward, and the star-picking palm print swept across everything, with brilliant light patterns flowing on his body. The speed of Emperor Shi was extremely fast, and he spun around Qin Wentian at high speed. Qin Wentian's golden body shone into the sky, and with a roar, he seemed to have transformed into a real golden winged rock, and the speed of flashing was no slower than that of Emperor Shi. The phantom of the fierce bird and the palm print collided wildly, and the rumbling sound of the shock was endless. The whole world was shaking violently. Such a battle deeply shocked everyone, especially those at the top of the Xiangang realm. They found that if they faced such a fierce attack, they could not support it at all. Ordinary people at the 9th level of Xiangang would be easily torn apart in the face of such an attack. The 2 fought fiercely, and then the crowd saw many phantom clones appearing in the Holy War Arena. Whether it was Emperor Shi or Qin Wentian, they seemed to have practiced an equally powerful spell that could create many incarnations, extremely violent. Careful people would find that Qin Wentian seemed to have more phantom clones. He had more phantom clones than Emperor Shi. Although it was just a detail, it made many people feel terrified, which meant that Qin Wentian's comprehension was stronger than Emperor Shi. Bang! With a violent collision, the 2 figures separated, and everything returned to calm. They all transformed into their original bodies again. Emperor Shi was suspended in the air, staring at Qin Wentian's figure, and said coldly, "I'm just testing you. Is this all your strength? Then, I'll take your life next." After that, Emperor Shi's body was flowing with terrible blood-colored light, and blood-colored light shot up into the sky. Behind him, the Star Soul and Wu Mingdian gang both emerged. There was an extremely huge and fierce bird King Peng emerging behind him. The fierce eyes seemed to have life, like a demon bird from ancient times. Buzz! A super strong destructive force emanated from Emperor Shi's body. At this moment, Emperor Shi became more dangerous. The great perfection of the demon martial arts will, the great perfection of the corrosive will, and it seems that there is also a kind of strengthening will. Qin Wentian looked at the dangerous Emperor Shi at the moment. In the green light, there was a terrible corrosive power. Moreover, is this really the strongest state of Emperor Shi? He should have a kind of hidden will that has not bloomed. The strengthened Emperor Shi was like an ancient demon bird. His body turned into a stream of light and rushed out at a faster speed. His arms trembled, and in an instant, the huge green rock floating behind him burst into an extremely terrifying green light. Bang, bang, bang. The extremely terrifying ferocious birds turned into green streams and rushed towards Qin Wentian frantically. Qin Wentian's body retreated backwards, but then he found that his body seemed to be frozen. There was an extremely strong invisible force that locked him tightly. This was a kind of restraining ability. Perhaps this was the willpower that Emperor Shi had never bloomed. In the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm, he was bound by his hands and feet in battle and could not burst out all the power of the 8 great prodigies who suppressed the era, but now, he can finally bloom his wild ability unscrupulously. Wentian. The expressions of many people outside who cared about Qin Wentian changed drastically. They watched the terrifying ferocious birds rushing towards Qin Wentian like streams of light, but Qin Wentian seemed to be frozen in time. Every genius who suppressed the era has superpowers, and Emperor Shi is no exception. It seems that Emperor Shi still has the upper hand in terms of combat power. Can Qin Wentian, the rising peerless figure, walk out of the holy war arena alive? Many people sighed in their hearts. Qin Wentian's survival means that Emperor Shi will die. Qin Wentian's body was flowing with bright starlight. His body gradually became larger. The glass-like luster all over his body made people feel trembling. His long hair turned black, and his clothes seemed to be dyed with color. At this moment, he was like an unparalleled demon king. The phantom clone art bloomed, and many figures of Qin Wentian appeared in that space, as if superimposed on each other, and burst out at the same time. The world shook. Qin Wentian stepped on the ground, and this peerless figure did not retreat but advanced, and the void shook. I also want to see how you want to kill me. Qin Wentian's figure was much larger than Emperor Shi. He raised his palm and blasted it towards the peerless fierce bird kingpin. P.S. At the beginning of the month, you can check to see if there are any monthly tickets. As long as you spend book coins on reading books, you will get monthly tickets. If you don't want to be left out at the beginning of the month, I hope that everyone who has monthly tickets can vote for the ancient God-King. Chapter 623, Extreme Combat Power? At this moment, Qin Wentian's figure was huge, as if he had transformed into an immortal or a demon. His palm print carried the brilliance of the stars, suppressing the heaven and earth. Emperor Shi and the huge kingpin behind him simultaneously issued a spell, and the brilliant light annihilated the void. A faint starry sky appeared. The battle between the two was fatally about to trigger the phantom of the celestial phenomenon. Such a scene was simply shocking. The battle between the two Xiangang realm masters actually had the prototype of the starry sky. Although it was not a real starry sky, it still made people feel terrified. Bind me! Emperor Shi shouted angrily, and King Peng released endless green light. In an instant, many phantoms of demons seemed to appear around Qin Wentian, capturing Qin Wentian. What kind of ability is this? The crowd trembled violently in their hearts. Those fierce birds seemed to appear from nothingness and locked onto Qin Wentian. King Peng roared wildly, and the light bursting out of his eyes was terrifying. You can't survive even if you want to. Emperor Shi shouted coldly, and stepped towards Qin Wentian, who had transformed into a peerless demon king in the void. The prodigy of the era of suppression, the vast Huangji Holy Land, standing at the forefront of the era. How could he be an ordinary person? And he was simply not comparable to an ordinary genius. Although Emperor Shi was extremely arrogant, his fighting ability was beyond doubt, otherwise he would not have been given the title of the prodigy of the era of suppression. Really strong. The people around sighed in their hearts. This was why the 8 of them were the prodigies of the era of suppression. Some time ago, Emperor Shi was kicked out of the top 10 in the ancient monument ranking of the Xianwu world. Many people had questioned him and thought that Emperor Shi was not worthy of such a reputation, but at this moment everyone understood that even if he was ranked 11th in the ancient monument ranking of the Xianwu world, Emperor Shi was still Emperor Shi, and he was still so arrogant. Do you deserve it? Qin Wentian stared at Emperor Shi, and there was suddenly an invisible sword power between heaven and earth. At this moment, the third eye seemed to open between his eyebrows, and the sleeping star soul appeared behind him. As he stepped down, the world hummed, and the invisible sword power seemed to become real, penetrating through Emperor Shi's body. At this moment, Emperor Shi groaned, and his body, which was moving upwards, suddenly slowed down. Bang! An overwhelming force came out, and Qin Wentian stepped down with a terrible binding force. At this moment, Emperor Shi had an illusion that he was no longer in the holy war arena, but in an independent world. The world that Qin Wentian let him enter was a dream world. Dreamland. Emperor Shi's face was ashen, staring at the sleeping star soul. He knew that this was a dream, but he found that even with his strong willpower, he couldn't break free. Qin Wentian created a dream for him. "You can't deceive me." Emperor Shi roared, and Qin Peng roared wildly, still locking and binding Qin Wentian. The blood power in Emperor Shi's body became more violent. The blood of the ancient Qin Peng was wild and powerful, giving him some special powers. "I don't need to lie to you. This is my dream, a dream that will kill you. Feel it." Qin Wentian's voice fell, and his footsteps stepped down again. He saw a group of figures appearing beside Emperor Shi. These figures were huge, like nightmares, blocking Emperor Shi's path. They all held huge demon halberds and stabbed Emperor Shi. Everything is an illusion. Emperor Shi's eyes were sharp and unparalleled. Puff! A series of light sounds were heard, and the demon halberds were inserted into Emperor Shi's body. Ah! A roaring roar was heard, and Emperor Shi's face instantly turned pale as paper, his whole body twitched, and he was in great pain. Bang! Qin Wentian stepped down again, and another sword seemed to kill Emperor Shi's heart, making him groan, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, and his face became even paler. Such a scene shocked everyone outside. Emperor Shi, what happened? They didn't see the dream, they only saw Emperor Shi trembling and spitting blood. They couldn't feel the pain that Emperor Shi endured, and they didn't know how real and terrifying the dream was. The power of the dream, he fell into the dream. Someone said in shock, and many people in the Emperor's family changed their expressions. Although Emperor Shi knew it was a dream, in fact, he was still trapped in the dream. Qin Wentian's dream-making was too overbearing. Only Qin Wentian himself understood that this was not called overbearing. At the beginning, he seemed to have experienced a period of life in a dream, a life that made people despair. That kind of dream was overbearing. This technique was the dream-making magic that he cultivated in the stone tablet when the great dream immortal Ju bloomed. In the dream, it can make people suffer and despair. Emperor Shi, your death date has come. Qin Wentian said to Emperor Shi coldly, which made Emperor Shi's face look extremely ugly. His death date? Those demon spears were stirring in his body, wanting him to die alive in pain. Qin Wentian is just as strong. The people outside the holy war arena were really shocked. In this duel between 9 people, everyone had an extremely powerful trump card. The intensity of the battle would definitely exceed their imagination. Qin Wentian walked towards Emperor Shi. His palm was filled with terrible light symbols, starlight was bright, and terrifying destructive power was spreading. Suddenly, his figure flashed and slapped towards Emperor Shi's head. At this moment, a huge and boundless star-picking palm print exploded, which could crush the world. Go to hell. Emperor Shi suddenly raised his head, his eyes were extremely firm, and the green light that burst out from his body made people dare not look directly at him. A blue rock appeared between heaven and earth and directly tore Qin Wentian's body. At this moment, a force that destroyed everything raged in Qin Wentian's body. Die? Emperor Shi roared, and his dream was shattered. This sudden change made everyone numb. How dare you? Yi Qingyan, the emperor of the Yi Kingdom, stepped out and shouted, with a brilliant light on his body, Emperor Shi actually used an external object, why didn't the holy war platform kill him immediately? That is not an external object, it has now merged with Emperor Shi and become one. Moreover, even if it is an external object, it is not a divine weapon. A strong man from the Emperor's family said calmly, causing the crowd to tremble violently. They realized that Emperor Shi might have used some strange power to burst out with a killing power at this moment. No wonder he was so confident, it turned out that his strength had become stronger. The people of the Emperor's family said that this thing merged with Emperor Shi. What exactly merged with Emperor Shi? Qin Wentian, is he going to die? Mo Qingchang clenched her hands tightly, her face pale, and she walked out and walked forward. The people of the sword sect also looked very ugly. How could they be willing to let a figure like Qin Wentian appear in their sword sect and let him die in such a battle? Everyone's heart tightened. The power that Emperor Shi had exploded was probably really at the level of Xiangang invincibility. No wonder he dared to challenge the strongest Xianjiao in the Xiangang realm of the Imperial Holy Land to compete for the title of Xiangang invincibility. At this moment, in the holy battle arena, Qin Wentian transformed into many figures, with monstrous rune lights flowing on his body. He roared, and his palm slammed down in the strangulation of everything destruction. One after another, terrifying rune lights condensed into a huge palm print that covered the sky. Sweeping down, the void exploded, and the destructive stream of light shook the bodies of both of them back. Puff! Qin Wentian and Emperor Shi spit out a mouthful of blood. Qin Wentian looked ugly, his breath was floating, and he was seriously injured. He stared at Emperor Shi and said, "This is not your power. It has been sacrificed in my body, and now it is my power." Emperor Shi's eyes were extremely fierce, staring at Qin Wentian. Besides, it does not belong to the category of divine weapons at all. Qin Wentian, I will not die on the holy war arena, and you cannot leave. Today, you are dead, and no one can stop me from killing you. Does the rule allow this? Qin Wentian looked outside the holy war arena. Yes, a voice responded. Seeing that Qin Wentian was still alive, everyone was even more shocked. The power that Qin Wentian had just burst out was too strong, and he actually resisted Emperor Shi's fatal blow. In this case, the elixir does not belong to the category of divine weapons. Qin Wentian said lightly, and then he took out several bottles of elixir. This scene made everyone outside stunned. Qin Wentian chose one of the bottles and swallowed a few pills into his mouth. Soon his breath began to rise and return to his previous strong state. Then, under the shocked gaze of everyone, Qin Wentian took out another bottle of elixir and fed it into his mouth, and his injuries recovered rapidly. Having a girlfriend who is a 5th-rank alchemist is so powerful. Everyone was sweating. They just remembered that the Saint of Medicine Emperor Valley was a 5th-rank alchemist. With her relationship with Qin Wentian, how many precious pills would she give Qin Wentian? In short, if Qin Wentian couldn't be killed in one breath, even if he was seriously injured, he could recover in a short time, but others would not have such conditions. This battle is not over yet. The power that Emperor Shi just exploded was too terrifying. What exactly is this so-called blood sacrifice in the body? It's like there is a real peerless fierce bird. The crowd was secretly shocked. Qin Wentian was still very dangerous. Since this battle is still undecided, and you have recovered with the help of the elixir, then I will fight you next. At this time, Liu Lan looked at Qin Wentian with a cold expression. Emperor Shi did not speak. He was also injured and needed some time to recover. Just now, he felt that Qin Wentian seemed to have burst out with extraordinary power at his best moment. Qin Wentian also had his own trump card. Moreover, Qin Wentian recovered to his prime with the elixir, so he had better wait until he was in his prime to kill Qin Wentian. Round battle? Xiangang is invincible? It happens. I also want to see how strong the power of martial arts will is. Qin Wentian looked at Liu Lan and spoke arrogantly. There was a surging fighting spirit in his eyes. He didn't know what fear was. Since he accepted the challenge today, 9 people fought in rounds. He wanted to feel how strong these people's fighting power was. Under such strong pressure, he could force himself to his limit and allow himself to move forward. This step may be the cultivation or the true meaning of martial arts. In the battle of the Holy War Arena, facing the strong who have comprehended the true meaning of martial arts directly, only in this way can one feel and experience the power of the true meaning of martial arts the most deeply. The stone platform was rotating, and the stone platform of Emperor Shi retreated. The stone platforms of Liu Lan and Qin Wentian came forward and faced each other. This is a fighting maniac. At first, he looked handsome and sunny, giving people a quiet feeling. I didn't expect him to fight so violently. No wonder he has such achievements. He is the first person in the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm. Where is his limit? Many people thought to themselves. Liu Lan's body had already stepped out towards Qin Wentian. Suddenly, Qin Wentian felt a force of destruction covering the entire space, as if to make his body explode. Lightning continued to fall down and hide him, revealing a terrible offensive intention. However, Qin Wentian was like a fairy demon war god, with a huge body standing between heaven and earth, motionless. Chapter 624 Undefeated. At this time, Qin Wentian stood there, but he was also a little shocked. The thunder light kept falling on him. The power of annihilation, violent attacks, and terrifying lightning nets, all of these were the martial arts well contained in the power of thunder. Once the true meaning is understood, these powers will be contained in it, and the offensive power will increase by an unknown amount. Even if Liu Lan just stood there, he could feel the pressure from the thunder. If Qin Wentian was just an ordinary Xiangang 7th level strong man, Liu Lan could easily kill him. At this time, Qin Wentian saw Liu Lan holding the terrifying lightning in his hands. His whole body was bathed in the thunder of tyranny. The raging and frenzied thunder was like a group of demons dancing wildly, and the void made crackling sounds. An extremely terrifying power of annihilation bloomed with Liu Lan as the center. At this time, his body was the center of thunder and lightning. Anyone who approached would die. He who understood the true meaning of thunder, even if he did not cultivate his defensive ability, his own true meaning of thunder could replace defense with attack. Boom! Liu Lan stepped out, walking towards Qin Wentian like a thunder god, with a terrifying killing light in his purple eyes. He raised his hand and blasted out. In an instant, the thunder light curtain burst out. The huge thunder palm print directly enveloped Qin Wentian's huge body. Thunder light continued to fall from the palm print, interweaving into a huge thunder net, directly entangled Qin Wentian's body in the thunder light, as if waiting for Qin Wentian was only destruction. Is this the power of the true meaning? The true meaning of thunder can actually contain the power of entanglement. The people watching the battle around the holy war arena stared at the battlefield. The power of this battle was beyond their imagination. Qin Wentian stepped out, looking like an immortal or demon, with brilliant light flowing all over his body, as if he was wearing star armor. He raised his hand and blasted a palm towards the void. The star-picking palm print, which was like a silencing palm, revealed an extremely powerful destructive force. It collided with a giant palm that was dropping thousands of thunderbolts. With a loud bang, Qin Wentian's palm print shattered and was torn apart. The power of the purple thunder's true meaning itself came with a powerful destructive tearing force. Although the power that Qin Wentian could exert at this time was already extremely terrifying, Liu Lan's Xiangang peak cultivation, mastering the true meaning of thunder, and himself was a super strong man of the purple thunder sect, how could his attack be weak? A terrifying light shone in Qin Wentian's eyes, and he transformed into thousands of bodies. At the same time, he slapped out the star-picking palm seal, sweeping away everything and shattering the huge thunder palm seal. However, at this moment, Liu Lan had already descended above Qin Wentian's head. He saw that the thunder true meaning in his body gathered into a terrifying lightsaber, slashing down towards the air below, piercing people's eyes so hard that they couldn't open them. This lightsaber was like a flash of lightning, splitting the sky, and the speed was so fast that people had no time to react. Bang! The starlight burst out, the stars moved, and Qin Wentian's body turned into a residual image, but the lightsaber seemed to carry a blazing stream of light. With a light sound, the lightsaber fell from in front of Qin Wentian, and the terrifying heat flow directly tore his skin, and the power of destruction left a long blood mark. The power of the true meaning of martial arts was completely able to break his defense and directly injure Qin Wentian. Is this the invincible level of Xiangang? The attack power of those who have comprehended the true meaning and those who have not comprehended the true meaning is not on the same level, it is much stronger. Qin Wentian was amazed. If the lightsaber had hit him, it could have cut his body in two. Liu Lan did not give Qin Wentian a chance to heal. He was also good at the great perfection of the wind martial arts will. His speed was as fast as lightning. He swung another sword at Qin Wentian. The tip of the thunder lightsaber was actually shining with a terrible white light. It directly crossed the sky and killed Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian retreated again. With a loud bang, the lightsaber exploded directly. The turbulence of destruction left several wounds on Qin Wentian's body again. Will it be useful for you to run away? Liu Lan stood in the void and stared at Qin Wentian. He saw that the thunder power around him was even more violent, as if it could destroy everything. Qin Wentian transformed into many figures, and all of them were surrounded by a strong sword power. Qin Wentian himself was the center of this sword. There was an ancient monument in the Xianwu world that contained the power of the sword, just like Qin Wentian at this moment. He stood there, and although there were no swords around him, he seemed to contain endless sword power. Boom! Many figures took a step at the same time. At this moment, a series of bright light patterns suddenly appeared in the void. Each light pattern turned into a bright sword pattern, which contained a strong killing power. Liu Lan frowned. This sword pattern was like a divine weapon, and it actually contained a terrible destructive power. This was a top-level 4th-level divine pattern. The sword seal divine pattern condensed in the body with a divine refining idless had a very strong destructive power. Just at the last moment of the battle with Emperor Shi, he had exploded with a huge divine essence attack, and both of them were injured. Liu Lan's attack was very strong. To kill him, one must first counter his attack, and then break his defense with another attack force. Qin Wentian took another step forward, and Liu Lan's face changed slightly. He felt a sword intent directly penetrate his body and hit his heart. That sword intent was everywhere. Many phantoms suddenly dissipated. This kind of magical skill could not last forever, but it was enough for Qin Wentian. Many sword marks appeared in the void. The destructive power plus the sword power emanating from Qin Wentian was enough to make people tremble. Qin Wentian took the third step. When this step fell, Liu Lan groaned. He suddenly had an illusion that Qin Wentian, with a magical ability, connected himself and him into a whole, as if everything here was dominated by Qin Wentian. Every step he took was like a sword hitting his heart. Qin Wentian also had a feeling that this was the true meaning of the 7 killing swordsmanship in the sword forest of the great Xia dynasty. For a person with strong strength, even the flying flowers and leaves can be transformed into swords to hurt people. A truly powerful sword cultivator can even control the invisible energy and transform it into a visible sword. At this moment, Qin Wentian's perception was released to the extreme. Just like in the ancient monument, there was a sword in his heart, and the whole world seemed to have a controllable sword. Qin Wentian suddenly thought that Liu Lan was good at the true meaning of thunder, but his sword martial arts skill was only perfect, not even as high as his own attainments. Perhaps he pursued the true meaning of thunder too much? If his sword also entered the level of true meaning, how powerful would a thunder sword be? I'm afraid it would be impossible for me to dodge it. Liu Lan seemed to feel a hint of threat. He attacked Qin Wentian again. A huge and dazzling thunder sword passed through the sky and killed Qin Wentian, but Qin Wentian waved his hand, and in an instant, those sword seals roared out, collided with a giant sword, and exploded wildly. Qin Wentian's footsteps continued to move forward, causing Liu Lan to groan continuously and his heart to beat. Although he had comprehended the true meaning of martial arts, he did not know how to resolve such an attack. Liu Lan rushed out again, and the Wuming Xianggang emerged. Behind him, it seemed as if a thunder god appeared, and the dancing thunder was indestructible, trying to kill Qin Wentian at close range. Qin Wentian's body was huge, and he used the phantom clone technique again. Many huge immortal and demon bodies appeared at the same time, and then blasted out a monstrous palm print. A force of nothingness burst out and rolled towards Liu Lan. Liu Lan's body suddenly stopped, and with a roar, the thunder light around him turned into endless thunder swords. Then, palm prints as huge as mountains appeared from nothingness and smashed towards him. The rumbling sound of explosions continued. Although those attacks were powerful, they still could not break the opponent's thunder true meaning defense. Qin Wentian continued to walk, his sword intent piercing people's hearts. When the 7th step fell, Liu Lan felt as if thousands of swords pierced his heart, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Liu Lan entered the invincible level of Xianggang and comprehended the true meaning of martial arts, but his methods were not as good as those of Emperor Shi, the prodigy of the suppression era. This was the gap between the prodigies of the suppression era and the prodigies. If Emperor Shi had Liu Lan's realm and the true meaning of martial arts, Qin Wentian would probably not be able to compete. However, even so, although Qin Wentian could injure Liu Lan, he still could not kill him. Qin Wentian understood that he still lacked some fire, and only by taking that step could he kill Liu Lan. They were evenly matched, but Qin Wentian actually injured Liu Lan. The people outside were amazed. The two continued to fight violently, and soon both suffered more injuries, but neither could kill the other. In the end, they had to stop fighting. Qin Wentian was actually still in a weak position. He had many means, and used various powerful magical powers that were stronger than Liu Lan's, but the consumption must be huge. His cultivation was obviously 2 realms lower than Liu Lan, but he could persist in the battle, which amazed many people. Qin Wentian understood that in the face of the gap between the 2 realms, if he did not have the support of 4 Yuanfu, he would not be able to continue such a high-intensity battle. I'm still not strong enough. This battle is a rare opportunity. I need to become stronger. Qin Wentian sat on the stone platform and closed his eyes, quietly feeling the 2 duels just now. The other 8 people in the holy battle are all top-level masters of the Xianggang level of the Huangji Holy Domain. Although everyone is in a hostile state at the moment, such a fighting opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and must be seized. At this time, Emperor Shi was staring at him with murderous eyes, but he was still unaware of it. With a lot of elixirs given by Mo Qingchen, as long as he didn't die, he could keep fighting. Qin Wentian, who ranks first in the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm, will create a piece of history if he can walk out of the holy war arena alive this time. Many people sighed that fighting Emperor Shi and Liu Lan with the 7th level of Xiangang realm was simply unimaginable. Next, the prince of the ancient golden country found Li Tian and had a big fight. As one of the 8 prodigies who suppressed the era, Li Tian was suppressed because the opponent not only had extraordinary strength, but also mastered the true meaning of the golden martial arts. Li Tian himself also pursued the ultimate power of gold. He was suppressed by the opponent in this aspect, but Li Tian relied on his super ability to not admit defeat, and finally both sides stopped fighting. Then, Qin Wentian actually took the initiative to challenge the prince of the ancient golden country. The battle was earth-shaking. Qin Wentian's strength was slightly inferior, and the prince of the ancient golden country couldn't kill him. What does he want to do? Use this opportunity of fighting in the holy war arena to improve his combat effectiveness. Someone seemed to see through Qin Wentian's thoughts and was even more surprised. Chapter 625 Enlightenment. In the holy war arena, the battle continued. In the blink of an eye, the night fell unknowingly. In this day, Qin Wentian experienced 3 battles, fighting with Emperor Shi, fighting with Liu Lan, and fighting with the prince of the ancient golden kingdom. He seemed to be at a disadvantage, but he was undefeated. Then Emperor Shi challenged him several times, but Qin Wentian refused. He could refuse to fight because the holy war arena now has 9 people fighting in turns. Unless everyone has fought, he must accept the challenge. As long as one person has not finished his turn, he can refuse the challenge. Qin Wentian did not fight because he was feeling at ease, absorbing the experience of these 3 duels, and feeling the true meaning of Liu Lan's thunder and the true meaning of gold of the prince of the ancient golden kingdom. On this day, Li Tian fought with Dong Yuhanjiang. Li Tian was in the upper hand, but he could not suppress Dong Yuhanjiang to make him admit defeat. The difference in strength was not too big. Fan Miao had fought with Wu Teng, the Xianjiao of the Warring States period. The crowd thought that Fan Miao, who was at the 9th level of Xiangang, was capable of defeating Wu Teng, but they found that Wu Teng was not at all inferior, and his axe technique had a tendency to suppress Fan Miao, which made many people marvel. This Xianjiao of Hanshan Mansion in the Warring States period was too powerful, which was somewhat beyond everyone's expectations. Fan Miao also fought with the prince of the ancient golden kingdom and Liu Lan. The crowd realized that this Xianjiao of the suppression era was very close to understanding the true meaning of martial arts. Like Qin Wentian, she was fighting to support herself and transforming her strength. After fighting for a day, the crowd found that the 9 people in the holy war arena were still there. Although there was a clear gap in their strength, no one admitted defeat and was eliminated. Rest for a night and fight again when the sun rises tomorrow. A voice resounded through the holy war arena, but the holy war arena was still closed. As long as the battle was not over, these 9 people could not leave the holy war arena. The people around them seemed to relax a little, but their hearts were extremely restless, and they were even slightly numb from the shock. Father, what do you think of this battle? Yi Lingshuang asked the human emperor Yi Qingyan. With Yi Qingyan's vision, he should have a more thorough understanding of the battle situation than she did. Most of the 9 of them have their own ideas. Some of them could have eliminated their opponents, but they didn't do so. Especially Wu Teng and Fan Miao, both of them are very extraordinary and should not have exerted their maximum combat power. After all, Fan Miao is one of the 8 geniuses who suppressed the era, and her cultivation is at the peak of the 9th level of Xiangang. If you say that she has not comprehended the true meaning of martial arts, I don't believe it. As for Wu Teng, he is more powerful than the rumors say. Yi Qingyan said slowly, which made Yi Lingshuang's beautiful eyes condense. Father, are you saying that Fan Miao deliberately let her opponents go? Why did she do this? Even for Fan Miao, it is so difficult for her to find such 8 opponents on weekdays. It is difficult for the entire Huangji Holy Land to put together such a lineup. Fan Miao may have comprehended a kind of martial arts true meaning, but she obviously still has room for improvement. Naturally, she needs to use such battles to make herself more perfect. If I meet a person who is a match for me, I will also want to fight a few more times. Qin said. So Wentian. Yi Lingshuang was a little worried. Wentian is indeed weak. After all, he suffers a great loss in cultivation, but fortunately he has many means. If we talk about the absolute combat power displayed, he may be above Qi Lian, Donghai Hanjiang or Li Tian. However, Di Shi seems to have some strange means, and Liu Lan, who has mastered the true meaning of thunder, is also very difficult to deal with. But there is no need to worry. They really want to kill Wentian, but it is not so easy to do it. Fan Miao and Wu Teng have the strength to threaten Wentian's life, but they have no intention of killing Wentian. Qin analyzed, and Yi Lingshuang nodded gently. Everyone was whispering, discussing how this battle would end. Among the 9 peerless figures in the Huangji Holy Land, who has unparalleled combat power? In the early morning of the second day, the sun was rising, and several people in the Holy War stage opened their closed eyes. Donghai Hanjiang was the first to speak. He looked at Zongguo Wu Teng and said, "Wu Teng, how about I fight you?" Wu Teng opened his eyes, looked at Donghai Hanjiang, and said calmly, "You are not my opponent yet." His tone was very calm, and the confidence hidden in that calmness made Donghai Hanjiang feel humiliated. An ugly look flashed across his face, and he stared at Wu Teng and said, "I want to see what qualifications you have to be so rampant. Since you want to go out so much, then I will grant you your wish." Wu Teng stood up, and the two of them sat down on the stone platform and rotated to the center of the Holy War platform. Donghai Hanjiang stepped out, and when he raised his hand, a terrifying suppressing force came down from the sky, but Wu Teng raised his hand casually, and an axe seemed to appear in the void and chopped it out. In just an instant, Donghai Hanjiang's attack was directly split into 2 and cut off alive. The true meaning of the axe in Wu Teng's hand seems to have spirituality. Donghai Hanjiang attacked again, and Wu Mingdian burst out, and a force that suppressed the void of heaven and earth attacked violently, but Wu Teng was still standing there, swinging the axe in his hand. The action was simple, but it gave people a feeling of returning to nature. Every time the axe chopped down, the object he chopped was like rotten wood, directly split into 2 pieces. Simple, direct, no power was wasted. The true meaning of the axe that Wu Teng understood, although not as gorgeous as Liu Lan's thunder true meaning, seemed to be more practical. Donghai Hanjiang was angry and attacked frantically, but Wu Teng seemed to have no anger, and still chopped out a very ordinary axe light. His movements looked ordinary and simple, even a little slow, but in fact, the axe lights were cut down in an instant, and extremely accurate. The axe light became stronger and stronger. At the back, the crowd was shocked to find that a terrifying giant shadow appeared in the void. It was as if there was an unrivaled figure holding a great axe of creation. Along with Wu Teng's axe of returning to nature, a light sound of puffing was heard. Donghai Hanjiang didn't even have time to shout the word surrender before his arm was chopped off. It was as simple as chopping a tree. "I surrender." Donghai Hanjiang was covered in cold sweat. Just now, if Wu Teng wanted, this axe could have killed him. So strong. The crowd was shocked. Wu Teng finally made his own voice. In the first battle, he cut off Donghai Hanjiang's arm, and he was capable of killing Donghai Hanjiang. He was too powerful. This was a hidden evildoer. Although Wu Teng was older, it was no problem for him to be a late bloomer. Such fighting power was really amazing. The true meaning of martial arts, true, maybe it is a return to the original nature. Qin Wentian thought in his heart. Wu Teng's axe light seemed to wake him up. He had felt Liu Lan's true meaning of thunder and the true meaning of gold before. The attack was too gorgeous. The true meaning of thunder contained all kinds of martial arts wills of thunder, but why was Liu Lan not as good as Wu Teng when he used it? It's like people who have comprehended the same martial arts will, their perceptions are also different, and their strengths will be different. Wu Teng's comprehension of the true meaning of martial arts is more profound. Qin Wentian thought of Jiutian Xiaolu, the martial arts true meaning of the 15th to the 21st sword. These 7 swords are really a return to the original nature. When the true meaning of wind is there, you can't see the will of wind in the sword method. The realm in Jiutian Xiaolu is still above Wu Teng's realm. As for Liu Lan and the prince of the ancient country of gold, they should belong to the weakest realm. When they use the true meaning of martial arts, even the willpower contained in it is so clear and obvious, it is easy to see. At this moment, Qin Wentian suddenly had a ray of enlightenment. After yesterday's battle, he could not figure out the answer no matter how hard he thought about it. He suddenly understood. Looking at Wu Teng's axe light, He thought of the sword cottage, and then he had an enlightenment. But this ray of enlightenment does not mean that he has truly understood his own martial arts will. It also depends on his personal understanding. Being able to gain enlightenment by watching others fight means that Qin Wentian's understanding is already very strong. After all, there are countless strong people in the major forces who are good at the true meaning of martial arts. But who can say that observing the true meaning will lead to enlightenment? Even if it happens, who can guarantee that he will understand the true meaning of his own martial arts after gaining enlightenment? Everything depends on the individual. At this moment, it depends on Qin Wentian himself. Can he cross over with this ray of enlightenment? Qin Wentian, why don't you come out and die? Emperor Shi shouted at Qin Wentian after seeing Wu Teng, who defeated Donggui Hanjiang, retreat. Qin Wentian closed his eyes and ignored him. Everyone has already fought around. You can't escape. You will die. Emperor Shi spoke again. Huh? Qin Wentian took a deep breath. Emperor Shi's voice rushed into his mind like a thunderous roar. This made him realize that it was impossible for him to practice in peace. Emperor Shi wanted his life so much? Qin Wentian opened his eyes and a dazzling cold light flashed in his eyes. He stood up, his blood roared, his body became huge, and a dazzling luster flowed all over his body. The Yuanfu in his body also began to roar. Boom! A terrible and ferocious power that could destroy the world suddenly erupted from Emperor Shi's body. Behind him, it seemed that an ancient Qingpeng phantom appeared. It was not Xinghan or Wuming Xiangang. Emperor Shi's whole body was full of turbulent green luster, and wisps of rune light shone, so dazzling. The wind swept by, and the figure of Emperor Shi disappeared directly. The shadow of Qingpeng roared, and a terrifying force directly bound Qin Wentian's body. The crowd saw many rune lights appearing around Qin Wentian, and each rune light was like a Qingpeng, grabbing Qin Wentian's body. Do you still want to live? Emperor Shi shouted, and stretched out his palm. The terrifying rune light exploded directly on Qin Wentian's body. Qin Wentian launched a terrible attack to resist, but his attack was directly annihilated. The rune light exploded on his body, instantly tearing a bloody hole, trying to tear his body apart, and blood flowed out. Borrow the power of Qingpeng. Qin Wentian murmured. Emperor Shi must have used some secret method, and changes have occurred in his body, allowing him to borrow the power of the vicious bird Qingpeng. Power, omnipresent power. Qin Wentian murmured, and saw Emperor Shi floating in the sky, overlooking him, revealing his murderous intentions. I will kill you slowly, and let you enjoy the process. Emperor Shi's face was slightly ferocious. He actually needed to use such a trump card to kill Qin Wentian. Another attack was printed out, and the precious light was dazzling, just like a terrifying green rock that directly killed Qin Wentian. The talisman light shone into the sky, and the attack came in an instant. Qin Wentian seemed to have no breath. He raised his hand and blasted forward. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. Although Emperor Shi's attack repelled Qin Wentian this time, it did not have the same effect as before. Moreover, Qin Wentian seemed to be no longer restrained. He slowly hung in the air, looking at Emperor Shi, with a strange look in his eyes. Emperor Shi frowned, but then the killing intent emerged again, death struggle. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible force surged up, and he suddenly felt a terrible force acting directly on him, and then Qin Wentian raised his hand and slapped it out. As soon as Emperor Shi launched his attack, he felt an overwhelming force pressing down on him. With a loud bang, his attack was crushed, and then the overwhelming force fell directly on him. Bang! Emperor Shi's body was directly knocked back. He groaned, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He stared at Qin Wentian in front of him. Qin Wentian's eyes still had a strange emotion, and the look in his eyes when he looked at him seemed to be a bit teasing. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.